Twisted Tea, all on the show tonight. Talk more about some of those companies as we go on. And again, if you're going to order something through Amazon, go through the widget on PulpMX.com or PulpMXShow.com and help us out. It'll take you to Amazon, make a purchase, and it really helps us out. So please, thank you for supporting the show through that way or through Motorsport.com banner as well. That's great, and we appreciate it. So looking forward to my in-studio co-host here. He was up a few weeks ago. He's always got lots to offer when it comes to the bike stuff. He was at the races. He's a photographer. He's a videographer. He does it all. He's from Vital MX. Michael Lindsay, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm pretty excited about this. Oh, you going to turn me on eventually?
Yeah. No, you're
there
on.
we go.
Yeah.
I'm pretty excited about this Twisted Tea sponsorship, just mostly because I'm so ADHD. I want to hit your beach volleyball around the studio.
Well, you can hit it at Tallon. Yeah, just do a spike like a Tom Cruise Top Gun and spike at a Tallon.
Yeah, the problem is I'll clean out all the cameras.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, don't do that. Welcome to the show. Thanks for coming in. You had a hectic travel day, but appreciate you coming in.
Good old United. We made it in time, barely.
Easy on United. Easy on that's the airline of choice for me. 1.7 million miles I got on United. I ain't making 2 million. I ain't gonna make it. No. I will be gone.
I've heard this many times before, though. Remember those ceilings? You need $2 million to pay for those ceilings.
I have made some claims before that I have not backed up. You're right. So we'll talk about Lakewood. You were there this weekend, of course. Lots to get into when it comes to that. Also over there, working the camera and working the views and working on the app and coding away. Travis Marks, what's up, Marks? How are you?
I love when you give me content to make GIFs out of.
Yeah.
If you could do that again, that'd be great.
Yeah, okay, all right, fantastic.
Do a best of.
I thought you were a little rat eating something.
No, I'm coding.
When you do the teeth thing.
Well,
oh, God.
That's the key. That's the keys. What's up, Marks? How are you?
Just chilling. Excited to be here.
You went to he told me he was tired today. He's tired.
But I didn't say it on air.
I'm tired.
I'm tired. I'm just so tired.
Marks, you went to an off-road race.
I did.
I don't know
Talon
why.
wasn't there. I only went because Talon was supposed to be there and ride, and he didn't end up showing up.
I thought you were maybe racing the Raptor all dialed in.
I wish. That's the only way you'll see me in an off-road race.
SDI shocks.
Air conditioning.
You're really testing them out.
Yeah, dude, of course.
Taking the phone calls over there in the corner. He's the off-road specialist of the PulpMX show. It's Tallon Taylor. What's up, Lone Wolf?
What's up? I think Mark's dog is off-road specialist now.
Yeah,
He's
really.
been more races
Why
this
didn't
year.
you race?
There was a $10,000 purse, and they paid back to 7th. But I started doing the math on who was going to be there, and it wasn't adding up for me. So I stayed home.
Nice to see the competitiveness in you. Nope. Can't beat that guy. I'm staying home.
I was like, is it worth like $300 after gas and all that?
Some of them dudes are fast, man.
Oh, I'm sure.
It is impressive to watch.
What race was it? What kind of event?
It was called the Pioche GP.
But is it works? Is it best in the desert? What is it?
It's its own thing.
Oh.
Yeah, just like a one-off.
Oh, okay.
Big money race for the off-road guys, or by off-road standards.
Yeah. I mean, it was $4,000 to win. It was decent for off-road.
Yeah, that 17-year-old kid won.
Oh yeah,
$4,000.
Oh wow.
Who won?
One of the Pearson brothers.
Oh okay.
Oh, they're Blue Crew.
False.
Axel or is Axel older than that now?
Axel's like 29.
And
it's
Auto's Axel.
Yeah, one of the younger brothers.
Hodges?
Pearson.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow, I'm really off on my names and ages and date here. Jeez,
Yeah.
I didn't think he was that old.
It's been a while since you've been off-road.
Apparently.
Steve checked out.
He was a lot younger the last time I saw him.
Yeah.
All right. Can we move on?
Sorry, there was too much off-road talk for you already.
Stop making the show everything about you guys. You guys do that all the time. It's not all about you guys.
We do it all the time.
All the time.
You just wait.
We talk about off-road for 5 minutes and we're in trouble.
Not even
5 minutes.
Hey, so, all right, Colorado. Michael Lindsay, just when you want to count Kenny Roxon out, just when you want to say, like, oh, at Hangtown he went backwards, and just when you want to say, Kenny, your social media posts, and the fucking guy does it again. Like, he just... Great ride, fantastic battle with Eli in the second moto, takes the overall, third winner in 3 races in the 450 class. And, I mean, I was talking to him on and off the record, like on and off when I pushed record after the race, and he's like, what are you guys saying about me? And I'm like, no, dude, we're not writing you out. Like, you're 2-time champion. You're too good, right?
Yeah.
But I said, we did want to see when things got hot. Well, it was hot at Lakewood, and we were at altitude, and he was as strong as can be, man, like Kenny Roxon.
He was impressive, especially like talking to Eli afterwards, is how hard Eli was trying because he thought he needed him for the win. And Kenny was resilient, where it just seems like, I don't know, last year too, we've seen him. It's just amazing to finally watch him take on that kind of a charge out of somebody and bring it back to him. No, I think for anybody that had question marks, I mean, yes, we still have.
We still have some.
We still have 9 rounds to go. We still got some humidity. We still got some rounds, but
he's also really good at Lakewood.
He is really good at Lakewood. He did really good there the year destinations on 250s. I remember his MX2 race there was fantastic.
At some point when I saw him and Caroli going at it, I'm like, this is like Lakewood. This is Lakewood destinations.
I totally forgot about actually Caroli mentioned your review. He's like, oh, this is the only track I've actually raced. I'm like, oh yeah, it's been a while.
I asked him I asked Caroli if that helped him at all. He said, no, it was too long ago. I can't remember last week. So,
No, he made that joke. He's like, oh, so much familiar, but also 12, 13 years ago, don't remember track.
Right. But back to Roxon. Yes, so good. Yeah.
You gotta say, I mean, we still have rounds to go, but he's done. If you kind of have like a check box of things he's got to do to be in for the championship, we've clicked one off. He made it through there, very competitive. Definitely has put himself square in that title fight between him, Eli, and Chase,
and Jason. I put Jason in that still.
Yes, definitely a rougher weekend for him. I'm still wondering if did you see the video of him smashing his hand?
Yep. Yeah. No, I was told his hand bothered him in the second moto.
Because he definitely had a lot of first moto. He come from way back, I believe. Didn't he go down first moto?
I don't know if he went down, but he came from the back. Yeah.
But yeah, no, he's still in it. It's a little more. I mean, it's definitely a great start to the outdoor season. It's not a snoozer, that's for sure.
How good was that Roxon Tomac battle? I mean, dude, they were trying to outsmart each other, trying to race clean. Hard though. There was some contact. That was great. That's what motocross is, man. It's late in the moto. Both guys are tired. I mean, I'll be honest. I thought Tomac was going to get him. It's Eli Tomac. But, dude, so he fought like hell for that position. And then with Sexton's tip over, there's your overall, Kenny. Like, that's the karma that he gets for fighting so hard, man.
Yeah. Another thing other than just watching Eli and Kenny go at it is I forgot how much I love Thunder Valley from the aspect of, you know how it is when they go up by the signs, like whoever's chasing, whoever's leading will carry that inside all the way down the hill, and it looks like they're tiptoeing, and whoever's on the outside is just railing the bank all the way up the hill, across the top, down to the bottom
section. That's where Baggett got Tomac.
Yep.
That year.
I remember talking to Eli about that, and he said he was a little too nice the first time, because he said after he showed his cards the first time, he felt like he knew, Kenny knew where he was going to try.
Yeah. Even the first turn, Kenny was going wide and coming in hot, and Eli was going the other way, and Kenny shoulder checked one time when he was going to go wide and tucked it in tight, and no, that's great.
It was good. I was a little worried early in the day because we've had nationals last year. Everybody started leaning a little bit more towards the let's not rip the tracks, let's not mulch them. Oh my God, morning practice was a slop
It was old school nationals from 2 years ago.
Yeah, even the first moto, not the first downhill, the second one was like a ski. It was like a slip and slide coming down it. But the second moto, it's still, the track was a little better for racing than what I thought after practice. I thought it was gonna be really one line. It did. Eli did say it kind of caught him out where he tried to make that pass both times after down, where they kind of fell into that same kind of trench rut both times. He was just enough off Kenny, he couldn't make the move there. But it was definitely better racing than I thought it would be after I saw the track in the morning.
And the guy that's probably been the second fastest rider in the class, I would say Sexton's been the quickest through 3 rounds. Tomac's been the second quickest to me. That first moto was amazing, just gone. See you later. Came from 5th or 6th or something. He doesn't have an overall win yet, so he's getting one.
Yep.
He might even get one this weekend, and we'll have 4 and 4. 4 winners in 4 weeks. I mean, Tomac's win is coming any week now, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's setting up to be a really good series. It's setting up to be exciting, and I guess Roxon's in this thing. I guess his Instagram stuff was right.
It's good.
Yeah.
It fits. I mean, having Caroli and Dungy over, of course, has been great for just the entertainment value of the 50th anniversary of the series, but I don't know if some people appreciate yet how well this is starting out in terms of guys to race for the championship. It is the most excited I've been about an outdoor championship for a long time.
We'll talk about it in a little bit, but Bam braced his frame and looks better. Well, so he more
braced
into
frame, changed a couple. I saw a couple of parts on the bike change. They definitely threw a few things out this week.
Right. So, I mean, I don't think he's going to consistently, but if he gets in some starts and gets in the mix, that'll be really interesting, right, from there.
Yep.
Shane McElrath's second moto was really good. So we're setting up to see some guys. I think Savachi gets better from here, So Sexton, did you talk to Sexton after the race?
Did not catch him, no.
Okay, I did. And Sexton was very much on point. He wanted to deliver a message. He said 3 times or something, I've changed. I've changed. This isn't. I've changed it now for the outdoors. Like him throwing away the win.
Yeah.
Was not indicative of how he is. And he wanted to get that message through that, yes, he threw one away late, like we saw in Supercross, but he's changed.
You could tell by him, like, I was shooting video, seeing him up in the area. He just came in, sat by himself, helmet on for a while.
Where was that?
The cool down area.
Oh, yeah.
Like, sat down.
Right.
Everybody else is trying to cool down. He's just sitting helmet on, just... You can see he's just like, he's already thinking, everybody thinks that I just throw it away.
No, he wanted to get this. He was very adamant on his message.
Yeah.
But you know what? I don't even like, to me, yes, he threw it away, got crushed, right? It happens. I don't look at this like he's been so good through 5 motos.
It's not been the other ways where that was just a simple late race, little minor blunder. That's not been his toss-it moments he's had.
No.
I still am very much on the train of, like, I think the direction he's heading, like, yes, he can be this in the long run. I have hope that he's going to make this season. Like, still could go bad, but I have hope that he is going to be in it.
I think he's in it. I think, despite what we saw, I know he made mistakes in Supercross. I think he's in it. I think, he was that good. What he showed me at Thunder Valley was his first moto was just so-so, a fourth, kind of rode around, lost the draft a little bit.
I think they made a big bike change for him. First moto, he talks, like I talked to him the week before a lot about the whole shock camera and the different shock, him talking about how sensitive he is bike bounce. First moto, he was coming down all the hills super rear and high, and he mentioned before, he's like, Kenny can ride like that. He goes, Kenny runs really stiff rear, really high ride height. He goes, if it's anywhere close to that, he goes, I'm horrible. Like, I can't do it. I know they calmed his down a lot for the second moto, and he was definitely very improved.
I'm surprised he likes that shock. That shock has not been good to a lot of riders, but maybe not on a Honda. Maybe that's the difference. That shock is some cool technology, of course. Everything's up top in the body of the shock, but no one has really liked it. It fades. It doesn't give progressive action. I mean, that shock has been off and on so many bikes in the last 3-4 years, but Chase likes it.
I think he said the biggest reason he likes it is, back to his like, the standard, I think it has partially to do with that Honda, because I know last year when we had Cody's bike, we were struggling a little bit with this, and I knew at the time the factory team was trying a lot of different linkages and stuff. The bike wanted to top out a lot. Again, rear ride height would get high in situations, and Chase really struggles with that. He said the BFR just puts him much more balanced under braking and a few things. And like I said, based on what he said to me, he said that's a big crux for him is balance on the bike. Because he made a joke about it. He goes, I don't understand it. He goes, Kenny can run it super high, super stiff in the rear, and goes, he can go so much faster down a hill than me like that. And he goes, if you do that to me, he's like, I'm done.
Well, Tomac told Wygant that when his shock is too low, that's when his arms pump up, and that's when he gets. And what we were joking on our post-race pod, like, all you had to do, Eli, was tell us this 3 years ago. In any kind of weirdo Eli ride, we'd already know your shock was the problem. But anyways,
I think it's been cool. Like, I don't know, Eli's vibe, Jason this year. I've really enjoyed interviewing guys. Have you? They've been. I feel like some guys have been pretty open and cool about quite a few things.
But back to that shock. So, like, and it fades. If everyone has told me that shock fades, but Honda guys obviously not fading.
It looks like, I don't know if this is part of the fade, just the shape. The reservoir is massive on it on this platform.
Is it a different
bladder
shock than a normal BFRC that I've seen?
No, it is, but I think just visually looking at it without seeing it off the bike, the reservoir looks pretty massive. I don't know if that's part of it, if they've tried to go to a much bigger bladder area. I know the other possible downside with it, and I talked to Chase about it a little bit, and he said it's what they've been working on the most, is it also tends to not have maybe enough damping in really aggressive situations. A lot of times why you don't see guys running Supercross he even admitted it, like you see where Geiser has high side on a few times real bad, like big roller sections. He just starts hitting the waves within, the thing will actually like blow all the way through the stroke and then kick back pretty bad. So I think from talking, that was their biggest focus, is to make sure they've balance that well enough that they don't get that the negative of it not having enough.
Yeah, that was definitely control. I was pretty surprised that he likes it and prefers it and he's going that fast on it, because I thought a lot of teams are like, dude, we can't get that thing to work.
It looks really different, because I know, again, Kenny does like to run his rear high, so it is a difference in setup, but watching the two of them at Paula battle, I shot video that whole moto and played it back, and their bikes look very different when they are side-by-side battling. They have a very different look to them.
Right. So Roxon wins, and Sexton's tip over gives Honda the overall as opposed to Eli. I mean, Eli had it, until that.
Did you think it was funny how much Eli mentioned all his interviews? He's like, yeah, Chase came over and apologized to me for
he
giving
did
up
say
the
that.
win.
I know.
There are people on our forum, Instagram, who's like, well, does that mean he doesn't like Kenny? Why would he go to Eli and say that? It's just a mutual thing. Like, hey, buddy, sorry I screwed you over.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah, it doesn't. Chase going to Yamaha? Question mark.
I just think it's like all those. I think of that top group we have right now. None of them have problems with each other. They're all, I think, have huge mutual respect for each other, and I don't see any reason why none of them, don't get along with the other.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been really good to start the season for sure. Do you have a favorite 3 rounds in? Do you have a guy? I've been on the record. I think if Tomac does all 24, he's my guy.
I think it's Tomac still.
Yeah, okay.
I still lean towards it, especially we just get into humidity, we get deep, and he's just how strong he can be. I'd still lean a little bit Eli. I don't mean this against Kenny in any ways. Like I said, I think we need to get a few more hot rounds to prove it, but my second would be Chase. Behind Eli. I really, like I said, I really think Chase will go the distance this year. I just think Eli can go into Eli beast mode and out. I think Eli can get to the point right now. You said I think Chase is the fastest, but I could see Eli getting to the point he can outperform him heads up.
And you know what? Jason and Chase are the ones that make mistakes.
Yep.
Kenny was the one we're not sure he can last all season. And so Jason made the mistake this weekend, what we saw, right? That's what happens. That's what he does. Chase hasn't done that yet. I don't count the second moto.
That wasn't throwing it away anything big.
Right. So we'll have to see. Each guy's kind of got a strength and weakness a little bit. But Eli said this is his last Lakewood. This was it.
Yeah.
So
I talked to John about it at Hangtown because we were just kind of talking about a comment.
John Tomac. Yeah.
We were talking about something Eli had said to me at the first round when I kind of joked with him at the first round. I said, how about seeing that number 5, pass you? And we were just kind of talking about the dungeon. I said, what do you think of the age? And he said, man, what he's doing proves that we don't get he said, what Dungy is doing now proves that we do not get physically fried from this sport in our late 20s. We get mentally fried. You can easily do that. So I brought up to John the next week as a follow-up because of the cycling background and that peak of cycling being more that early 30s. And John was like, I agree. He goes, I really think a lot of these guys actually could be at their peak in that age. He goes, I just think they get over it. And I mentioned to him, I said, okay, so Eli going SX only next year. Are you saying, is that to extend the career? And he straight said, he goes, man, it's more than likely he is that next year is possibly the last year in general.
Yeah.
He did say, like, the comment was, we'll see after Supercross, but he said, probably sit around for a little bit of the summer and decide. And he made Joe, he's like, how many team owners still have a couple million sitting around towards August though? If Eli does decide he wants to race again?
If he does want to come in, right? Exactly.
And you know what? I'm wondering. I'll ask you this. Let's say Eli at the end of outdoor or at the end of Supercross next year tells Star, "Hey, I'm gonna go home for 2 or 3 months and chill. I'll let you know." Is Star the type? I mean, I feel like they're the type that would probably gamble and hold off and wait for him to make a decision. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah, but Yamaha's more involved with the 450 team than just Star. But so they have a little bit of a say. But I do think they would wait. Yeah, I think you give that guy the courtesy. I really do. Yep, and see what happens.
Especially since they'll have 2 other full-time guys. I feel like they have the wiggle room. So I hope they do because it potentially could get us Eli longer. If he's forced at the end of Supercross to make a decision, I think he would walk.
Yep.
But if you give him the time of the summer to think about it and kind of reset, we might get him a little bit longer.
Michael Lindsay from Vital MX on the show, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. For over 30 years, Decal Works has led the industry in quality and customer service, offering the best custom motocross graphics around. They're officially licensed with all the OEMs. The expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. Quality, service, and knowledge. They sponsor Dunge and Caroli and AP on the Red Bull KTM factory team, as well as the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna off-road team. DecalMX.com. Here's the best part. PulpMX. Get 20% off your custom graphics. You work with Ron and the boys at Decal Works, I'm sure, over there at Vital.
Yep. Use Ron all the time.
DecalMX.com for more information. Use the code PulpMX at DecalMX.com. And get the best graphics out there. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. 702-586-7857. Ricky Carmichael's coming up. I did a good job in the booth this weekend, I think. He's so much better in the booth than he was a couple years ago. He's improved so much over the last couple years. I also want to thank the folks at Firepower. Do you put firepower in your test bikes? Do you guys
Yeah,
line
we
up
use
with
their
them?
batteries a lot. I've used chains a little bit, but I use their batteries a lot.
Firepowerparts.com for more information. They got chains made in Japan. They got Featherlight lithium batteries as well. A lot of teams, a lot of privateers using Firepower out there. The batteries are backed by a 2-year warranty. Ask your local shop for Firepower today. Really, really good pricing for Firepower. That's what I've heard from our listeners that have used them. Over 50 years of experience in the industry. Firepowerparts.com. Let's go to the phone calls before we get Ricky Carmichael on here. Will, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, what's happening, guys? How are y'all?
Good. What's happening?
Not much, man. I've got one complaint. I appreciate everything you do for the sport. I like all the information that comes, but, man, I've got a complaint on the Trace interviews.
Let's hear it.
All right, so you take all the time to do it, get a bunch of good insight from the riders. I'm usually listening while I'm at work. I've got my headphones in. I'm getting all the good information. Then all of a sudden, man, it's just silence. There's no outro. There's no thanks for listening. There's no ending at all. It's just all of a sudden I'm trying to figure out, is my phone broken?
Yeah.
Like, what's going on? No outro.
Yeah.
So unprofessional.
Yeah, I don't know. Should I put an outro on there? I guess I could.
So it's really like you get right to the middle of everything, like, and you're really into it. Then all the
All right.
Kind of
Well,
like
this
that.
guy didn't have an outro either.
Yeah, you didn't have no outro either, Will. I think he was joking. I think he just did that like on purpose. I think he just
Good job, Will.
That would be, if he did,
Great
props to
stuff.
him. That's funny.
Saturday Night Live's calling Will. They want you. Nick, what's up, man? Nick.
Hey, what's happening, Steve and everybody? How are you?
Good.
Hey, just rewatching the 450 Moto 1 because plays I've heard of. TV's been hell this season, but that big yellow abyss block, that 2x4 foot whatever plastic thing, appeared out of nowhere mid moto. I don't know if anybody else has noticed it. If you've heard whispers about what the fuck that came from.
I saw it. I saw where he hit it, and I thought it was there the whole time. I was up in the announcer's tower looking down, and
no, I think so. I shot their first moto, and it wasn't. But guys, so of course, going up that hill, everybody wants the shortest line, which is far inside. It was really right after you'd come out of the corner, and I think you kind of single onto the straightaway. It was really sloppy right there, but just to the inside of it, on the inside of the banner was hard packed fire road. They may have put that there to try to eliminate guys from going to just to the right of it. Because I remember filming there in the first moto, and I just remember getting blasted by the mud.
So I had two. I had two people tell me
something they change in mid moto.
Yeah, they might. If a bunch of guys are cutting it, they will do that. They'll be like, "Hey, stop going off the track here." I had two riders tell me that the cutting was really bad this weekend, and I heard there may be penalties coming. For a couple of them guys, point penalties, like they're going to take some points.
There was
away.
a lot of other protests at the end of the race. Did you see the whole swing arm debacle?
No. What was that?
I don't know who protested who first, but Yamaha, the Star guys, had to bring over swing arms to show what they were doing.
But they check swing arms sometimes.
Yeah, but I think I don't know if it's a gusset or something, but they had to bring, because all of a sudden I'm looking over and Coker's got rule book out, and I asked him, I said, "What's up?" And he's like, "We'll see what happens," and he just kind of went to his business. They had to bring some over, but then the Honda guys had to bring some over too. So I don't know if it's one of those somebody protests, somebody they turn around protest.
That might just be a swing arm check. They do that. I mean, I've had to do that, as a mechanic.
Yeah.
Take my swing arm off, and then one time I took it over there, and they measured it with like a Home Depot tape measure. That the rivet on the end
is super loose.
It's super loose. And I'm
just
like,
a couple millimeters.
I'm like hashtag AMA. Here we go. Like this tape measure doesn't even work for measuring a swing arm. Anyways, Nick, I guess so. Yeah, Michael Lindsay here says you're right. They do put that stuff down if people are cutting the track for sure.
Right.
And let's face it, Jason's been known to be loose.
25 minutes to that 10-minute zone.
Yeah.
There, and then right at 9 when Anderson smashed it. It was there all of a sudden.
Well, let's face it too. Jason's been known to have been loose with the track, with going outside the track.
Somebody just texted me. I don't know who the number is. It said somebody just texted me. I was told that Cowie was the team that protested.
Oh, okay,
but not confirmed.
All right. Well, maybe there was. All right, Nick. Thanks for calling, man.
Anyway, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm fine with if they're cutting the track and an official sees them and goes and puts a thing there. I'm fine with that. Like, don't cut the track. Like, so I heard a couple guys behind the start straight.
Yep.
They were just drifting to the right and
almost got run over
and going
right
on the
there.
flat ground.
Yes, because I filmed. That's kind of a sketch here. I was up against the fence line. I almost got out there. And then the news section down the hill where you kind of go back up, there's that floating turn double.
Yep.
And then you turn left, 252nd moto. A bunch of guys were going
on
down
the left?
On the right.
Oh,
like
on the right.
after the
Okay,
double,
yeah,
you come down the right where it's super choppy.
Yeah,
coming down. They were just riding the hard pack. I have a video of actually, I think it's I can't remember who. I think it was Pierce Brown was chasing somebody. And he's just off the side.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess if you're Anderson and Cowie, you're like, hey, WTF? But yeah, if you're cutting the track, man, I'm fine with that. These guys, they just keep taking inches and inches and inches, and before you know it, they're taking a foot, right? So there is that. All right, Michael Lindsay here. Ricky Carmichael coming right up as well on the show. Levi Kitchen, he's coming on later tonight, Michael. He got the start. He came on here. He said, I can't get starts. His average first lap position was 15th through the first 4 motos. The kid got a start at altitude, go figure, and took off. Jet told me, Tommy told you, he laid the hammer down to try to get him. No, couldn't do it.
You could see him in where he tried for a little while, and then Levi just started opening it back up. It was really impressive. Again, kind of like remind me, we said Anderson loose, like Levi's kind of same way off the back. There was a couple sections I was watching him through that was insanely impressive.
I'm going to tell Adam Cianciarulo this later in the show and tell me if I'm crazy. Levi reminds me of a younger Adam. Am I drunk? Am I high?
You're saying riding style?
Yeah, riding style. Style. Like
I said, like him or early Jason or some just as far back off the back.
Yeah, and moving all over the bike.
Yeah, he's always off to sides.
Yeah. So I don't know. To me, it's a little bit like Adam.
Yeah.
I thought. Okay. All right. I'm not crazy. We'll talk about Romano LeBlanc in a little bit, but what's Kitchen's ceiling? Like, is this another great star rider in your mind? Is this another?
I think especially. I think he really does. I mean, that was kind of thing with him. It's a little bit older, but kind of I really feel like, and I don't mean this in a bad way. If I take LeBlanc, Romano, and Kitchen, and I'm going purely off what I've seen of their riding ability, I think Kitchen has the highest ceiling right now. If you had to put me on the spot, put a gun to my head, and ask me which 3, I would tell you Kitchen, I think, has the highest ceiling. I think LeBlanc is insanely talented as well, though. I've seen LeBlanc do some stuff on a motorcycle that blows my mind.
Yep.
And I think Romano's a pretty aggressive rider in insurance. Like, I think all 3 of them, like, to an extent, I wouldn't doubt with Star, like if any of them could figure out, but if you had to tell me which of the 3 is going to be something, I would go Kitchen.
You'd go Kitchen, yeah. And you would know more about those guys, like LeBlanc and Romano. I'd literally never seen those kids except for when they lined up at Hangtown.
Yeah.
Or Paula, I mean,
so did you hear LeBlanc's racing the rest of the Nationals?
Yes. Yeah, he is. He's back in. Yeah. Yep. I want to thank the folks at Wiseco. Wiseco's been supporting manufacturers and teams in the Pistons, with Pistons in the USA for over 80 years. They support Factory Honda, PulpMX with Troll Train. What a crash for Troll Train. Oh, I'm glad he's all right. SGB Honda as well. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite Series. They've also got the connecting rods. They got the Garage Buddy rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, CV4 thermal protection line as well. Go to Wiseco.com to find the products that you want. And again, we have a deal for Wiseco. If you're looking for a piston from the folks at Wiseco or anything, go to PulpMXShow.com. The code is there, and order through Wiseco. Use the code and support the show. And Wiseco's been around forever, so you know that's a great product. And Wiseco's pleased and proud to bring you our first guest of the night, multi-time Supercross motocross champion who was back in the booth this weekend. It's Ricky Carmichael. What's up, RC? How are you, man?
Dude, I'm good. Thanks for having me on. Glad to be on. I wish I was in studio, man.
Dude, the 500 show is our most viewed Pulp show ever on YouTube, and you and MC the reasons why. So it was a big deal for us. It was a big thing, man. Thanks for coming in. Yeah.
Dude, I mean, I had a great time. It was great to see your studio. I got to give you props, man. You run a first-class operation. I mean, everything that you have there, all your tools to produce what you're doing is top-notch, and I was very impressed, and it was a pleasure to be invited on the 500th show. So thank you, bud.
The best thing about it was you, and I had this comment from so many people, like even in the pits the next week, it was a lot of people want to talk about it. You and Jeremy looked like you guys were having such a cool time beside each other. Like that was the coolest part, was you guys were like bros. It was awesome. That was the best part.
Yeah, it was cool too. Like I was reading some of the comments on the show, socials and stuff, and to your points, like people couldn't believe, like, dude, I can't believe, like, they're cool. I'm like, there was never ever really any beef between us. Yeah,
No.
we were competitors, but I mean, we had such a high respect for each other. I mean, we never even had any beef.
No,
you know?
no, it was really, really cool. So, anyways, thanks for calling in. Back in the booth this weekend. You're doing the NBC shows with that Wygant guy. How'd you enjoy it? Did you like it?
Yeah, it was good, completely different. Well, number one, it was great to be back at an outdoor national. The last one that I had been to was 2019 at that you remember that, like, it was an outdoor sauna at WW Rant.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
Brutal. Remember that?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that was the last one that I had been to. For people who don't know much about it, like, I try to leave my summers relatively open. The kids aren't in school. I just try to make the best of it. But, NBC had asked me to do the 3 events that they were going to be broadcasting on the 450 class. So I'm like, absolutely, I would do it. They've been great to me. We've got a great partnership, and it sounded fun. So I love Lakewood. I love the events that they're going to, and why not? So it was fun. It was long, a lot different than Supercross, but it was long. It was good.
They've been doing this rotating color analyst thing, and I do like it. Like, it was RJ and MC, then it was Brock. But Weege was saying on our review show, like, working with you, it's just, he's had to, work with the analysts and tell them what to do in the day and how to do it and when we're going into break and what to, like, all the things you have to tell somebody that doesn't have a lot of TV experience. He was saying, it's RC, man. It was great. It was plug and play. It was just like I didn't have to tell one thing to him, and he knew exactly what to do. And so I think for Weege even, as much as I like the rotating color analysts, for a guy like Weege, he loved it. It was great. So
Well, now Weege is being nice. There's a couple times, make no mistake about it, he certainly had to babysit me. There were some screw-ups. Hopefully not a lot of people saw it on the heard or watched it on the broadcast. But he did a great job. And, I'm with you, Steve. I love the, celebrating 50 years of pro motocross. I like how they're rotating the analyst position and getting legends of the sport in there. Because being a massive fan of the sport now, I like to hear everyone's analysis and their honesty, and so it's been a lot of fun to listen just to the 2 before I was in there. We got a lot more other analysts coming in aside from the 2 more that I'm doing, so I think it's great. I think it gives some of us, it's good to hear different insight, and it's good to hear their honesty. And I got to tell you, I thought Brock did a great job.
Yep.
But I love the honesty from MC and RJ. I mean, they were letting some guys have it, but they were right. They were honest, and that's what you got to do.
They were good. Kenny Roczen, you owned the team when he won the championship. You've worked closely with him, and we talked about him on the Show 500. You can't count him out, man. What a battle with Tomac in the second moto. I think if you had made a poll right when Tomac was catching him, is Tomac going to get by Kenny? 98% of us, that maybe only the Team Honda guys and people from Germany, would have said no. But full credit to Kenny for holding off Eli in a great battle. And it got him the overall.
Yep, 100%, and you are exactly right, Steve. So here's my analysis on the deal. I'm with you. I thought, when Eli is on one of those tears and he's making up that time, when you catch your competitor from behind like that, I mean, clearly you're faster. But when you're trying to pass a guy like Ken Roczen, Jason Anderson, Chase Sexton, it's not easy. It's not an easy task, especially if they got, if they're in shape and they're not rolling over. And that was a hell of a guard and a hell of defense by Ken Roczen. I felt, and I said on the broadcast, I really felt like he was on the ropes. He really, really was. Now, that's the way it looked to me. I could be completely wrong, but he was definitely playing defense, and that Eli Tomac gave it his best. I think if I was coaching Eli and if we were doing a racing debrief, I personally feel where the money pass should have been for him was that right-hander in the first corner. I feel like Ken would shut the door a little bit, but Eli was getting such a good run up that hill. I feel like he could have squeezed him just a little. Like, you go back to when Sexton ran in on the inside of Kenny and was like bumping him. I feel like that would have been a better chance for Eli to get by Kenny, because I feel like Kenny was just too strong everywhere else. But it was awesome to watch. I think it was a statement race, at least for the short term for Kenny. And I think for him mentally, that was a really good step for a championship perspective. There's a lot of racing left, and I feel like the next couple of rounds are really going to tell the tale for what's in store for the following half.
702-586-PULP. You got a question for Ricky Carmichael, 702-586-PULP.
I'm curious, Ricky, when you're talking about that first, you're talking about the uphill starting line corner, right? Because I sat there, I think I filmed that section both laps. He came up with a run on Kenny. When you're saying that, so like he was always to the left of Kenny, to the outside. I noticed he would kind of like start to roll out of the throttle, try to decide what you do. If you were in that position, would you have committed to just full on, almost like checking up and trying to square under early before you got up to the middle of the corner? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. For sure, Michael. So that's what I would have at least attempted. And like I said, when you're at that level, you're trying to pass for the lead or second or like top three, for instance. It's so hard to make that move because those guys are great at anticipating what you're going to do behind them. But I just feel like, yes, I think he should have come there, brake, and waited a little bit later, almost like to the center or the apex, and just sent it, and just there probably would have been a little bit of contact made, but he wasn't going to be able to get by him. It would have been very hard for him to get by him anywhere else.
I don't know if there was that anticipation between both of them, because you can hear him come up the hill and you could hear Eli almost start to get out of the throttle like he was going to do it, but like you said, Kenny would almost anticipate it. He'd start to roll out of it.
He even shoulder checked one time.
It either need to be, like you said, he either need to go deeper or just like really commit to cutting under. It was just kind of like that little bit of, cat mouse, who's going to do which first, as they came up.
And Eli told us that he thought he needed Kenny for the overall. I don't know why Eli can't do the math after all these years, but
I couldn't do it.
Eli said I thought I needed Kenny for the overall. And so I was pushing, and my rear brakes went out near the end of that battle. But so that was Tomac at his most, at his home track, in front of his home crowd. Like, full props again to Kenny. Because
But then so it's funny. I was having a conversation with Kenny on my way out when I was doing my homework on the flight out. But I mean, his stats really just support his results there. 5 out of 7 wins. He's just incredible there. And thinking about it and talking to Lars Lindstrom, Kenny likes how the bike reacts and how it works in that elevation. They're about 20 horsepower down, 20%. Sorry, 20% horsepower down. So the bike reacts different, suspension reacts different. He likes that. In those conditions, I don't know if he'd like 20% less horsepower at sea level. So the confidence there, and I think, Steve, you know how it is. I mean, when you have a rider and you guys have had great success at a certain event, venue, whatever it might be, motocross, supercross, there's just a feeling that you get when you go there. You're like, damn, man, this is going to be a really good weekend. And I feel like that's it for Kenny. I mean, and number one, he gets great starts. That helps. But when your stats show how well you are there, I mean, that's got to help.
So both Kenny and Eli told me, and they told the media afterwards, that they really enjoy battling with each other because they give each other respect. They both know that nobody's going to do anything dumb, and they love it, and it's great. And they're right. And it's a little bit like Stanton Bradshaw. Stanton and Bradshaw both talked about, they had these gnarly battles, and both of them were like, you know what? I knew the guy was going to clean me out, and I knew he wasn't going to do nothing dumb, and I knew we could ride it hard and battle. And so then I got to thinking, like, for you, like, you didn't battle with too many guys, but I got to imagine when you're with Stu in 07, 06, and Chad, like, you don't feel like that. You probably don't feel like I can battle these dudes pretty clean because one of these guys may do something not cool.
Well, that is great, and I'm glad you mentioned this because so for Stu and I, definitely he had grew. He'd gotten more time. So 06 and 07 when he was on 450. I mean, 05 when he was still on 250 and we were all on 450s. I mean, he was at a massive disadvantage. Right. So, the riding is going to be a little bit more aggressive, and I feel like he had to have a chance to beat Chad or I, especially in outdoors because he was at a disadvantage. But I will say this is like 07, 06, were some of the funnest times that I had racing with both of those guys. They had gotten a little bit older. I was already seasoned at that time. And, there were most of the time you could race hard and they weren't going to clean you. It was a lot like Kenny and Eli this weekend. It was fantastic. Now, earlier on in the years,
not so much.
And I was the same way my early years, but I learned a lot. like in racing MC. I mean, he was. I always go back to in Lamson as well. You could race those guys as hard as you wanted to, and you never had to look over your shoulder ever. Now, if it was the last corner, last lap, obviously all bets are off. We always talk about that, but. Yeah, I think to your point, 06, 07, I think
you were okay.
Before that, but before that, you definitely had to look over your shoulder, I feel.
I was thinking maybe like, so if you were going to say that, you couldn't really relax around those guys, I was thinking maybe like the few times that Seb gave you a battle, that was probably times where you're like, yeah, this dude, he's this dude's very fair out there. I felt like
Seb was extremely fair. For sure, Wyndham was a great one as well. When he was on, he was going to race you fair. He wasn't going to clean you or whatever. And it's a difference between clean and being aggressive. And I will say that Reedy and Stu were more of the aggressive riders. Like they're going to force the issue. They ain't going to clean you,
right?
But if they got to rub you up a little bit, they're going to do it. And that's a fine line. It really is a fine line.
Hey, Ricky, track-related question. Thunder Valley, from your experience, if you had to pick to be Eli or Kenny in that situation, is it a track that is not easy but is easier to be the defender on, or do you feel like there's a lot of opportunity in the off-cambers? Like, say, if you had to pick or choose, would you rather be defending or attacking on that track?
Oh, certainly I'd rather be defending because there were so many ruts that it's hard to move. It's hard on that track, it seemed like, to go from right to left. So you couldn't start from one side of the track and go to the other side of the track. You kind of had to pick your rut and be committed. So because of all the ruts. So I would rather be the defender on that track for sure. I think when you're on a racetrack where there's not so many ruts, especially going down the straightaways, and the dirt is a little looser, more forgiving, where if you don't hit a rut just perfect, the rear wheel will slide just a little bit. It won't just grab you and snap you and spit you off. That's where I feel like I'd rather be on the opposite side.
My RC Thunder Valley story, 05, the first year we went there. RC's on the Suzuki. The great Jimmy Perry tells us, hey, we're at altitude. We're going to run pump gas today. And we're like, okay, that's weird, but whatever, sure. Okay, because our fuel won't make it. We're like, okay.
Boil.
No problem. Right, it's going to boil, right? Yeah. RC's out there, and his RMZ is just popping and farting and sucking. And we're like, we got him now. We got him now. Nope. The guy.
Pump gas be damned.
We didn't have him. He still fucking won on a bike that was sounding like it had like a rag in the airbox. And we're like, well, we can't beat him even then. And his bike literally is blowing up in front of us. So
I thought, dude, I completely thought it was over. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah.
I said, it's game over for me, boys. They're gonna get 25 on me.
Nope.
And but luckily I had a decent sized lead.
Yeah.
So I started just riding really easy. Then I started doing no clutch to try to get the engine
make it.
And just milking it for everything.
And we're in the mechanics area, rubbing our hands together like, this is it, pump gas, Jimmy Perry. Here we go.
You know where you guys screwed up, dude? Like I was having pep talks with the bike beforehand.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, listen, man, this is our plan. This is what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
If you start getting heated up, just control yourself.
Calm down. Right. No, we were
going back to the gas. So do you remember after that? So then we started cooling our gas.
Yeah.
And did you ever see my gas tank when it had Goose had put fuel in it and it froze over? Did you ever remember seeing that?
No, okay. I don't know.
So dude, go fast forward later on that season to Redbud, and we're sitting on the line. And we got the gas too cool that time. Well, what happened was it had formed like liquid, because there's so much condensation from it getting cold and
melting.
Dude, so the thing it started to late in the moto thing was like gurgling and spitting and cutting out, and what had happened was there was basically water in my fuel, and it was coming through, and I don't know how, so anyhow we fixed it for the second moto. That was the first moto at Redbud that year, but dude, we were having massive issues and just of boiling, the fuel boiling.
We thought you had you, but
teams do it, because I heard a couple bikes in the second moto.
TLD had problems again, and I don't know if it was fuel related, but
I asked because I said something because I saw Mosimo. I'm like, did you spoil both motos again? He just shrugged. He's like, it was a bike problem. I don't know.
I know. It sucks for those guys.
And I heard a couple in the 450 class doing the pop of the especially where we were just talking about up the starting line hill every lap. There was a couple laying the moto coming up there. You're like, that thing ain't going to make it.
No. Ricky okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Ricky Carmichael, brought to you by the folks at Wiseco Pistons. Wiseco.com to find the products for your machine. I am sure that RC, back in the 80 days, ran the giant Wiseco stickers on his front fork cards because everybody did.
Of course.
Of course. Wiseco.com and check out the PulpMXshow.com for a discount on anything from Wiseco. We got a call from Mark. He's got an RC story. Mark, go ahead, man.
Hey, guys. Thank you for having me on. Just want to say, what great show. Great show. I watched the 500 show. It was awesome hearing Ricky and me talk about the past, and that's actually why I'm calling up. I got a story for Ricky. Got to kind of set this up a little bit, so please be patient with it. 92 Tampa Supercross. Bale won that night. An amazing ride. He passed top 4 riders, one lap, and won the race. Hope that helps Ricky kind of remember what went on that night. But in the pit that day, Ricky was visiting with Brian Swink and Ezra Lusk at the box vans. And Ricky, and I've got all this on video, by the way. Ricky was talking to Brian. Don't know what they were talking about, of course, but there was a guy there that wanted to sign Ricky's hat, and Ricky did not let him. Ricky had a pink cap on. Ricky did not let the guy sign his hat. That guy was Bob Hanna, and I was curious if Ricky knew Bob Hanna at that time.
Oh man, dude, going down memory lane.
Yeah.
So this is great. So I got a two-part answer for you. So number one, I remember that day vividly because when you were probably videoing or you got video proof or a picture, whatever. So yeah, I was sitting there and Marshall Plum was Brian Swink's mechanic at the time, and like, dude, I idolized all those guys, a lot of the pros. To answer your question, I knew who Bob Hanna was, but I don't remember. I probably didn't recognize him. I knew of him, so no, I didn't remember that. But what I do remember is shortly after, if you remember, Marshall Plum came up behind me, and it was probably rightfully earned. I was probably being a little smart ass because they were giving me hell, but he duct taped me, dude. Like, he duct taped me completely and basically threw me on the ground, and I could not move. Like, you know that kid in the Christmas Story where he's got the the one piece on and he can't get up? Yeah, well, they duct taped me. And that picture is floating around. But that, to your point, that pink hat that you're talking about, it was a Scott Goggles hat. And I remember Bevo gave it to me back in the day. So
that's awesome. Yeah. Also, Tampa 92, MC jumped to the 250 class that night, number 17 on a peak CR 250. It was one of his. It was one of his only times he did that. Good story. Hey, Mark, I have one Ricky Carmichael signed jersey from the Pulp Show 500. A Fox jersey? Do you want it?
Absolutely. That would be awesome.
All right, we're giving them away. So
just real quick.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate that.
Hey, Mark, we got to run. We got to run, but I'll put you on hold. We'll get your information. All right. Thanks, man.
Hey, good stuff. Appreciate it.
No problem. We're gonna give him one of RC's signed Fox jerseys from Pulp Show 500. It's the last one that we got. RC, before we let you go here, you hung it up in 07. And 2012, were you sitting around being like, you know what I want to do in 2012? I want to race the Nationals. Because that's what Ryan Dungey did, and he's out there, and he wasn't feeling good this weekend. 7-7 for him. But what do you make of this, man? I listen, it is awesome to have him out there, and he seems like he's in such a good mood. Michael, right? Have you talked to him?
Every interview's been great. The fans are
stoked.
It.
But I am just sitting there when he is getting roosted up the Star Straight in 7th and going, how's this going, Dunge? Ricky, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I think there's a couple ways to look at it. Well, number one, first and foremost, I think that it's great for the sport. Mm-hmm. I think the fans really like it. I think it's cool. It's a story, certainly. I have a tremendous amount of respect for what Ryan has been able to accomplish. I mean, you talk about Mount Rushmore of AMA moto for sure. He is up there. There's no doubt about it. And how many races he's won, he's a great champion. I think it. And as someone in my position or your position, Steve, or even you, Michael, I think you have to be realistic with your expectations. And at the end of the day, what I think he is capable of doing might be different than what someone else thinks he's capable of doing. But at the end of the day, what really matters is what he is happy accomplishing and what his end goals are. I would think that he wants to win. This is a conversation that I need to have with him. But I don't know. I don't know if that's the fact or not. I don't know if he thinks he can win. I know that I've heard him say that he wants to continue to get better and better. This weekend, I've heard that he was sick. So obviously that would be really difficult to get better than what he's done in the conditions that we raced in this weekend. So I like it from a fan's perspective. It's not, in all honesty, it's not anything. I would never do anything like this.
Yeah, you didn't have any. You had no thoughts of it after you hung it. Like you were good. Yeah.
Never one. And what I've told people who have retired from moto racing is, listen, the first couple of years, I feel from my experience, is if you can get through the first couple years and not go back, then I feel like you're in the green and you'll never go back because you've been removed for what I feel is a long time. Now these are just my thoughts. This isn't engraved in stone or anything. So 5 years is a long time. But hey man, if that makes him happy, then God bless him. And I hope that he stays safe and that he has fun and he's getting out of it what he wants to get out of it. But it's not for me. You know what I mean? I certainly wouldn't do it, but hell, I'm different than a lot of people. We're all different. You know what I mean?
He came on the show and said, I think I can podium or challenge for wins. That's what he said before the season started. And he did run third at Paula at both motos, and it hasn't gone great since then. Listen, and I'm with you. It's great to have him out there. I just hope that he's not getting super frustrated or mad, but he doesn't seem to be. He seems to be in a great mood.
That's what I was going to say. I was blown away. Is his, I've used to, the couple times I got to interview him before he retired initially, you could tell when he was frustrated. He's a person that I think we all can agree can be very hard on himself, like anybody in that position would be.
Any multi-time champion's going to be that way.
Yep. He seems to really be genuinely enjoying it. When I talk to him, when it's not good, he talks, I wish I was better here, that, but you can genuinely enjoying it. Something we talked about earlier, though, I think is so cool to watch is fans never got to say goodbye to him in 16 because he kind of pulled the plug after Supercross. The fanfare, and he joked about it. He goes, I pull off the moto, hanged out the 6, and people are still just screaming for me. And I mean, the fanfare for him getting, I hate to say this, I don't mean this in a bad way. I think people are more stoked on him now than they were towards his career. Like, Dungey was super well liked, but he was. People still doubted him or always wanted to make they're not everybody, but people would make excuses. Oh, Villa was here, this, that. I think people respect so much what they're doing. I think people enjoy seeing him back so much. I think it's cool. I'm mind blown, but at the same time, I understand why people are so excited.
Yeah. I mean, and like I said, it doesn't. My opinion really doesn't. I'm not going to judge him. The guys that he's racing are super fast. You guys know how fast they are. And Dungey, he is an incredible athlete. He has accomplished more than some of the guys that he's racing will ever accomplish. And I know that some of those guys are going to be pissed that I said that, but those are the facts. And I just, like I said, I want him to enjoy himself first and foremost. I want him to stay healthy. And we'll see what happens. Like he's accomplished so much, and maybe to Michael's point, and he didn't get to exit the sport the way that he wanted to. Right. I don't know.
Jeremy,
you know what I mean? But to me, I don't.
Jeremy's always saying, man, if I didn't come back for those part-time with Honda, my stats would be so much like
Exactly. So that's funny. I was and the same for Reedy. Like what was hard for me, and I tell Chad this because we're great friends, and I can have this conversation with him. He don't get too sensitive, and I'm like, it's so. I told him this. It's so hard for me to see you, and this is a me problem. Okay, this is a me problem. Okay,
I know how good you can be.
I can't take you seriously and really think that you're having fun because you were such a tenacious, gnarly, want-to-win competitor, and then now, dude, it's tough for you. You know what I mean? To run up front and you know, like, I mean, we all know how he was doing the last couple years, and it's just like it's so hard for me to accept that and understand that way of thinking when it was completely contrary to what he built his legacy on.
You nailed it. You're absolutely right. And there were times where, I mean, we would come on the show and we're just like, hey, if he's happy, that's fine, but I don't understand it. And you know, I'm with you, and I'm with you on Dunge. Now, he was sick this weekend. He ran third at Paula. Hangtown's never been a good track for him. You know, Millville Redbud will be better.
Yep.
I said after Paula, I think he can make a podium if things break right, and I'm not going to write him off because of sick at Lakewood. But
I think the thing is so hard is like, and he said at least he feels this is particularly in the first moto was, even though he was running third a lot of Paul, that gap to Chase and Kenny was massive. Even though he hasn't been finishing as good, I visually see it, I think the gap's been getting better, so he sees motivation in that. When I've talked to him, he said even though he goes, it doesn't look great on paper, he still feels like there is some level of improvement there. So I think that's at least part of what's keeping him like motivated and happy is he at least feels that he is making some progress.
Right. Yeah. I mean.
Yeah. Well, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what we think. Yep. You know, it's a matter if he's happy with the progress that he makes. And I will say this, dude, like to make the podium today is so hard, I would feel like, especially because, listen, dude, Jason Anderson is on it. Kenny is on it. Chase is on it. Eli is on it. I mean, those guys are at another level. They're willing to risk it. And, I mean, it's just that pace is fast.
Yeah,
it'd be cool. It'd be cool to see him on the podium. It's going to be, you know, it's going to be tough. If there's anyone that can do it, we know how tough he is. He's the man that can do it. That's for sure. But those guys that I mentioned are flying. But it's a good story and it's fun to watch. And most importantly, I think it's great for the fans.
Hey, Ricky, I got one last question for you. It's flashing back to the earlier part of our conversation. It's more about the commentators this year. It's a two-part question. One is, of who's doing it, who are you most excited to hear in the booth and most excited to hear their opinion this year? And then if I give you the choice, who's somebody that you would like to see do this that isn't currently or hasn't in a long time? Who would be somebody you'd be interested to see in the booth?
Well, I'd love to see. Well, first of all, I don't know how many people are doing it, so like I don't know the full list. I've heard some stuff.
Yeah, I don't think they know. Yeah, I don't think they know for sure.
Yeah. I'd love to hear RV. Excited to hear. I'm excited to hear Damon Bradshaw. I think that's going to be epic. I want to hear guys that are going to be real with their analysis, despite what their relationship is or whatever. I mean, you have to do that position. You have to do it justice and to do your job properly. You have to give your analysis on what you see at that moment, and despite what things are, or you otherwise you're doing your job a disservice. And I learned that from Chris Collinsworth on Sunday Night Football, and he said, listen, I'm not out here to make friends with these guys on the field because at the end of the day, they don't care about me. So it's my job, and I'm doing my job a disservice if I don't call and give my analysis the way that I see it and how and why and what happened on the field. So I would love to hear Damon. I think that he's going to do a great job at that. I loved MC's honesty. I think RV would be good. I mean, hell, I'd like to hear what Dungy has to say about about the riders.
Can anybody get a hold of Wyndham? I'd like to see Wyndham in the booth.
Yeah,
that's kind of one that I would really like to see.
I don't know if anybody can get a hold of KW. I don't know.
Yeah.
Go wander down to Louisiana and start looking.
Does he have phones?
And this goes back to, the biggest thing, like, and I was having a conversation with someone today about, like when you hear about people sick, like when the Lawrences were sicker than what they had said they were, it's so frustrating in a TV position when you don't know the facts. Because, and I want to say it, maybe the Pulp Nation, because you guys have so many followers and supporters, but if the riders would just give us a heads up, like, hey, this is wrong, and I know you guys have talked to DB about this. If you just give us a heads up and say, hey, dude, I had a crappy week. I'm not feeling well, so I'm just going to do the best I can. It goes a long ways with the TV crew because we will prop you up and be like, hey, listen, man, this guy had a horrible week. He's sick, so don't expect too much out of him. Rather than if you don't give us any information, then we go and we call it like we see it. We're doing what we're supposed to do for our job. And then they get mad. They're like, well, you didn't know what I was going through. I'm like, well, I mean, you can't be mad at me if you didn't tell me.
It's funny to hear you.
Or everyone else what's going on. So, and that's for all the riders. You know, I can understand the secrecy of it. I've been down that road. I think it's a little silly because now I'm on the other side, which really doesn't matter, in my opinion. But, hey, it is what it is. I respect all these guys. They're fun, and it is what it is, man.
Yeah, you started that, or you brought that in, by the way. So yeah.
No, I know I did.
Scott Taylor guarded the RC info very closely. You were not allowed in there at all. And I remember I was buddies with Padge. I was pretty good buddies with Paggio because I worked with him at PJ1 team when he was first on the circuit. And good buddies with
Wait, who were you tuning for?
I worked for Corey Keeney, and then Sean Kalos. Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
So Padge, me, and Numac drove around all summer because we carried Numac's bike. So the stories I got from that. Anyways.
Hey, what size rear spring did Numac run?
That's a great question. I don't know. It's a great question. Yeah, I don't know. He was still pretty good at times, Numac was that year.
Yeah.
And then so I would ask Padge, hey, man, like I hear about this with Ricky. Like, I heard this or I heard that or whatever. And Padge would be like, don't know. And I'd just be like, fuck. Everyone's on lockdown over here.
Ricky's got guys signing NDAs
and even after you threw the goggles at him, I figured he'd be so pissed he'd start telling me stuff then, but he didn't tell me then either.
Oh, dude, he gets so mad still to this day when I mess with him. Like he's coming on our adventure ride later on in July with us, and if we mention it, he gets so defensive about it. I'm like, I would have won that race, but you rigged my goggles. You're the only one that I would rig, right? You're the only one that had a problem. No one else did. I said, exactly.
Yeah.
Why did no one else have a problem and I did? He's like, I don't know. You're an idiot, dude. Just messing with me. It's so much fun.
That's great. Yeah, we had a good time with that for sure back then. I worked for Keeney, and then he fired me because I didn't paint his frame one weekend. And I was like, hey, dude, I don't know, man. You're like in 17th, and the guys you're racing with don't have frames painted. So he clipped me for the next week, and then I started working for Sean Kalos, who was a really good dude. But by the time I got back to the truck after Friday practice or after Saturday second moto, by the time I got back to the truck to the bike, he was gone with a note. Thanks. Needs a new clutch.
Come on,
yeah, dude. I've never seen anybody get out of a race quicker than Sean Kalos in '96. He was amazing. So
he wasn't about that traffic light, was he?
No, he was getting out of there. So good times.
Dude, that is good.
Yeah,
I remember that. And then weren't you guys had some titanium sponsor, right?
Atomic 22. Yeah, Atomic 22.
Atomic 22, that's right.
The bikes look good. The black and extreme gear and flow yellow, that stuff looked good.
Yeah, I thought it was. It was good stuff.
Thanks for coming on, Ricky. Appreciate it. Always a good time. Good job in the booth. And thanks for the analysis, man. Thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate you guys having me on. Have a great rest of the show, and we'll see you at Redbud.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Ricky. See you.
Yeah, man.
That's Ricky Carmichael, everybody. Coming on the show brought to you by the folks at Wisco Pistons. Thanks to those guys for doing it, and a discount code on there. Next up on the show, brought to you by Scosh. Scosh Industries, innovators of award-winning consumer technology, power sports, car, audio products, and more. Celebrating over 40 years into business, Scosh.com to get a 20% discount on their lineup of phone mounts, chargers, cables, clamps, mounts, power jumpers, and more. Discount code PULP2022 at Scosh. SCOSCHE, Scosh.com. Unlock your discount on accessories for life. Thank you to the folks at Scosh for coming on, and use the code. Get cables, get charging. They've got a base-link charging system here that Michael can put his phone on and charge if he wanted to. And thanks to the folks at Scosh. We're going to bring you Levi Kitchen next. The chef, what's up, man?
What's up? How you doing?
Dude, I'm wearing the chef shirt tonight on the show.
He is.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm going to push out that merch.
Let's go. I got some new stuff coming really soon.
Oh, okay. All right, fantastic. Well, especially after you win motos. crank that merch stuff up.
I haven't gotten to listen to the TV cast from this weekend. Did anybody use the pun? What's kitchen got
no,
cooking?
Oh no, Wygant dropped it
as much as he could.
Oh God, dude, yeah.
What's the chef got cooking in the kitchen, or any good puns like that?
Wygant dropped it a ton.
Nice.
Thanks for calling in, Levi. We had you on last week, but I mean, we just had to do it after last week's show. And let's play some audio from last week's show. We have the 7 Deuce Deuce, Tallon Levi Kitchen,
breaking down the wisdom,
breaking down. And so let's listen to that audio now.
This is 7 Deuce Deuce advice, okay? I'm a terrible starter, so take it with a grain of salt. First word of advice: if you're late on the gate, there's an app on your phone called Reaction Test. Do it right before the motos. You can't just do it before the week. You got to get it kind of going. And the next thing I want you to do is just envision that you're at the goat farm. If you can hole shot those guys during the week, you can definitely do it on the weekend. You're putting so much emphasis on the start. You need to just let it happen.
There you go. Did you just let it happen? Did you do the app? Did you do any of that advice, Levi?
I'm going to be completely honest with you. No. I don't. But, like, yeah, I don't even know what to say about my start, but I didn't.
Dude, it was great.
I think the biggest thing was, I mean, to be honest, when I lined up, I was did not feel good at all. So I was just like,
yeah.
I don't even know. It was the weirdest thing. It was almost. It sounds really bad because it's almost like I didn't care. I just was like, which maybe that's why.
Yeah.
Like I didn't think about anything. I was just like, I'm gonna see if I'm even gonna make it to this damn moto because like that's how bad I felt.
What's wrong with you? Like what's going on? First of all the riders are sick right now. 2022,
dude, half the freaking field.
The riders are sick. But what's going on with you?
I just had like a gnarly headache and I was all stuffed up. And what was weird is I think this was more the altitude because now that I'm back in Florida, I don't feel it as much. But my lungs and stuff were really like tight and it was just hard to breathe. I don't know. It was it's pretty bad. I mean, after practice, luckily we were second moto, so I went and took a nap for like 2 hours and felt a little better after that. But like during qualifying, I did not feel good at all.
Yeah, you said on the show that you have had some altitude stuff affect you over the years. So you definitely could have been that for sure. Dude, what a moto! Like just gone. You were clean. You never got pressured. Just see you later. Like if I'm gonna win my first pro moto, that's how I dream it up right there, man. What a moto! Yeah, just great.
Yeah, it was weird for sure. After I got out front, I immediately, I know you should never look back, but I just checked over my shoulder to see who was behind me, and I seen it was Justin and Jet, and I'm like, well, I want to beat these guys straight up, and like now's my opportunity. Like these guys are behind me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm going as long as I can, and I actually felt just fine. I didn't really pump up or nothing. I mean, it just felt like another day of practice at that point. And I noticed he got. I remember my mechanic was giving me a pit board, and I think he got it down to like 3 seconds or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And to be fair, at that point, I'd already thought that he was done, or that he was just kind of settled. But then he got to 3, and I was like, oh boy! And I turned it up, and was able to get a little bit of room. But it was fun. It went about perfect. So
it was amazing. It was great. Yeah, it was just a great day. Second moto, you fell. Had to battle up.
Hell of a charge.
Yeah, like that. I mean, honestly, okay, the first moto was better than the second moto for sure, but the second moto was almost as impressive.
Yeah, that second one. I worked a lot harder for a fifth than I did to win that first moto.
I will say,
I think I found myself around like I honestly didn't get a bad start. I was in like 8th, and then when Thrasher and Hammaker got together, I fell.
Right.
And went back to maybe 12th or something. And, for about a good 15 minutes, I was riding really good. Like I was pushing hard.
Mm-hmm.
And I got up to Shimoda, and I was like, all right, like I know if I pass him, that's probably all I've got in me.
Yeah.
And I got around him, and then I seen Jay Coop, actually, and I was catching him. And I tried for about a lap. He stayed about the same, and after that, that was all I had. I was like, dude, I'm done. And then my mechanic, I thought, because I knew I was in 5th, and I was like, damn, like I won the first moto. I'm in 5th. There's no way I'm on the podium. I probably got 4th overall. Like I'm thinking about this in my head. And then I get one lap to go, and my mechanic says P3 overall, and I was just like, in my helmet, I was like, wow. Like,
nice. Yeah, that was one of my questions for you, if you knew that you made the podium, because you were kind of...
Yeah, not till the last lap.
Right.
I was going to say, you know how everybody jokes that Eli makes a bike sound angry?
Yeah.
That's how I felt you were for the first 15 minutes of that second moto. I'd be like in an off-camber corner shooting, I could hear the bike coming.
The number of people that tagged me after he got the whole shot with 7 deuce deuce 2, I was just like... But for the record, Levi followed none of these instructions. Yeah.
Completely a coincidence.
Completely a coincidence, right.
Well, I would say I followed the not thinking about it part.
Okay.
The best part, just don't think.
The Pulp Show bump is real. It's real, people. Yeah.
The first moto at Omias Beltway, how bad did you feel in the cool down area afterwards? It looked a little rough.
In the second moto?
Oh, dude.
No, the first moto, he was hack. It looked a little rough.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The cool down area.
Yeah, it was terrible. I literally thought I was wheezing. Like, I couldn't breathe. And that's not, not normal at all for me. Obviously, like, I'm in a little better shape than that. But, yeah, I just couldn't breathe. And then the second one, honestly, I don't know if people seen, but that one was even worse. I was, like, trying to puke, but I couldn't really eat that day, so didn't have anything come up.
I had to cut a piece of the video of you. You're like talking to your mechanic and there's stuff hanging out your mouth like halfway down. It looked
like he's spitting dirt or something.
Yeah, but it's kind of like got dirt and it's hanging up. I was like, oh, this looks rough. I think in that first moto, I heard one of the guys on your team be like, give him some room, give him some room.
So after the race, he came to the interview thing because I didn't go to the press conference and I saw him and I was interviewing somebody and I'm like, I'm going to interview Levi, obviously. And then, dude, he was gone. You were gone. You were just like, I can't. I'm not hanging out here. I can't do this.
Yeah. I was over it.
Yeah. Well, listen, man, that was awesome. And you know what? This is just going to give you so much confidence. Like, obviously, the starts are an issue, and you're working on them and all of that. I get it, but this is just going to propel you. Like all of us that have been watching you charge through the pack last year and this year. You've been one of those guys under the radar, but fast. This could do it, man. This could launch you into more podiums and that kind of stuff. Do you feel like it could be?
Yeah, for sure. I think, as far as struggling on starts, I think even just doing what I did, I kind of, in my sense, like the second start I had, I didn't, like my jump wasn't even that good, but I still came out better than I have all year. And I think that just is like it's a confidence thing at that point. It's like you think, and my dad even asked me, he's like, I could tell by the way you're riding in the second one, or he told me, he's like, it's like you thought you should be back up front again. Like,
yeah, totally. Yep. You were.
And that's kind of.
Yep, that was great. Your dad's right. You were riding like, F you, get out of the way. Yeah.
Yeah. So
it was great. What, did you like the track? Do you like it? You like it? Obviously, you gel with it pretty good.
Yeah, I thought it was sick. I liked how. Obviously, I haven't rode there before.
Right.
Like they made all those switchbacks, which I think was cool. I like a lot of deep ruts and turns, so I enjoyed it. I mean, it was definitely the whole altitude thing. Like, it was kind of fun riding the bike because it almost felt like I was back on like a stock 250, like back in my B days.
Yeah.
But no, it's a good track for sure.
Starting blocks. I heard that you use starting blocks your amateur career, even though you're a taller guy, and you can use them in nationals. Is that something that you might think of trying?
Yeah, I might give it a shot here soon. I'm not really sure. The only problem, I used to use really tall ones.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you watch the GPs, a lot of those guys use ones that come to their pegs, but
yeah,
they're off great. So I used to use them when I was on great and stuff like that, but we haven't. We'd have to find a way, because if you factor in like you're on a dirt start, your tire's going to dig down.
Yep.
So. And if you're already starting in a rut, etc., like, you don't know how tall your block has to be, because obviously you can't hit your foot peg. So
yeah, you got to almost have a few different options or something or whatever.
Yeah. So I don't really know what we'll do. I mean, if I get another start like I did this weekend with Adam, then I won't try him at all. But
that's it. You're done with that, right?
Hey, I missed last week's episode. Did you guys talk about the Steg pegs that you run at all?
No, we didn't, and I was something to talk about this one. Yeah, so I don't know anything about this.
They're like more popular in off-road, like Baja and desert guys, like guys in
Are they
Baja
the ones that go back a little
bit?
They're
like these like hockey puck-looking things that are mounted that you can kind of put the back of your boots into.
Right.
Like I said desert guys run them and stuff, but I was super curious to see that you were running.
Tallon, you run stake pegs?
I bet Tallon probably has.
I do not.
You're an off-road guy.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of stake pegs.
Oh, but off-road guys do run them?
Like
we see them a lot, like on bikes in the shop and stuff. But
I said more like not really just like off-road works, more like Baja desert guys that are standing again for like long periods.
All right, Kitchen, what's with the stake pegs?
I don't know. I mean, I'm the only guy I think running them.
Hey, it's gonna be an influx. You know how monkey see, monkey do. You're gonna show up next week, and there's gonna be like 15 guys on the line with them.
Yeah, I don't know. We tried them. Well, my dad, he's always looking around, seeing what people are doing, and something got leaked of Lawrence is trying them, and he was like, you know what, you got to give him a shot. So
that's
I ordered
some. Yeah, he did.
I ordered some, brought them to the shop, and Brad and those guys were like, dude, what are those?
Yeah, I'm sure, right?
Honestly, it was hard for me to even get them to let me try it, and they let me, and my mechanic kind of built some custom mounts, just that kind of, I don't know, it kind of hides the. You can't even really tell. Like, all you kind of see on my bike is the puck. Like, it doesn't show the mount. And yeah, I tried them out, and I loved them because I stand a lot, and I basically can, like, I can weight the back of my bike, like in rollers and stuff. It's unreal.
I was watching you do that where we're kind of talking about behind the starting line to the rollers. Tommy Tender's got a sick shot of you manualing and wheeling off the back through there. Ooh.
Yeah, that's a good example of like where I can literally just push the rear wheel down. It's weird.
Okay, yes. So the Lawrences just tried these and they didn't like them or whatever.
No,
or
I
what was the
think
story?
they ended up going to those carbon things. They were looking definitely for a different way to grip the bike.
Grip the bike, right?
I don't know if both Hunter and Jet I saw on Hunter's bike. They tried them before they came up with those carbon extenders they have on each side of the bike. Mm-hmm. And actually, thinking about it, I think the brand might be from Australia.
They're Australian.
It is, yeah.
Hey, Steve, what do you think got a weirder reaction when DV wanted to cut the side plates off of Dylan's bike, or when Levi walked into the shop with stake pegs?
I think the stake pegs. I think the stake, because I know I've worked on teams, and if a rider brought in some stake pegs, I'd be like, we're not doing that. We're not doing that, man.
Fuck you, you're fired.
We race Supercross, motocross. We don't. Yeah, that's what we that's how I feel, anyway. So,
I mean, to be fair, I think if I hadn't have done well these first 3 rounds, I could have already been off.
You may want to hit these guys up, get a discount code, go and get some promo kickback. I mean, but out there you could sell a few of these.
Yeah, the chef code gets you 20% off.
Chef code, there you go.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they've noticed that I'm running them.
They have, because I got an email about it. That's why I texted you. So they're on board. Yeah.
You better get a helmet sticker.
Remember when I texted you and I was like, "What the hell is a fucking stake peg?" Yeah. That's why.
Hey, is Lucas still your agent, or is it Jimmy Bunn?
Jimmy.
Tell Jimmy get on it.
Yeah.
Get that deal together.
By the way, where can people go to get some chef merch if they want to support you? Instagram, or what are we doing?
Well, it's going to be a little bit. I'm starting up a new website and stuff, so it'll be called LeviKitchenMX.com.
Okay.
We know Guy over here the codes, but it might take a bit.
What's that?
We know Guy over here the codes, but he might take a little too long.
Levi, what were we saying?
Sorry. You're the worst.
My first drop will be at Washougal.
Oh, okay.
But it'll actually be for people there.
So what you're telling me is this chef shirt I'm wearing right now in the Pulp Show that we get 50,000. We don't get 50,000 views. What do we get for views? I don't know.
On YouTube alone?
Yeah.
Yeah, 30.
Okay, 30,000 people are going to see this chef shirt, and it's not even going to be available.
That's true. That's one of a kind, right?
It's retro.
It is no longer available.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So
we got new stuff coming there. It'll be good.
All right.
So the Lawrence has got a donut. Jet's got his donut set up. What do we get for Levi? What should the chef be cooking up at the races?
I don't know. I was tweeting photos of the Swedish chef from Muppets over and over on Twitter. I was just doing that. That's what came up when I search for gift for chef. So, by the way, Levi, Mitch Kendra too, Racer X, very happy for you. He's very, he's your number one fan. He's very excited. So,
awesome.
Yeah, he's stoked. We do have a question from Emerson. Emerson, what's up, man? What's your question for Levi?
How's it going? First off, Levi, congrats on the Moto-Win podium.
Thank you.
To see that.
Appreciate that.
And my question was, so back won your schoolboy championship in either 2018 or 2017 at Loretta's, and you have that rock ride. What was your mentality or drive to beat all those guys that already had factory rides lined up, and then you swooped them and got that Star Yamaha ride?
So I think you're talking 2019. I was in the 125 class. I didn't win the championship, actually. I forget who did, but I was on Rock River, and I don't know. I think it was just I finally got a moto win, and that kind of changed everything. And I don't know. I think the mentality, as I matured and stuff, it made me, want to be in their position that much more. And I don't know. It's kind of a hard question to answer, but just made me work a lot harder, and eventually it paid off.
Yeah, you're a late bloomer, right? Like nobody really saw you coming, kind of. And I mean, you had some support and all that from the Rock River guys, but yeah, from what I understand, people are like, "Holy crap, this Kitchen kid got fast, quick." And you're on your way from there. But thanks for the call, man. Thanks, Emerson. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
LeviKitchenMX.com.
Yep,
Emerson, hit it up. Scoch.com. Pulp 2022 at Scoch. If you want a discount, 20% off. Thanks to Scoch for bringing Levi Kitchen on the show. By the way, Levi, too, I'm really regretting last week asking you about the bass fishing and the bass boat. Because I got in all these Twitter fights from all these people. Because, like when I was like, it's just fishing. Everyone wanted to let me know it's not just fishing and there's total differences. Yeah, so I don't know.
Steve.
I'm still getting DMs about that.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, bro. Sorry, guys. Sorry, everybody. Because Levi said he goes on a bass boat for relaxation, Michael, and I'm just like, so you just fish, and everyone got mad. Bass fishing is not just fishing. So
yeah, it sounds like something you do.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm just moving on. So I wish I would have never started that last week. That's for sure. High Point. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I've never been. Watched a lot of video on it.
Yep.
And it looks technical and ruddy, so
it is.
I'm looking forward to it.
It's a little like Lakewood because you're never straight, right? You're off camber, you're coming
going up,
you're going up, down, you're off camber, all of that, which is a little bit like Lakewood. So,
perfect,
but different dirt. And if you want to watch a great High Point, 2003 Steve Mathis, Tim Ferry, 3rd overall, 450 class. If you're just perusing High Point, or Levi, if you want to go further back, 2000 High Point, some mud, but Steve Mathis and Kelly Smith took the overall win that day at High Point. So
I don't care, Steve.
So if you want to look at high points, those are two of my favorites.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right. He sounds thrilled, Michael. I think he's in. Yeah.
He ain't gonna watch it.
He ain't gonna watch it. No. Well,
he's not watching it.
I might. I don't know. Who went 1-2 when Tim got 3rd?
Ricky Wyndham. Yeah, Ricky Wyndham, I think.
Yeah. Watch those two guys.
Yeah. No, watch Timmy.
K-Dub's my guy, so I'll watch it.
That's a good point. Yeah, you rode down there or something, right? Or what, you working with him or yeah?
Yeah, because you worked with because what is it? Rob from Real Deal.
Yep.
K-Dub's place, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
And so what was K-Dub like to be around? Like we just had Carmichael on the show before you, and I talked about getting Wyndham in the booth, and I don't think anybody can get a hold of Kevin. I don't think he really cares. I think he's just down there in Louisiana doing his thing. What was he like as a teacher?
Well, he kind of came around later, like the last couple months before I went to Loretta's and stuff, my A year. Was it my? Yeah, maybe. I can't even remember.
Yeah. But he was around a little bit.
He was around a little bit. Yeah, he had a lot of good advice and stuff, but he's kind of he's quiet. I mean, he just texted me, tell me good job this weekend and stuff, but I don't talk to him a ton anymore. But
right.
He's busy down there with the facility and stuff like that, so good luck getting him on the show.
Oh, I know. No, dude, it's impossible. No, I know that. At some point, he was mad at me, too. I forget.
Oh,
yeah.
He was mad at you? No.
Don't talk about that, Michael. You got half the teams in the pits banning you from their pits, including Star. Star's mad at Michael Lindsay right now.
I'm always
Kitchen.
in trouble.
So
why?
Pictures of bikes.
Pictures of parts. Yeah.
I'm in trouble.
So.
No, Coker's not too mad at me.
No? Okay. All right. You're making it?
Some of the mechanics are more mad at me.
How bad was your phone blowing up, Levi, now that you're, a moto winner? Was it just like media, friends, family, just so many, I guess, huh?
Yeah. I feel kind of bad because, like, it was hard to, I still haven't responded to.
Yeah.
You almost can't. Like, it's just a lot of.
You just got to start copy-pasting.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Probably a good point, yeah. We have a question that do you think being on the show last week helped you? How much percent does the Pulp Show get for your moto win?
I don't want to be mean to you, Steve, but
everybody is. Just do it.
Yeah.
I don't see how the show could help me. I'm sorry, but
wow.
Other than actually,
hey,
yes. Adam giving me a little bit of advice, and then you gave me a little bit of advice, I believe, about Thunder Valley.
There we go.
So it could have helped.
0.3%.
Like, I also got to give a shout out to Adam, because I know is he on or is he on after me?
No, Cianciarulo?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on after you. Yeah, he's on at 7.
Okay, yeah. I talked to him a little bit before, and he was helping me out.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know you and him knew each other.
So
okay.
Steve,
0.59% helping.
Yeah.
And Tignat 0.1, maybe about 1%, and then AC 30%.
30%. Yeah. That sounds about right. Adam's coming on later. And actually, I was telling Michael before in the first half hour of the show, I think you remind me of Adam on the bike a little bit. Like you're taller, you kind of move really good with the bike. Like he's probably got a bit more picture perfect form, AC does, than Kitchen as far as elbows and stuff. But I feel like you guys ride close to the same. I don't know. Do you agree or no?
Maybe. I mean, it looks like I have scoliosis when I'm riding, but
yeah, you don't have great I don't think your elbows and knees are where they're supposed to be, Kitchen, but you make it work, right?
As long as you're pulling W's, who cares?
Yeah, yep.
I'm 6 foot, but I look like I'm like 5'8" because I'm so hunched.
You're so hunched, yeah. Well, cool, man. Hey, Levi, thanks for calling in. Congratulations on the win, and Pulp Show had everything to do with it. We're just going to go with that. And if you win again at High Point, you're coming back on. You're coming back on. You just have to.
Deal.
So thanks for calling in, buddy. Appreciate it. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks, man. That's Levi Kitchen, everybody, brought to you by the folks at Skosh, skosh.com. Accessories for life. Pulp 2022 is a code to save. I like Kitchen. He's a good dude. Yeah.
He's gonna win a moto next weekend. You're gonna text him. He's not gonna respond.
He's coming on. He'll be on. Michael Lindsay here from Vital MX. Before we go to commercial break, let's talk about the Twisted Tea guys a little bit. Our guy, we're running a Twisted Tea VIP contest for the Nationals that you can see on the Twisted Tea banner on PulpMXshow.com. And, of course, Twisted Tea, we love those guys. Real brewed tea with alcohol, the same alcohol that's in beer. It's non-carbonate. It's 5% alcohol. It tastes like real brewed tea because it's made with real brewed tea. And I guess I just want to talk about the Twisted Tea Hep team real quickly, if we can. Michael, Marshall Welton got the ride and had his best finish. I talked to him before the day, and he told me that he was on Bogle's setup.
Straight up.
Not really testing. Bogle's setup, he's going from a steel-framed gas to the aluminum-framed Suzuki. And, dude, he battled Hot Ralph both motos, and he finished better than Brandon overall and a career best.
Solid.
Pretty impressive, right?
He looks so same thing. I asked him, how many days did you get to ride? He's like, 2. I'm like, testing? He goes, nope. My bars, Justin's bike.
Yeah.
And I was kind of interested because, the bike the Suzuki gets some flack. I asked him, what do you think of it compared to what you've been riding?
Yeah.
And I was really surprised his comment is because, I was thinking he was going to say the bike was fast because Hartbrand's been telling me he's like, the bike's almost too fast right now.
Yep.
And Marshall was like, no, he goes, compared to the gas I've been riding, he's like, small bump absorption's way better. He's like, dude, it's pretty comfortable, which to me, I was like, a little bit. I was expecting, more of the rigid comments.
Well, especially with Bogle's setup. You're not... that's not really what – I mean, obviously it worked, but I'm just it's just one of those things where I don't –
Yeah. No, he seemed – when I talked to him, he seemed insanely stoked on the opportunity, the bike, everything.
Yeah, the Twisted Tea guys, I think they picked a good dude to help out. You know Marshall like I do. Good guy, respectful, really cool. The only bad thing about the deal is he's got to stay in Cali all year. That's part of the deal. He doesn't – he's not a fan of that. But I get it. But I get the AGP guys wanted him to be there to test and ride and maintain the bikes and all of that.
Yeah, I just think they picked a super solid dude in the sense of he will probably continue to chip away. I don't think Marshall won't do anything really stupid. He should hang in there the whole season.
Yeah. He's 15th in the points, I just saw.
I would say it's very easy to say he gets a little bit more comfortable, and I don't mean it's a bad way. We get another injury too. He should be knocking on the door of top 10s probably here in a couple weeks.
I mean, if some guys drop out and he gets better, Now, Hartraft should be better.
Yeah.
Brandon's not riding as good as he can, that's for sure.
Especially after a pretty good Supercross season.
Yeah.
A
really good
Supercross. Bit of a
Supercross.
shocker.
Yeah, I agree. But that's the Twisted Tea update for the show. And good job, Marshall Welton. We were going to maybe have him on tonight. We didn't, but
I don't know. I put it on the text list. I didn't hear a response.
Marks, I gave you some Twisted Teas. Do we have an update?
Yeah, you did.
Have they been cracked open?
Yeah, buddy.
Have they been cracked open?
Of course they have.
Oh.
Yeah. They're
Courtney?
good. Courtney likes them too. She likes that peach.
The peach?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Good. Out in the desert, after a long day in the sun with all these freaking
off-road weirdos.
Guys.
Yeah.
It's very, very soothing after that. It makes me go to sleep real good.
I feel like next time I come in here, there's going to be a Twisted Tea cooler in the center table with the ice flowing out of it in the bottles. And
all right, let's get some phone calls before we go. We got Nick on 4. Nick, what's up, man? You got a Race Tech rant on the broadcast?
Oh, somebody else with a Race Tech rant?
Yeah.
Yeah, shocking, right? So first off, I guess my question broadcast is, how the hell do I watch it? I've bought an NBC Sports in the past. What else? I've gotten Peacock, and now, I like TV. I'm not going to complain about it at all, but where the fuck do I watch it at? I can't get it on my TV setup, but I can find it on YouTube somehow. I've been having to watch it through, third-party streaming apps.
Yeah, Mav TV got overloaded. Their app has not been good to start. They put it on American Motocross on YouTube the first 2 weeks for free. This week, where was it? I watched it on Mav. I watched the archive on Mav, but where was it live?
I don't know. I didn't watch. I was out in the desert.
Okay, that's right. You're an off-road guy.
Big off-road guy.
Peacock, though, there's 4 motos on Peacock because NBC wanted them, and those ratings are really good. So the series decided to do that. That was before the season. That was all announced. That Peacock was getting 4 races. 4 450 races. So yeah, you need that, and then the Mav stuff has been better, but yeah, the first 2 weeks weren't great. So
fair enough. That explains it. My next one, I'll make it quick. Fantasy, Marshall Welton. I know he did great, but he still fucked my fantasy team because I had him in the 250s. Why is he on the 250 thing and not the 450s? Yes, I should have known better. I'm an avid player. But why would you guys have him 250s and 450s?
There's a button to make him not show up. That's on you, Nick.
He raced 250s earlier, right? He raced 250s earlier.
Correct.
That's why he's on the list. But there is a button right where you pick handicap and last name and everything. A big button that says select here to sort riders in qualifying.
Oh, I must be fucking blind then. Okay.
It's right there. Yeah, we got it. It's there. So kind of a little on you, Nick. A little on you.
All right. I'm going to find a way to blame Marks for it, though, but all right.
Okay,
I'll correct it next time.
That's fine. Thanks, buddy.
That's
Thank you, man.
how it happens every time.
Right,
so.
Honestly, we're folding PulpMX Fantasy anyways.
Dude, I did so bad
after
again.
Thrasher and
Bloss.
Swole.
I had Bloss.
We're done. We're done with the game.
I saw Bloss after the first lap ran with his foot up, and I was just like, well, I'm not even going to look at the score later. I'm over it.
Yeah, it was an all-time bad weekend. And I had Jalik Swole. He was doing great. 3 laps to go, cartwheels. I had Thrasher. He's 4th. And then Hemmecker decides, no, you're not going to have 4th today. Nate
was
Thrasher.
that I saw that corner. That was right before the mechanics area. They got just obliterated.
Yeah.
Wait, Hemmecker took him out?
Yeah.
Yeah, right after the big triple step up.
They were 4th and 5th. They were 4th and 5th. Everything was great.
I liked Hemmecker too.
Yep.
Yeah, the corner where Chase went down. You just looked up going in the mechanics area, and there was an explosion.
JD's on 2 here. JD, what's up, man?
How's it going, Steve? How you guys doing?
Good. What's happening?
So my dad, Brian Myerscough, raced a little bit back in the 80s. Did decent. He's got, he was going to call you and see if there's anything he could do to try to get, the guys at the MXGP, he kind of taken a stand for those guys. How do you guys feel? What's your stand on, are the doing what they should, or do you think anything's going to happen? He feels that something kind of needs to be done. He knows that just clowns showing up to the circus as it was in the 80s.
Well, yeah, they appointed some MXGP guys to be like the union reps now, or the reps for the riders every weekend to talk about the track and everything else. They don't want to ride on Saturday, right? They have these races on Saturday. They don't want to ride. And the MXGP guys make them ride for gate pick on Sunday because they sell tickets for a 2-day format and all of that. But honestly, JD, like to me, and it's the same thing over here in America, and I've said it over and over, like the top guys, the Tim Geisers and these type of riders, Hurlings, and over here, the Tomacs and the Roxons, they make a lot of money. They're doing great. Why would they want to upset the apple cart? Why would they want to get together to make things better for other riders? They're crushing it, right? So, and if you do anything with riders and form an association or form a union or form anything like that, you need everybody, right? Because the gate is going to drop and you need everybody to not be there. But if you're a top rider in a sport and the OEM signed you to $1 million deal and you're making millions off gear and everything, why do you care about the Marshall Weltons of the world, right? So,
yeah, but has there ever been a better opportunity, especially in the MXGPs? Has there ever been a better opportunity than say now, with so much heat kind of going on with what's happening in the MXGPs? Especially Sewer kind of leading up the whole thing. That it's kind of a big deal. I think.
I disagree. It's all going to pass over. It'll all be fine. They'll all forget about it.
A lot of big names are hurt, not there.
Yeah.
It's not really.
It's unfortunate because it's motocross in general is dangerous, right? Like all of us, I can pretty sure speak on behalf of that. But at that level, I couldn't, but my dad could, and I just know for him, he's also said many times, like, man, the promoters, they don't give two craps about you, at all. No matter what your name is, you could be a Hurlings, you could be a Corolla in his day. They don't care.
No, that's a story as old as when your dad raced, for sure, right? But the riders should get together. They really should, and they should force some changes as far as merchandise selling and as far as purse money. There's no outdoor MX season-ending purse series money. There should be.
No.
And these guys should get together, but they're not going to. We've seen it over and over and over, right?
As you said, it's literally a tale as old as time.
I wish it would happen.
Well, so do I. Yeah, as long as I've been doing this show, what year is it? 2022? 12 years, and I've been talking about this stuff for 12 years.
It should happen. Not that I'm trying to cause waves or nothing, or either I don't think my dad is either, but it's just for the safety. It's a safety thing, and the longevity of a career, which guys are going longer now, and I think in the benefit of their career to help the sport grow and, make things last longer,
Yeah, listen, I'm with you. But it's not going to happen because the top dudes make too much money to upset anybody.
Yeah.
They're making millions of dollars, literally millions.
So we could talk about it. Us talking about here while we can bring it up as much as we want. The people that need this.
Yeah.
It's not don't get me wrong. It's not that the fans don't need to hear this. Fans can hear it all they want. We can all chant and post stuff on Instagram and talk about it. But until the riders, ultimately it comes to the riders. Until all the riders grow a pair, sit down and agree on something, it will never happen.
The gate's dropping with Tomac and Roxon on the line, and they're going to be there, and nobody cares if Joey Savacci or Marshall Welton or any of these other guys sit out. You know what I mean? As good as the riders those guys are. It needs to be from the top down.
Yeah. On behalf of my dad, I know he would say the same thing as for the guys that aren't at the top 100%. Hopefully everybody get together and make something happen. I'd like to see it. I'm sure it'd be a good thing, but truth be told, it's probably not going to happen. So you guys have a good show.
Thanks,
and carry on.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Brian Myers Golf Podcast. Check it out in the archives. All right, we're going to commercial break. We got Adam Cianciarulo coming up next. Jason Thomas, Race Tech Rant about a certain Italian rider. What?
Why are you ranting about that?
Yes, you'll wait and see. We'll talk about Michael Lindsay and all the teams that don't like him in the pits. X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs, motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment, much more. Go to commercial break. Be right back after this. He made me eat the dick pie.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship-winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Moran's, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGB suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a f***ing wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Moran's, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey, guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With 80 years of experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons, from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco has recently expanded our Racer Elite line with SX and MX proven USA-made connecting rods. Now adding to the Garage Buddy rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and our CV4 thermal protection line, this makes Wiseco your single-stop performance name. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
For over 30 years, DecalWorks has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. DecalWorks is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. DecalWorks is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes DecalWorks stand out. DecalWorks, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Moran's, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGD suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a f***ing wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Moran's, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey, guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
With 80 years of experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons, from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco has recently expanded our Racer Elite line with SX and MX proven USA-made connecting rods. Now adding to the Garage Buddy rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and our CV4 thermal protection line, this makes Wiseco your single-stop performance name. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
For over 30 years, Decal Works has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. Decal Works is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. Decal Works is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes Decal Works stand out. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. Decal Works, Fly Racing. I'm Steve Mathis. That's Michael Lindsay from Vital MX. Adam Cianciarulo coming right up here on the show. Levi Kitchen, Ricky Carmichael already on. Thanks to those guys as well. And also, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com Job of the Week. Upload your resume for free today. If you're a company looking to hire somebody, go to MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com and post your job and find some of the best people out there, and they'll do a good job getting your job up there and getting that position filled. The MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com Job of the Week. EVS, Marketing Athlete Manager, full-time in Wisconsin. They're looking for a marketing athlete manager to assist management and production of all facets of various marketing, sales initiatives within a legacy off-road motorsports brand. Ideal candidates will need to be passionate about off-road motorcycling, be extremely well-versed, and more. So please check out MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com to get with EVS. Good guys down there in EVS. They're looking for a marketing athlete manager. And if you're a company looking to hire some people, which is a lot of companies nowadays, check out MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. All right, next guest on the show. He's a national champion. He's a national winner. He's a Supercross winner. Going to have him on here. Monster Energy Kawasaki's Adam Cianciarulo. What's up, AC? How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're good, man. Thank you for calling in. Long time no talk. Well, we've texted a little bit, but we haven't had you on the show for a while.
It's been a couple months, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. All right. Well, let's get the important stuff off the gate right away. Who's winning the NBA title? Who you got?
Yeah, I'm watching the game right now, actually. I would say Golden State.
You think Golden State? Yeah.
Okay. Just because the champion, the championship experience.
So I thought
my basketball knowledge is limited. I'm not going to pretend I'm an expert, although I do like the sport.
Yep.
But you feel like in the big moments, when a team that's won 3 titles, been in the finals a lot more times than that, like you just give them the nod.
I do feel like at some point the Celtics were like 500 and not looking very good because the Raptors were all over them, I think, in the standings. And then I don't follow it that closely either. And the next thing I know, they're winning in Golden State to open up the series. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, I really think Boston. Like, I think Boston is a better team, and I think they have a better scheme. But yeah, it's just the experience from Golden State. It's like they just know how to close games.
Who do you got in the Cup final? The Lightning or the Avalanche?
I just want to hear the motocross stuff.
Lightning guy.
Oh yeah, good big hometown team. The Lightning.
Huge, the biggest.
They're going for 3 in a row. You know.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, dude, that is I feel like that is crazy in hockey.
It is. Yeah, it is. It's really tough to do. All right, lots of questions still on the phone for Adam Cianciarulo. He's brought to you by the folks at OGIO Power Sports. Love the guys at OGIO. Do you use OGIO, AC? I'm sure you probably have at some point.
I do. Yeah, of course.
Right.
Of course. I'm a dirt bike rider. I use OGIO. I mean.
Yeah, that's it, right?
Yeah, you know how it is.
OGIO 9800, OGIO rig bag, layover bag. Please check out OGIOPowersports.com. If you want a deal from the folks at OGIO, email us using the contact form on PulpMX.com, and we'll pass it on. And OGIO, you'll get a Pulp Show discount. All right, AC, let's talk some motocross, shall we?
I love that.
We had Levi Kitchen on. He said that you actually helped him a little bit before Lakewood. So he called in last week. Couldn't get starts, right? He couldn't get starts. We had the 7 Deuce Deuce in here. And myself and the 7 Deuce Deuce broke it down on how to get starts. 7 Deuce Deuce told him about some app on the phone. And I told him, I don't know what I told him. So, but Levi circled around that, said that didn't really help him. But what did help him was Adam Cianciarulo on Lakewood. So there you go, AC.
Yeah, that feels good. Funny. So I did. RV does his riding camp every year. He did it in 2018. He did it up in Washington State, and I came up there. I was recovering from something, and
something.
And Levi was there, and he was just kind of breaking through as an amateur. I think he raced like Schoolboy 1 at Loretta's that year, and he did pretty good, got second or something, and he was still kind of not taking it super serious. I think he was 17 at the time, like a little bit of a late bloomer. And I remember Jake Weimer and I, we had like we had a long talk with him, and because you could just see that he had it. Like you could see that he had it, but it was just about logistically, like how is he going to go about it, right?
Yeah.
And no, it's been super. He's a really good kid,
right?
And I like to see him succeed. And yeah, we had a nice little conversation this week, and then I was watching the race. I'm like, of course he pulls the start. I mean, obviously that has nothing to do with me, but I was super stoked for him. It was cool to see.
Yeah, it's got everything to do with 7 Deuce Deuce and me.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, tell him how to start. What a way to win your first moto. Just gone. Whole shot and check out. He was so clean, too. Like, his bike was clean. He was clean. What was your first moto win? Buds?
Oh, man,
was that Buds?
That's a great question. I don't even know.
I think it was Buds because we talked about how it was the track that you made your debut at.
It was 2017. It was the day Zacho won the title.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so if anybody out there is listening and aspiring to be a professional motocross racer, I would say when you get in there, like rookie season, just wait until like the last 3 or 4 races because there's a lot of people do not give a shit. It is a lot easier to win. Like the last 3 or 4.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you on that, right? Yeah. The last 100%. National of the year, there's a lot of checking out. Yeah, for sure.
There's just checked out before they've gone to the track.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was still hard though. It was still hard. I remember it now. Man, what a feeling. That was cool. Yeah, I remember. I mean, I used to be a supercross only guy. I mean, I was pretty bad outdoors for a while.
Yeah. The 1 year, you were kind of like a 7th, 9th place guy all season.
Totally.
Yeah, right.
Totally. So that one was really, that came 4 years after I went pro, so I had to really wait a long time for that.
You can't count Kenny Roxon out. Michael and I were talking at the beginning of the show. It was hot. It was at altitude, all that stuff. Yes, Kenny's good at Lakewood, but Eli's on fire. Chase is riding great, and you just can't count that dude out, AC.
No, No, you can't. I've been close with Kenny for 10 years now, and I still we have some really good conversations, some in-depth conversations, and there's still a part of him that I don't have figured out. There's still a part of him that pulls stuff out like that when you don't expect him to. He's just an athlete. Like, he just figures it out when he needs to, and just when you think everything's going south, it's he pulls something like that. It was cool. Obviously, Eli had some more pace there with like 8 or 9 minutes to go, but just to see him, he's so good, especially in the slower sections of the track where he knows he doesn't have to try hard. He's so good at taking what the track gives him and just chilling, he knows he's not going to get past there, and he he made Eli Tomac give up with 3 laps to go. So you're doing something when you do that.
Yeah, you just can never count the dude out for sure. Also talking more about the series right now, J.A., your teammate, gets the win at Hangtown. Man, he looks good. Obviously, as I made a joke about on our show, he's probably so tired of hearing about how he never won a national overall that probably meant more to him than the money. The fact that he never has to answer that again.
Did he ever win a 250 national?
Never.
Nope, just a moto.
Really?
Yeah. Motos only.
That's crazy. Because he's always been fast outdoors, I feel like.
Always.
It's not like he doesn't have the pace.
No, exactly, right? But yeah, riding well to start the year.
He's got to be fitter than he's ever been this year, right? I mean,
I think so.
So solid.
Yeah,
solid.
You would think so. He's such a closet. Like, he puts off the team fried thing, and he puts off the vibe of I don't care and whatever. But you don't do what he's doing without some serious work.
Yeah, I think that kind of got stopped this year. I feel like that narrative is kind of gone now. I think it's more of just everybody knows he has a good time, enjoys what he does, but I don't think anybody's really thinking he has to work hard now. I mean, you just can't be that good for that long in the season and not be just grinding. And if you have any common sense at all, you know that.
Yeah, it's funny when just talking about whether it's is he best fitness, best he's been on the bike, best everything. I think towards the end of Supercross, I brought that up in an interview with him. I remember a comment. Somebody's like, "Oh, you're an idiot. He won a championship. How is he better than the year he won a championship?" So I asked him, I'm like, straight up, do you think you're better now? And he said everything. He's like, I think I'm better fitness wise, better in my life, me. He was like, yeah, across the board. He's like, you feel like, he said everything. He feels across the board he's best he's ever been.
I agree. Hey, Savachi's back on the team and filling in for you for the Nationals, and doing all right, getting better. I think he's really appreciative of the opportunity. Obviously with his team going belly up and him and I think he appreciates this opportunity.
Yeah, and he's done incredibly well for not. People do not understand how hard it is to take so much time off the bike and then get even if you have a month, and I don't even think he had a month.
Not even.
Yeah, it's really hard, man. It's really hard. And yeah, he's off the pace of that lead group. He's kind of just off the back of that lead group there. But yeah, I think he's doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
And I think for himself, it's one of those things where he just needs to make it to the first weekend off, and then I think he'll have some flashes, where he gets some starts. He's obviously a really good starter.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'll lead some laps, and
right.
I think he'll have some moto podiums, etc. So I think, super impressive. And yeah, Joey and I, obviously it was it's business. It's business with the whole, with me, with him being on the team and me coming in the next year there. And obviously, it can be a little weird, whatever, but as far as him and I's relationship and all that, it's fine. We get it. And I hope he, as far as value goes, I hope, other teams see his value. And he's a really good rider. And it's crazy, that we're talking about somebody like that, potentially not having a ride, or, I think he'll be fine. But in terms of his team folding, etc. It's just he's got so much talent, so much ability. It's like you want to see somebody like that under, a factory semi.
Yeah, no, you're right. I was talking to Christian Craig after Paula, and he was telling me how cool it was to catch and pass Dungey. And even though Christian's close to his age, AC, I feel like you'd be the same way. I feel like you'd be like, cool, man, I just passed Ryan Dungey. That's rad.
Oh, totally, man. I can't even explain to you guys how bummed out I am watching these races and seeing Caroli out there and Dungey and it's the Tomac last year outdoors. It's dude, I want to be out there so bad. It's cool, but I would definitely would. I mean, you guys know I'm a fan of the sport, and
you'd probably be like, "Yeah, Dunge, let's go.
Yeah,
let's
go." I know, like it would be sick to just like dap him up after the race, after a little battle or something.
Yeah,
but, I think he's doing great, and what a cool year for racing.
And Caroli's awesome. He's having such a good time. He may. I don't even like kids, but he may have the cutest kid.
Dude,
in the pits.
I love watching his kid just riding truck to truck. People putting him on bikes. His kid is just ruling the paddock right now. It's awesome.
He's got his American flag bandana, and he's rolling. Yeah,
dude, he's going
curly-haired kid, right?
Yeah,
dude, it's so funny. Him and his mom's chasing him around. He's just going Strider like literally truck to truck, just like everybody's stoked, like bringing the kid in, just like coming out.
Adam Cianciarulo brought to you by the folks at OGO Power Sports. AC, how's the rehab going? Are you still doing stuff? Are you still cycling and like how's it going? How's the knee feel?
Yeah, I mean, I've got full days. Like I got full work weeks in terms of off the bike stuff. Yeah, knee feels good. Most of the rehab stuff now is like stuff I do in the gym with Nick and on my own. It's not so much actually being in physical therapy. I mean everything feels great. It's just one of those things that from 4 to 6 months with a knee with an ACO, and I'm about, it'll be 5 months on the 31st of this month.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those things where it feels like almost completely normal, but it's just still kind of, you're still in the danger zone in terms of, if I were riding and I were to stab my leg super hard or something like that. So just about making sure everything, I followed all the protocols, etc. But doing a lot of same stuff, like a lot of cycling, a lot of gym, and just trying to be patient, man. It's hard. I want to be out there so bad. I really hate sitting on the couch and not doing my job. And it sucks because it's like I am doing my job, like almost like the worst part of my job. I'm doing all this cycling, all this gym, and all this other stuff, watching film, but I don't get to go out there and apply myself. So, but as far as my health goes, everything's kind of coming around. I kind of had a few things. I had the shoulder from preseason, and my body just feels like it's, really healthy right now, and I'm excited to start riding from that. From that base. I feel like I've been nursing something for a couple years now, and it just starts to not be super fun. You start to not look forward to going to the track when you have so many things hurting you all the time. So I'm excited that I've applied myself in terms of, I've been doing a lot of like soft tissue work, a lot of mobility, a lot of yoga. I've pretty much done everything in the book to get my body back to almost new. It's like a full-time job every single day. I feel great about that, and I think I'm in a good position to, start making some big improvements.
So you're doing a full body reset here before you get back on a bike.
It's been a full reset of really everything.
Right.
To be honest with you, it's like you take a long look in the mirror about what you've been doing, what your goals are. And I've kind of like rededicated myself to the sport in a way. I think I've found not more motivation, but different motivation. I have different reasons why I'm doing it. I'm just in a better place than I was 6 months ago. It's one of those things where, man, it sucks to have to go through all this stuff to get there. But at the end of the day, I'm here and I'm doing the best I can every day, despite the fact that it has been difficult. I've been applying myself, and I feel great about where I am. So
good.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
So you'll get on a bike September for Supercross or whatever, right? That's the plan. Like you'll take this summer off still. Or
I think I'll be back on the bike sometime in July.
Oh, okay.
Just starting to ride around and
do some outdoors or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll probably be doing the California public track thing, just going around and kind of starting to get, because when you don't race full seasons, it's tough to just start riding Supercross in, let's say, September, October, and kind of be as fit as some of these guys that are coming off like full seasons.
Mm-hmm.
You carry, that's what we talk about when we say base.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like your fitness is just always just building and building and building. And kind of when you come from, when you're always starting, stopping, you need a little bit more time. So I'll use the summer. Like right now, I'm just doing like a lot of long bike rides, and it's kind of going to be the same thing when I get back on the bike. It's going to be a lot of like longer motos at a moderate pace, just getting some of this good time to like work on some technique stuff. I'll have a lot of time before I really need to lay the hammer down. So,
right.
But just looking forward to getting back in the routine of going to the track. I miss getting roosted and shit. You know what I mean?
Miss coming around Lakewood, making that left turn, coming up the start straight, and just getting rocks in the face.
Ugh.
I never thought I'd miss like a pack of amateur riders like jumping in front of me halfway through my 30th.
Hey, SoCal life, you get to experience that a lot.
Yeah.
I'll rev them for sure and probably yell at them going into a corner, but I'm ready for it, man.
We got some questions for you on Twitter from our listeners. We also have full phone lines for questions for you as well, AC. So let's get to them, shall we? From some of the PulpMX show listeners. First up, it's Skippy. Skippy, what's up? What's your question for AC?
AC, what's going on, man? How are y'all?
Great. How are you, man?
Doing pretty good. Hey, so my good buddy was out there for his first round of a couple, and he's trying to make qualifications and stuff like that. He ended up like fourth alternate this weekend, and I was curious kind of what do you think he could work on during the week to work on the sprint laps, to better himself in qualifications, or to get himself more comfortable at the national level?
I would say off the top of my head, one of the things he can do is split the track into like 4 segments and just grind on those segments. Like, do them 20, 30 times each segment and have somebody, on a stopwatch and trying to get his best time, doing all the segments of the track, wherever he's practicing, and then try to put it together in a lap. I used to do that a lot as a kid growing up to kind of work on sprint pace, and I think that's what it's about. It's just about finding the intensity, and that's a pretty good shortcut, I would say. You can figure a lot of things out just breaking the track down into smaller increments.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Skippy.
Hey,
thanks, man.
Appreciate it, man, and shout out to my boy Dylan Kirchner out there. I'm trying to make it happen, but thanks, AC. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Of course, man.
John, what's your question for Adam Cianciarulo?
AC, I had a question. I've been injured. I'm kind of down about it. I was just wondering how you stay motivated and excited for the sport to keep going and pushing through to get back racing.
I would say my general mindset is there's this saying called amore fati, which is basically like love your fate. So the way I look at it is I do what I can, I do the best I can at what I do. I apply myself the best I can. Obviously I can be better. Everybody can be all the time. But I do my best, and then I accept the outcome. Not that I won't strive for more, not that I won't be pissed off or whatever, but at the end of the day, it's like whatever's happening, I just trust it. Like I just trust it. And and I'm good. I've found a place, and it's taken a long time, but I've found a place where I'm good with whatever my best is, like, period. You know, I think if you get so caught up in being so far away from your goals all the time, it becomes hard to start putting one foot in front of the other, you know? And so I think for me, it was all about kind of simplifying that. And yeah, I mean, it's hard sometimes, but yeah, you got to stay present and do your best. I mean, that's it. I know it sounds simple, but
well, for you,
what I got for you.
AC, I don't, you know, I know you pretty well or whatever. We've known each other for a long time. The results, this shit ate you up at night. This stuff ate you up. Bad results or crashes or for a long time. You weren't good with it, you know. So
no, it wasn't sustainable. It wasn't sustainable.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
No.
But I mean, that's what happens when you know, as a kid, we're living and dying by this stuff, and that kind of becomes who you are. So you have to develop a healthy relationship with failure and success without losing your ambition, because I don't want to just become good with everything, you know, because then I'm never going to be great at anything in my life. I have to hold myself to a standard, but I have to have it in perspective, and I have to understand how I'm going to get the most out of myself.
There you go. Thanks, man. Thanks for the call.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have some questions from Twitter as well. Tallon picked the best ones for the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. These are for Adam Cianciarulo. Let's fire some of these off, Lone Wolf.
All right. First one from the Voice of the Drunken People. He wants to know if Kenny has given you any advice for dealing with injuries and coming back from the injuries.
No, he hasn't. I mean, we pretty much he had the big one with his arm, but I think I have him beat on sheer volume of crashes and whatever and injuries. But no, Kenny and I are more just good friends, and we talk about a lot. I mean, it's not so much he's not really trying to give me advice, and the same thing, vice versa. You know, just friend stuff, right? I guess.
All right.
From Dakota Alvarado, now that older riders are showing us they can still race, not just race, but actually compete at a podium level, do you see yourself racing into your 30s?
That's an interesting question. I'm not sure. I know that I haven't even really thought about being done too much. To be honest, I still love it like I did when I first went pro. I still think I'm 25. I know a lot of people think I'm older because I went pro so young, but I still have a lot left in the tank, and I feel like I really am just, if I can just get a little momentum here and actually race some races, I really feel like I can be pretty special. So I want to see that through, and then kind of take it from there and see how I'm feeling. I won't do it if I don't love it, and I'm not doing it now because I have to. I'm doing it because I love it. So as soon as that becomes kind of apparent that it's no longer like that, then that'll be it.
Just a John Dowd-like career for AC. Just out there grinding.
Fact.
Trying to hold on to number 9 with 25 points a year. Just every year. Just coming out.
Denying some kid of the 9 for 10 more years.
38 years old, riding to get some 25 points to keep that 9. I can see it now.
Oh my God!
You love to see it.
Yeah, I love
to
it.
See it.
Yeah.
All right, last one from Epitome of a Moto Dad. As a multi-time Loretta Lynn's champion, what advice do you have for those riders racing at the ranch for the first time this year?
Get the whole shot.
What a riding coach you would make.
Pull a good gate choice.
Yeah.
I don't know. Besides, go to the track all summer long, burn 5 gallons of the gas 6 days a week, and race every weekend. I think it's you're trying to keep mentally for your kid. You know, you're trying to keep it as normal as possible. I would say the more it feels like a bigger event, the more uncomfortable your kid is. Obviously, the least. Every time I felt like it was. When I felt like I did my best, I felt like it was because I was kind of relaxed, and at least at first, and I kind of treated it like a normal race. But man, I'm trying to think of some actual good advice. It's been a while since I've thought about that.
You know, I do like the fact that Star Yamaha was like Matt LeBlanc was going to do Loretta's and just race a few nationals, and they were like, you know what?
Yeah.
You're doing all the nationals. You're good enough, and I like that. Like, don't chase Loretta's titles. Like, it doesn't. In the end, it doesn't mean that much, and I get skewered by this opinion by a few people, and I'm like, dude, you could be Jeremy McGrath, who won the C class, or you could be, Austin Strooper, Nico Izzy, who were can't miss kids. Yeah. It doesn't mean anything. Yes, if you win a bunch of Loretta titles, it looks good. It gives you a promising start, but in the end, you can succeed without it.
Especially I look at it as like if you're LeBlanc, okay, you've already got a star ride. It's your A year. What is winning there going to do for you versus racing a full year of nationals?
Go pro, man.
Well,
yeah.
It's just about keeping it in perspective in terms of it is a cool accomplishment. I mean, that is the top of the sport at an amateur level. Like, it's cool to win a national title, but does that mean more than setting your pro career up, like in terms of LeBlanc? Obviously, they see value. He sees value in doing all the nationals, and they feel that's best for him going forward into his future. So they made the decision to do all the outdoors. That is way more important than getting the pro sport title at Loretta's.
Yeah.
But at the same time, kids that are working for this, it is cool. There's a lot of history there.
Mm-hmm.
A lot to be proud of, but it's just about like what you prioritize, really. And you have to know that that's just it's just a stepping stone, and a lot of people, as you just said, have done it without being great there.
Right.
So yeah, you got to keep in perspective. I think a lot of times these days, at least some of the amateur kind of families I've been around seem to put a little bit too much stock in that, and I get it because it's just kind of what they're told by these teams and programs, etc. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's just a stop on the way.
Yeah.
Really.
Yep.
I got two questions for you, AC. One kind of follows up what we were just talking about with the amateurs. Part of your advice was, ride a lot, burn a lot of gas, race a lot. This is just my opinion. I feel like for the past, 4 or 5 years, whatever it is, amateurs, you see a lot of facility kids that are only racing the big amateur nationals, that stay at some facility. They do their skirmishes all week. They think that's enough, sort of gate drop in a sense. But then I see kids like Chance Hymas right now that is racing off-road races, any local race he can get his hands on. You said get a lot of gate drops. In your amateur career, were you the kind of guy, because I'm trying to think back, I always saw the videos you verb, like doing all the big races, but did you try to race a lot outside of the big name races?
Yeah, I did. I raced a lot. Even super small local races. We had the Gold Cups, we had the Winter Ams down in Florida, but I would be racing every little. I felt like I would race at least, 3 times a month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially getting ready for bigger races. And I would be on an 85 racing like the B class and schoolboy and everything. I'd race like it's funny. My dad, he's so funny, man. We would go and we'd sign up for like 9 classes, and I'd go and I'd race the first motos, and he would be like, "Okay, we're going home." Like if he was good with my riding, I always get a laugh out of that looking back. Like we would just straight up load up and go home. He wouldn't even let me do the second motos.
That was it. He was happy.
I do remember seeing some cool. Just a couple of videos where I do remember seeing some cool ones of you super minis against 125s and 250 schoolboys a bit right around your transition time. That was pretty.
Yeah,
cool to watch.
I was not well liked in that.
Well, that was.
Well, of course you got.
Get it.
Did you feel like you got pushed around? Probably the kids are like, if this kid beats me on a super mini, my dad is gonna lose it on me. Did you feel like you were a target?
Yeah, but I kind of always felt like that as an amateur. Really, I felt like I was going to get shot everywhere I walked. That could be. I totally could be projecting that.
Full-time target.
For the most part, man, I remember I was at Oak Hill one time, hitting this bike jump with a bunch of kids, and like I looked the other way, and they basically like this massive double. They made the face look like it was packed in, but it was super soft, and I about broke my collarbone. I went flying like 30 feet in the air, just somersaulted. Like that was the type of stuff I felt like I was subject to, but I totally get it. Maybe I was an asshole. I'm not really sure. I don't think so, but
I don't feel like you
get
were.
it.
Yeah.
I don't think so, man.
Right.
I don't think so, but
And then-
good times.
Speaking of the Super Mini, though, I brought this up last week. We had Ryan Morris on the show,
Mhm.
and I was Morris's mechanic, 99 Mini-Os. And Stu was on the 105 Super Mini, and we beat him, and he beat us in the other moto. But Stu beat everybody except for, in that whole class. He was the only guy on a Super Mini, 105 or 112, whatever they were. And that's how good Ryan Mo was, and we beat him one moto. So, yeah, Gainesville.
You'll always have that.
I do, yep.
Beat Stu
on a 125 versus a 112 big wheel. Yeah.
That's crazy.
My second
I
question.
believe it.
My second question for you was kind of looking forward to next year as you've been with this time down. It's been an interesting storyline this year to watch. Anderson, Tomac, Malcolm Stewart, all these guys change teams, change their surroundings, and have great success from it. For you personally, has that really ever crossed the mind, or do you feel like you're where you need to be? With all the downtime, has it crossed the mind at all?
Logically looking at things, I have everything that I need at Kawasaki. The bike is great. The bike is capable of winning. I genuinely love everybody that I work with. They're great to work with. They've been awesome to me. They've been loyal to me. I've been loyal to them. You're always, the grass is always greener on the other side, right? Like that's. And you talk to people, talk to guys 5 years after the career's over, and talk to them about all their team changes, and ask them what they really think about it now. And it's really, most of them will tell you it's just, it's a new set of problems. Really, it's this illusion in your head, and I have nothing but, I love where I'm at. Like I said, and no, it hasn't really crossed my mind. I feel like, I think I just need to ride consistently and race consistently and be there. That's all I feel like I'm missing. That's all I feel like I'm missing.
I think I agree with you on that.
Be there and be doing it. And so why would I? Yeah. I just don't know why I would add another variable to that when I have everything I need, and I'm stoked on where I'm at.
The kind of a follow-up question with the environment, with Jason coming over, Brock being involved, the testing. It is the same platform you've been on with that team for a few years now, but I feel like I see Brock at the track a lot, and the guys run through a lot of things. I've seen updates on the bikes. Between that and Jason being there, just with how the team changed, do you get excited about that? Do you feel like them coming in has actually helped the program? Do you see it moving in even a more positive direction where it makes you even more excited to stay and be there?
Yeah, I think it's always good to see, when I'm sitting at home, chilling, or I'm on a bike ride or whatever, and I open Instagram and I see Brock, at K1 at 4:30 in the afternoon. That's very comforting to see as a rider, just seeing your team, your test guy, being proactive and working on stuff. You show up to the track the next day and you're like, oh, we got a new link, or we got this or that. And, it's just cool to see, it's cool to see them being proactive. I always feel like I've had all the resources that I need, and I've been able to make the changes that I need. I think, that's something that I don't think is super normal everywhere in terms of kind of flexibility of things you can try and directions you can go. Most of the time it's kind of, you're kind of in a box of what you can try, right? at least from kind of what I've heard, and I have a lot of freedom to kind of go in the directions I'd like, obviously with the guidance of my crew, but, yeah, man, Brock's been great. Jason's been great, and I think you can see that. This year he's won a lot, and I really think we can both win a lot going forward. Just gotta
stay on the bike.
Just gotta show up on Saturdays, fellas.
Hey, before we let you go, it looked like following on your social media, you did some sort of retreat or something. Where you went and maybe did some self-assessing. How was that? What did you do? How much you want to talk about it? I don't know, but
yeah, I mean, I really don't want to go into super big details. Kind of just like a personal thing I want to do for myself. But yeah, it was this thing. It's called an ayahuasca retreat, and a lot of it's just like, spiritual, emotional, physical.
Yeah.
It's just healing. Like it's healing, right? And it was actually really difficult. It's not one of those things where you're just like going there to trip out and have a great time. It's not that.
I've heard,
really not that at all. And yeah, I think for me, I've just always been obsessed with trying to be my best self in every facet of life, not just dirt bikes, just in general. Like I just want to be, have this goal of how I want to be, and I want to get there, and I always want to keep moving forward. And it was one of those things I kind of felt like I was called to do. And yeah, it was a great experience, great perspective. Nothing too crazy.
Good for you.
No, feeling like I said, it's just been a part of this whole it's kind of been like a whole reset for me.
Yep.
These past 4 or 5 months, a lot. It's difficult. It would be difficult to even explain how much has kind of gone on in my head and kind of where I'm at right now compared to where I was. But yeah, man, just feel really positive about everything. I know sometimes that's hard to believe with because people just see, like this year it just didn't work out for me on the track and whatever, but I just feel like I'm in exactly the space and the place I'm supposed to be in right now. And yeah, I feel great about the future and all that good stuff. So excited to get back on the bike next month and just start making some gains.
Well, if you think you have it, what it takes, come up here on an e-bike with me. We'll see how kind of shape you're in.
That'd be tight.
I mean,
you bet.
Yeah, let's do it. Oh, Betts, poor Betts.
Poor Betts.
Not getting playing time right now. We're all pulling for him.
I thought that was the reason he dropped down lead.
Yeah, it's a long story, man. We'll have to get Betts on here at the end.
Man, Tulsa. You got to be kidding me, Tulsa.
Right? Come on, drillers. They do like him on social media. They do like him on the social.
Don't you want to sell some tickets?
Right?
I do love him on social media right now. I'm all stoked on all the moto fans tagging him and stuff.
The drillers loved him on social media, yeah. So let's get him some playing time, drillers.
Poor guy just takes BP like 4 times a day.
Thanks for coming on, AC. Always fun to catch up. I'm glad you sound like you're in a good place, and can't wait to see you on the bike and see some W's for you coming up. Thanks, man.
I appreciate you guys. We'll see you guys soon. Have a good night.
All right, thanks, man. That's Adam Cianciarulo, brought to you by the folks at OGO Power Sports. The 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Off-Road Warehouse. This is that ORW on the butt patch that the FXR Chaparral Honda team used to have as well back in the day with Cody Schock
on the bikes all
and Mumford and everybody else. But they're still doing the PulpMX team with Garrett Marchbanks, who's having a good season outdoors so far. And Enzo will be back soon. Phil will be back soon. Thanks to the folks at ORW. They have stores throughout the West Coast, even out there in Georgia as well, Phoenix, Vegas, Corona, San Diego. The code PulpMX saves you at offroadwarehouse.com. Stop in to check in the latest truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, and racing products. The industry's leading brands. They install everything they sell, from suspension kits, tires and wheels, step beds, accessories, and more. So if you have one of those truck, Jeeps, Overland, UTVs, check out offroadwarehouse.com. Use the code PulpMX to save. And let's get into our next guest. He is from Fly Racing. He is a German Supercross champion. He's a Montreal Supercross champion. It's Jason Thomas. What's up, JT?
What's happening?
How are you feeling? You flew back from Germany today. How you feel?
Say suboptimal.
Okay. Fair enough. We won't keep you too long. We've got the X-Brand Goggle tear-offs coming up as well. Is anything going to come out of the French MXGP rider protest thing that happened on Saturday? You were in Germany this weekend, the week after this French thing. Anything happening from that, do you think? Will conditions improve? Will riders get their voice heard a little bit?
Do I think anything material comes from it? Probably not. I do hope that communication improves. I think that's likely. I don't know what way, shape, or form that comes about. But I think both sides
recognize that, talking to each other and airing out problems, even if they can't be corrected or they may disagree on if it is a problem at all or not, at least knowing each other's opinion and having those open lines of communication is really important.
So I went to Torgental years ago. I went there for the Des Nations too, and I went to the GP. So I've been there a couple times. I thought the track was really good. It was a little mini Budds Creek. It was
what?
Yeah, like up and down the hills a little bit. Not the dirt, but the layout. The layout.
Okay.
And I thought it was a good track. I liked it. I thought it was challenging and everything. But reading some comments on social media and reading some comments from racers, it didn't seem the track this weekend was very good. People didn't like it. What happened? Why don't they like it?
I don't think it's a track that people love overall.
Okay.
Traction's really difficult. When they typically rip it up, it gets really deep ruts, and then those harden throughout the day, and then they water those really deep ruts, and it's pretty treacherous. This weekend, they left it harder. They didn't rip it as deep, but they couldn't keep moisture in it, so it just got hard.
It was hot? Yeah.
It wasn't really hot. They just didn't rip it very deep.
Okay.
So, the dirt there is just, overall, it's just really hard.
Yep.
So at some point, if the sun's out, it's going to get hard. And then they were adding water to,
hardback.
Essentially concrete in some sections. And
slip inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a track. I was talking to Paul Malin, obviously, through the weekend. You spend the whole weekend with the guy, and I was just like, I would want no part of this track. I wouldn't want to ride it. I wouldn't want to race it. It looks really challenging especially to try to go fast on.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. I walked it in that year I went, 2009. I walked it on after Saturday with Coppins. We were out there, and I said, "Are they going to groom this?" And he just laughed and said, "No." And I'm like, "Really?" And it was rough, but I do feel like it started out as being a pretty good track, like ripped up and watered and looking like an American type of track, right? So what you're saying is it almost was a little bit Lakewoodish.
It's harder than that.
Yeah.
Well, not natural Lakewood. If you went to Lakewood on a non-natural weekend or before they bring in the sand,
not great.
It's more like that.
Yeah.
It's more like that.
Right.
I do think that they made a concerted effort to work on certain sections of the track. They're, in between motos, they have an hour break, and they did before the second MX2 race. There were sections that they fixed, so I was happy to see that they didn't just turn a blind eye to the racetrack, which can and does happen at those races. But just some of the sections, they were pretty heavily watered. Like on Saturday, there was a downhill section that both Kaida Wolf and Liam Everts ended up crashing really hard on. Everts ended up breaking his finger, and Kaida Wolf busted up his side pretty good. He ended up racing, but it's just one of those areas where you can't water. It was a heavy braking zone, and it was like asphalt, and they put a bunch of water on it. So guys would come down the hill, grab a handful of front brake, and then it was just, immediately ejected. So stuff like that is tough.
So you're with me, though. Yeah, nobody seemed happy. Nobody seemed pumped. That's for sure.
No, I don't think it's a track that guys are super excited about.
Right.
But I mean, that's a lot of their tracks. Their tracks are not these picturesque, perfectly groomed racetracks that you dream about here in America.
Tom Vial to America rumors. What, you hearing a little bit of stuff over there? Low rumblings.
Yeah, that was the rumor floating around.
I thought Lewis was just screwing around.
No, there's definitely some teeth to it. Obviously we'll see if it actually pans out, but it was a pretty heavy rumor on the weekend that he could be stateside for 23.
How old is Tom?
21 or 22, I think.
So right on
I think he has to move up. Is the thing, and I don't necessarily think he wants to go to MXGP for whatever reason. I think America sounds appealing for him. So
21, Travis said. Yeah.
Okay.
And he's French, so the Supercross part is fine. He's grew up riding it. He's great there. So.
I haven't watched the race yet from this weekend. Did his motor let go Sakamoto or?
I never heard what went wrong. He was trying to start it. Those batteries don't have a lot of juice. It didn't seem like it just blew up because he was still trying to get it restarted. You know what I mean? And typically, if it blows up, you're just
it's at least still cranking over, so he had hope.
Right. So, but in the end, it was a DNF, which is pretty tough.
Yeah, Gertz back in the lead.
How many times are they going to go back and forth on this? Jesus.
I know. That series is really what's it's the most entertaining thing to watch, though. And then there's this young kid, Thibaut Benestant, is a French kid, and I've seen him ride when I was at Majora a year and a half ago, whatever it was. He won a moto there as well. But I'm telling you, that kid, man, he has some serious talent. The things he was doing on the motorcycle, it's just not normal. You know, the way it's almost like when you watch Marvin when he's really on and he's kind of hopping and skipping and wheeling bumps and putting the track together in ways that other people can't. That was very much what Benestant was doing, and he kind of checked out on those guys in the second moto.
Do you think he'll be because with Vial heading out and what's his name moving over Gasgas Ridge this year, would you think that maybe KTM will pick him up, or is there any rumors on who they're bringing up?
There was also a rumor that Geertz might go to KTM to replace Vial.
Oh.
So yeah. I mean, it's all conjecture at this point, but there definitely is that rumor floating that Vial would come to America and Geertz would go take his spot, and then Benestant would kind of be the alpha at Monster Yamaha for 23.
Let's face it, once Ferrado went out, there's a whole cloud over the series.
Just the air got sucked out of the series?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right,
yeah, it was
Juggo
fantastic.
Gertz and his photographic art.
Yeah.
I love joking about Lewis.
JT, switching to the U.S., obviously we saw Kitchen ride great. What's his ceiling? Do you think he can be the next great star Yamaha rider? Can he win championships?
I would have said no before this weekend, but that was a pretty clear breakout ride. The tough thing is that usually those star guys, when they have their guy, they come in and win right away. And Kitchen didn't really do that. So that's my only real hesitation. Like, if you look at Justin Cooper, he went right straight to podiums. He didn't waste time running around in 10th like Kitchen did. So my initial reaction would be no, but it's really hard to ignore how good he was in that first moto. I mean, that was seriously impressive. Like, you just don't ride away from Jet Lawrence like that. And I like the transparency from Jet, where Jet was just like, yeah, I kind of wanted to go with him, but he was going really fast. So, kudos to him. Maybe he can make that jump.
That should be interesting to watch for sure. And Romano and LeBlanc, I don't know, like whatever. I don't know what their ceiling is. I need to see more. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And I would have said, Kitchen can be a podium guy. He can be, he's in that Pierce Brown, all those guys group where it's like, yeah, they can jump to be podium. Where Pierce took a huge step forward in Supercross. That's kind of where I was at with Kitchen, but that was a convincing ride. Like, he had a ride that was far superior to anything we've seen from like that Pierce Brown group so far.
Do you think? Sorry, one more question about MXGP. Can Febvre win? Can he get back and win races? Like, no, I don't mean like this year. Like give him 3 weeks. Give him 3 weeks.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he's only ridden for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So when you take into account that he broke his leg in November, then had to have another surgery, and has only been riding for 3 weeks. That was a pretty impressive debut performance. So,
and all new
the
team.
gap.
Yeah.
The all new team. They have a really good motorcycle, and they're able to make such big changes to a stock chassis versus what we can. And just talking to people, that bike seems to be pretty good. So the gap to get to where Geiser is pretty far. But yeah, I mean, you got to figure they're racing, we're halfway through June. You have all of July, all of August, and they go into the middle of September before they're done. So there's a lot of time for him to kind of get back to 100%. So I wouldn't be shocked at all if he's back battling for wins, sometime in August or by September.
All right. Anybody over there upset at Michael Lindsay like they are here for pointing out the MX2 team switching to last year's motors? Anybody upset with Michael?
No, but there is a lot of people get upset over there about that stuff. Lewis gets himself in hot water all the time.
I know, right? Yeah.
I just like teasing Lewis back and forth whenever one of us introducts. I just text him. I'm like, you're really trying to make a statement here. I love messing with him on that stuff.
Yamaha's been trying a lot of things on both 250 and 450, trying to find success, and they definitely don't like when that stuff gets out. So
Yeah,
I didn't hear anything about Michael, but I was kind of shocked at that because those guys are so much more transparent than our guys are.
Yep.
But then something like that, they're really not. Like, they don't want that stuff getting out at all.
Now, the Wilvo team is interesting for that. Talking to a few other guys over there is how different the 450 is under that 10-tar motor, suspension combo, everything. They're
Yeah,
they're
and
a little all over the place.
250s have been like that for a year or two now as well. Rinaldi's in the picture, but they have also other options. Like, there's a lot of different setups going on between those two teams.
Mm-hmm.
Who's your MXDN team right now, Michael? If you had
I
to
was
pick.
hoping we were going to talk about that. I'm going buck the trend. I am going with Anderson, Tomac on 450, Sexton on a 250. I want one of our 450 guys to drop down.
But not Sexton.
He's
too big.
The reason, all three of them are big.
Yes.
My reasoning for him be the one drop down is HRC, at least the 250 and 450 program under the same tent.
Yeah.
The bike is really good right now, and I feel like of all three of those guys, it might be the easiest transition. I'm not saying it's a great idea.
Right.
I'm just saying I would like to see it because I want to buck the trend and sick of dealing with our 250 guys blowing it.
JT, who's your Destinations team right now?
Assuming Justin Cooper gets back to full health, I will take him. He rode incredibly well in Aspen. Like, you remember that qualifying race? He was fantastic.
Yep.
Sunday was terrible, like weather and whatever. But I think Justin Cooper has what it takes for a race like that. He's a great starter, which is a huge deal in MX2. And he's confident. Like, he believes in himself. And in that race, when you're battling against 450s all day, that personality is what you need.
Mm-hmm.
So I go Cooper. Tomac's I think the easy choice for 450. He's done it. He's been at this race a lot, and it might be the last go-round for him. So I think he needs to do it. And then, the way Sexton's riding, how could you not pick Sexton? So I would be very happy with that. Those three.
You guys are both wrong. Not bad picks, but both wrong. It's going to be Sexton, Tomac, and he's back. He is back. He deserves to go to the MXDN. He's a great 250 rider. Justin Barcia. Rev the shit out of that thing. He's dancing around the podium this week. He was around the podium. Bam, bam. Gets his... Who's got more losses? Tomac or Barcia at this thing? I bet you Barcia does, right?
Are you trying to make your argument based off of who has more losses?
I don't get where this is going.
No, like he just deserves it, man. He deserves to get that win, and he will do it.
I'm good. I'll go with the guy who's racing the 250 all season and has the best bike in the class.
Question. If, for some reason, something were to happen with Jay Coop, who would be everybody's second pick for 250 right now?
If I'd go another 450 guy. But if I had to go 250s, I would get a rosary. What are those religious necklaces called?
Rosary beads?
I'd get a rosary, and I would pick Hampshire, and I would clutch the rosary all weekend long.
You chose violence.
I would choose RJ, and then I would pray to the motocross Jesus.
The Buddha, the everything.
Your first two picks are Barcia and Hampshire?
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
No. Cooper would be my next choice, but Michael said if Cooper got hurt.
I'm still recovering from this. Wow.
It would
if
be
Cooper can't go, it gets really dicey for me. I don't have an immediate answer there.
So
it could be beautiful with RJ. You're not that smart. It could be beautiful.
Okay, so JT.
He's won Red Bud before.
Just stop. Just stop,
Whatever,
please.
Dude.
Okay. If you had to pick one of our 450 guys to drop down, which one would you pick, JT?
Barcia. He says Barcia.
Man,
he said Barcia.
If we had notice and you gave lots of time, I would say maybe Webb.
Oh my God, that's a terrible pick.
I don't think that's a terrible pick.
I guess that sounds stupid.
I'm talking like you got to tell him now, though.
I mean, he
just raced a local race.
And people's arms are up in the air about that.
Oh, they are? Why?
Oh, people are like, he can race a local race, but he can't race nationals? What the hell?
Yeah, because he doesn't want to.
Yeah, he doesn't want to.
Yeah. And people keep saying that in the comments. People keep saying that in the comments, and they can't wrap their heads around that.
Yeah, he doesn't want to. And he's not racing him next year either.
No.
All right, let's do the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Off, shall we?
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. X-Brand goggles, the choice of champions everywhere. Kyle Chisholm, X-Brand rider. Ryan Brees, X-Brand rider. Freddie Noren wore X-Brand in Supercross and crushed it. Josh Strang winning GNCC with X-Brand. Ricky Russell, another GNCC win for X-Brand. There's no series in the world that is as tough on goggles as the GNCC series, and X-Brand is crushing it. Pulp 22 is the code to save with X-Brand, eksbrand.com. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Do you know him, Michael?
Not a clue. Where do you find these people?
We don't know. Marks, let's do this.
Steve.
Spokane.
Yeah.
If Tomac's rear brake doesn't fade, does he beat Kenny in the second moto?
No, I don't think so. Kenny had already kind of got him, I think.
JT, do you prefer pit reporting or being in the booth?
Or
I prefer being in the booth, but
yeah, no shit.
I only because it's I'm less nervous all day. Like the pit reporting thing is stressful. You're on camera, where in the booth you're not. But being in the U.S. for Lucasville Pro Motocross in the booth, you are on camera. So I don't know. I really enjoy doing that with Mayo. No, that's a lot of fun. But I'm also very thankful for the opportunity to have here. But being in the booth would be like long
30 seconds,
like life goal. I don't care.
I don't care about your timer.
All right.
I don't care about your time.
Michael, do you think we'll see the hybrid air forks in production anytime soon?
No.
And why do you see most of the factory guys gravitating to that fork?
Not that many around right now, but no, because it eliminates the cost benefit of being on air fork. Like the reason we saw them come around was weight and cost reasons. The hybrid fork is not cheap to produce, not any cheaper than a standard spring fork, and then you bring the complication of air back in and people messing with it. No, I don't see it reaching production anytime soon.
21 seconds.
Heard
Good job.
anybody say it.
Great job.
Great radio.
Steve, percentage pie of causes for weird Tomac fades.
Yeah, 100%. Rear shock's too low. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Wish I would have known that years ago.
JT, how do we revive the vibe at the Nationals? The party in the pits seems to be lacking.
Oh.
Party in the pit. Was there ever a party in the pits?
I don't think
If
so.
Moser's there.
I know you're not even allowed to have beer in the pits, so I don't know.
What's he basing this on?
I'm not sure. The turnout in the races have been really good, so
Yeah.
I don't know. I am not sure what the basis of the question is.
I was told today the Nationals are dying, and I pushed back to this gentleman and was like, no, the crowds have been great. What are you talking about? Like, they're not dying at all. They look really good, and everything seems fine. So, yeah, I don't know.
Michael, which manufacturer will be the first to match the Stark with an electric 250 or 450 bike?
Either KTM or Honda. I really can't give an opinion of which. Neither would shock me.
Honda's got that prototype out there floating around.
They've got that prototype. I think they're still doing a lot, and I've heard the KTM is very close as well.
Right.
So I would believe it would be either of those two brands.
Did you not go just because of the Vax thing?
I could go without. I figured out how to go without it. My day got canceled because of the bike issues that they had, and they rescheduled ours, like interfering with the National, and I kind of need to go to the National more. So, I don't know. I was bummed, but at the same time, I guess I'll be happy to do it when there isn't as many lap restrictions and stuff. Actually, I know we're on our timer, but let me ask JT this.
Lap restrictions? Huh?
JT, were you guys stuck with the doing only 4 laps at a time thing on the first day?
Well, I can tell you after going to Japan with you, Michael, you would have been bummed because Michael tried to ride this factory bike that we only had one of. He tried to ride it the entire day, and we only had one bike to ride. So yes, you would have been disappointed.
He literally just hung his head in shame.
Yeah,
I know what they're talking about because I got all ADD out because I was also trying to help everybody shoot the factory bike since I was the only photographer there really as well. And then I got on it and I was all fired up, and then I kept doing sections. I got yelled at. I got yelled at a lot on those Japan trips.
I didn't know there was a lap restriction on the Stark.
Oh, they had this the Stark. That's how I was asked. So Claire told me they were only allowed to do 4 laps at a time, and it always had to be brought in. Computer check, cleared error codes, a few things like that. So
I never got pulled in once. That's not true. I got pulled in once, but I did way more than 4 laps at a time.
So that might have been.
You might have been okay.
I'm wondering if that was because of the after after JT went, a couple days later, they had the issue where they canceled a bunch of days.
Mhm.
I'm wondering because of that issue if that's why they restricted it.
Brett Lee from Canada absolutely destroyed one. Cartwheeled it.
Well, they did say they wanted us to do 4 laps and come in, but I just kind of kept riding, and like nobody was saying anything, so whatever. Like,
yeah, you're like, sweet.
Fine. I mean, we all had each had our own bike, so it's not like anybody was waiting on me to ride it.
Not like you in Japan waiting on Michael. Got it. All right, next question.
Michael did like a half-hour moto.
Dude, I got yelled at so much on that trip. I got yelled at on the plane for talking, on the train for talking, a lot of it just for talking.
That's odd.
Yeah.
Steve, how is the Butler team already back at the races if they just went under in Supercross?
Well, I mean, that's a dumb. They got funding and they went racing. Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, that's dumb.
Okay. JT, who would you pick to be in Team USA for Destinations? Way to jump the gun on the question there, boys.
Did that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Way to look at the questions before you ask them.
Nah, I just read them as they come.
Yep.
You're like a teleprompter. If I just put it in front of you, you'll read it?
Yep. It's Ron Burgundy.
Ron Burgundy, yep.
I'm Ron Burgundy?
Could this be the year? Seriously, could this be the year?
What, we win?
No, I don't think
Yeah.
so.
Oh, God, I
No?
hope so.
Who's gonna beat them?
JT, just go
Australia.
in with low expectations. We don't want you to get hurt again.
Australia.
Ooh, Australia.
I don't know. I think we have a better team than Australia from what I've seen.
What about the pit bike of nations? Are we Canada gonna get back in the medal race again?
Oh, no.
Oh.
Unless you manage it.
Well, so Dylan Wright. Okay, all right. Thanks, Michael. Dylan Wright and Tyler Medaglia are right now 1-2 in the points after 2 rounds in Canada, and they both want to ride the pit bike of nations
and the destinations.
So that should be interesting. I might have 2 riders on my team and Goldie, who.
Well, it sounds like you just need to be the team manager of both.
I probably should. Yeah.
Okay, we got to go back. We got to go back to Motocross Nations. So you say Australia. Let's go through this.
Oh, boy.
Okay, Jet Lawrence versus Cooper. You got to give the nod to Lawrence so far from what we've seen. That doesn't mean it can't change, but right now that's fair. Hunter versus Sexton. I think you got to go Sexton.
Yep.
And then Tomac versus who would they have? Mitch Evans? Who's the third guy?
I think
Evans
Mitch
or
Evans, right?
Ferris?
I'm pretty sure you're going to have to go Tomac in that scenario.
Okay, but guess what? I also would have said all of this for the last time we were at Red Bud for the Destinations, and they didn't even get on the podium. So I don't know. Like, what you're saying is logically correct. However, I have 7 years of Team USA underperforming. Not underperforming.
I know. I'm just saying, but I'm just saying, like you go, no, I'll show you. I'm like, well, hold on.
Yeah.
So wait, with that team, if God forbid we get beat again, is this the lowest of lows? Is this
It's already the lowest of lows.
But is it gonna get lower? Or are we already there, and it's just is what it is?
Is Tim Ritchie going to screw over America again? That's the question.
Oh, mud, there's so much sand.
I'm kidding. I'm
The
joking.
only thing lower than like Team USA lately is Bitcoin. That's it.
Yeah. What about Aussie Nick said put Christian Craig on a 250F?
No. I don't mean
He's too
that
big.
sounded that
Too
was
big.
bad sounding, but I didn't mean that way. But
Okay.
hey, actually, JT, I got one for you, Destinations. What's a worse idea, RJ Hampshire being on the Destination teams, or Steve being the team manager of Team Canada?
Listen, you don't think RJ on his day could go 1-1? Absolutely.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
You wouldn't have RJ winning
1-1 against. Wait, what
No,
are we
in his
talking about?
class.
His qualifier?
No, 1-1 in his MX2. Be the best MX2 rider on the day. You don't think RJ can do that?
Can?
Yes, can. Yeah.
yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Will?
Yeah. No, that's where the rosary comes in.
Dude,
You Catholic all of a sudden?
Dude, you're gonna have to
that's
join.
Christian, isn't it?
You're
Isn't
gonna
it?
have
Christian-
to
Catholic
join a
is
satanic cult and do some pretty bad
I mean,
things to
Christian
make that
Catholic
work.
is Christian.
Bro, it could go. Listen, why not? Team USA.
I mean, RJ's capable of winning every weekend.
I know.
I mean, he just crashes a lot.
After 7 years in a row of losing, the slogan should be "What the fuck?" And Team USA.
It already is for me.
Yeah.
It already is.
Team
every
USA.
year.
What the fuck? Here's RJ. Everybody, watch this.
RJ, Jordan Smith, and
Marty.
Oh,
Honestly, they can't hurt me anymore.
No,
They can't hurt me anymore.
They can't. No, RJ can absolutely. He's won Red Bud before. If everything aligns, RJ can win the MX2 class. But will everything align? Probably not, but maybe.
You're gonna. I already know this is gonna be something you're not gonna shut up about till the team's picked.
No. I'm all for putting a 450 guy on a 250. I'm all for doing something different. Jesus Christ, change something up. It ain't working.
Can we put
But
Mitch
I don't
Payne in
think.
charge?
I
or
mean, you
something?
can't just blanket statement that. Like, I thought Justin Cooper would have been just fine. I mean, you can't help it. He got cleaned out on the start of the first race and whatever. He was great on Saturday.
But
a crappy track.
For sure, but putting a 450 guy on a 250 is something that other countries have done and they've won with.
They keep
But they do it out of necessity, though.
They keep beating
us. Not good.
But why not try something different? So I was actually asked by some AMA people about trying to help them organize, because it is expensive, right? And it does cost a lot of money, and as I've said over and over, and they asked me to maybe help promote like T-shirt sales and
they
things
saw how much money you raised in that
I think they did.
challenge.
No, absolutely. I think they did, right? I think that opened their eyes a little bit.
Would you consider putting Stank Dog on the 250 in that dynamic?
No, I draw the line there. No, absolutely. Hasn't done enough outdoors to justify that. All right, next question.
All right, last one. Michael, which national tracks are the most difficult for bike setup?
This should be a JT question. This is not a me question. JT, you answer this.
Ask it again. Which bike setup for?
Which national tracks are most difficult for bike setup?
I don't know, man. The USA tracks are all pretty similar. Like the obviously the extremes, right? So Washougal is tricky because it's really slippery in the afternoon, and the bumps get crazy hard pack. And then I would go the opposite extreme of like Southwick is by far the sandiest race. So suspension and chassis, the setup's going to be pretty different. But you could also say like Colorado, like people have more bike problems at Colorado than anywhere else all year. Michael Mosman had problems again this year. So I don't know. Chassis-wise, I would say maybe Southwick, and then engine-wise, it seems to be Thunder Valley.
All right. X-Brand Goggles, choice of champions everywhere. JT, before we let you go, we got a call for you from Blaze. Blaze, what's up, man? Blazer.
Hey, how's it going, Steve?
What's up, man?
Oh, not much. So, JT, I recently, like 2 months ago, I'd gotten my hands on a pair of the Speeder Light gear set. And I got it through Motosport, but ended up having, like, fitment issues with the pants and everything. And I usually, like, I'm not one to, like, spend a lot of money on gear. Like, I just get something kind of middle of the road, nice. But I was like, screw it, this stuff looks cool, right? So I bought it, and I banged the parts counter and was like, I want that damn gear right there. And they were like, all right. So
online.
Anyways, the what's that?
The online counter.
Yeah, the online. Yeah.
No, well,
we got it. Okay, moving on. All right, moving on.
Sorry. Anyways, so Gary at WPS, like I ended up getting in contact with him, and I was, and these pants don't fit, like, and I was like ordered them through Motosport, so I was just like all over the place trying to get it to work, and didn't want to have to buy another pair. And anyways, the boy, my guy Gary there at WPS came through, helped me out, and so like, Fly Racing, I mean, you guys really stepped up, came through, and got me in the right size, and I love that gear. So anyways, just shout out, and then
good.
Yeah, and then I did have one quick question for you.
Okay.
On your Yamaha,
Mm-hmm.
do you ever have like a mushy front brake issue come up on your like the front brake? Like
no.
It'd be really soft.
No, not for me. Michael, you said yeah?
Was it Kiefer just did check out, I don't know if he put on Pulp or on Kiefering Test. I mean, he swapped to a Brembo Master Cylinder for that reason, but I think he lists out some of the other stuff he's tried. You see a lot of the Yamaha mechanics do the old trick where they'll zip tie the lever in and leave the brake cap pop to try to keep air out of the system. I do know the Yamaha's the most common bike that people complain about front brakes not being the greatest. But I would look at Kiefer's article and maybe email him. I think of the recent Yamaha, he's tried a few different combinations of lines and master cylinder sizes. He could probably point you in the best direction.
Yeah, I don't have. Yeah, it's fine for me. I don't know. Don't ride that fast, I guess.
When was the last time you rode?
Yeah.
That's huge. Thank you.
All right.
It's been coming downhill. It's mushy, but I'll try that out. I really appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Blaze. Thanks for calling. Good to hear that Fly Racing took care of you. That's awesome. Thanks, man.
No, that's cool. I wanted to just make he's talking about Gary Martinez, who's our customer service, and that guy, the patience he has, because typically people are angry if they reach out to customer service.
Yes.
Something's wrong, something's gone wrong somewhere along the line, and he has so much patience with these people, and I'll get copied into his emails. And that guy's a saint. So thank you to him, and obviously did a good job in this scenario as well.
Absolutely. All right, JT, thanks for calling in. Get some sleep. Oh, what?
I got a question for both of you, too.
Okay, all right.
It weighs into our continuing RJ conversation. I don't mean this in a bad way, but I want to hear your two opinion. What would shock you more next year? RJ winning a 250 regional title on Husky, or Jordan Smith winning a regional Supercross title on Star Racing Yamaha?
Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan would shock me more.
Yeah.
RJ's just staying upright away from it, in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, for sure. All right, Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Get it from motorsport.com. The kinetic mesh is out and doing well. And JT, you got that email or that tweet about gargoyles. So I know you guys will be switching things up soon.
I didn't get your tweet. I got our text from you,
yeah.
which is pretty standard.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
I immediately disregard, as usual.
Okay. Fantastic. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for calling in.
All right. See you guys.
Appreciate it. Thanks. That's Jason Thomas, everybody. Michael Lindsay, what's your favorite Renthal product? What's your favorite Renthal thing you've used, you enjoy? They make a lot of things.
996 twin walls.
996 twin walls. All right. Renthal.com. Get some 996 twin walls like Michael Lindsay on there. Get the Fat Bar 36, the Fat Bar, the 7/8 bar, of course. They make grips and sprockets and chains. Factory Honda, factory Kawasaki, factory KTM using Renthal products, of course. They swept the podium in Canada, US, and MXGP last weekend. This weekend, they did the same thing in Canada and the same thing in the USA. Good job for those guys. Renthal.com, the most trusted brand in the pro paddock and the first choice to the world's premier athletes and race teams. Go to their website. You can learn a lot on it. Renthal.com. They got dealer locator stuff. They've got a lot of things going on. Fraction of a second, a few grams, a couple of millimeters, it all counts. Welcome to the winning world of Renthal. Michael Lindsay doing a great job of promoting that. All right, let's get to line one, shall we? This is an esteemed.
This is a great stretch.
An esteemed journalist in the sport.
Oh shit, that's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
Mr. Side.
And still got to hear that, huh?
How about Michael?
It's never going away, Dark
How
Side.
about Michael? Mr. Guida here.
Jamie.
We got him to cut his hair. He looks respectable. He looks presentable.
Like a true professional.
Wygant puts him in the post-race video for Racer X. As an analyst, he's got a new dirt bike. Like, who's winning 2022 but Jamie Guida?
Exactly.
Right?
Winning. Can't really argue with you. I'd like to.
He's a true professional, except for on Friday.
Do you think you're getting into that? You think you're getting into that post-race video with the greasy bandana and the greasy ponytail and look? Like, you're not getting in there. He's not putting you on camera. He's not doing it.
It's never greasy, but I hear what you're saying.
Right. He's just not doing it. So you're making major strides thanks to me and Kiefer.
Absolutely. Might as well just give it to you.
All right, fantastic. Good to know that you agree with that. So
can't really argue. Things have there have been more opportunities. So
things are turning around. Sean,
I hate to give you the credit.
Yeah, Sean Brennan now says he respects you so much more. You're a proper journalist. Yep. Did Weege do the did Weege introduce you as Jamie or Darkside? In the video,
I think it's Jamie. I'm pretty sure Jamie. Yeah.
Dude, that's it, Lindsay. He's. Next step for him, working at Vital MX.
Hit me up.
Right? There you go.
We're working on a deal.
Yep. See that. Fantastic.
As long as he keep his microphone plugged in.
Oh, why?
Come on, man.
What happened? What happened?
Nothing?
You saw my little setup I have that I carry around, and the mic, the splitter for the two mics had come unplugged from the GoPro, like the halfway.
Uh-huh.
So everything I recorded Friday was no good. No audio. Video.
Poof.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, I told him
I don't know if
we've all done it at least once, and you never do it again afterwards.
Have I done something like that? I don't. I've had microphone cables go bad. I've had microphone cables just go bad in the middle of something, but.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a little, 3.5 auxiliary that plugs into a splitter, and I had a piece of Velcro wrapped around it to hold it tight, and I couldn't tell that it unplugged. Just should have checked it.
Yep, should have checked it. That's what happens.
Yep.
But you know what? Your trajectory right now is just like you're just like Apple or Google years ago. You are just going to the moon right now.
Straight up to the top.
Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch my back.
Oh yeah, sure.
You're going
Mr.
down.
Side, Mr. Side is coming.
You're going down, Steve.
I'm already taking measurements to see if I can raise my ceilings.
Oh, yeah. Why do the ceilings keep coming up?
I don't know. I'm pretty much convinced they got higher up than the last time I was here. I walked in, I'm like, there's at least another 5 feet today.
Stop it. Stop it.
Thinking about raising the ceilings in my house.
Mr. Side, too, you were very excited to meet Tony and Jill Caroli. You're welcome for that introduction, by the way. Do you think I'm introducing you to Tony and Jill if you got that greasy headband and the greasy ponytail? Like, do you think I'm doing that?
Probably not.
Right. So, but when you look the way you look and you're acting professional, I'm going to introduce you to Tony Caroli and Jill.
Yeah, it kind of blew my mind. Lindsay, he said, "Hey, this is my buddy Jamie." I was like, "Whoa!"
Did I say that? I was just.
You did.
I was just.
Jill and Cody.
I was just trying to get you in there to introduce you. That's all. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I was like, that kind of screwed my head up a little bit.
Well, you never know.
Hey, did you get a golden wrench this weekend?
I did. Yeah, I did. Oh yeah. So, what's that guy's name? I met him.
Corey Barbie.
So
Corey Barbie
comes up to me in the media tent and hands me a gold-plated ratchet.
Icon. Yeah, the gold-plated icon.
Yeah.
Bart, is he the one? He's Jack Chambers' guy,
yeah,
right?
Jack. Yeah,
the one that does all the grip tape.
Right.
He does some really cool stuff.
So, because I was complaining about me getting screwed out of the golden wrench last week with Ryan Morris. So thanks, Corey.
So you got a participation trophy?
Yeah.
Oh, good work.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah,
About time.
I got a gold-plated ratchet. But so that guy posted on social media. The guy who got the golden wrench, whose mom got the golden wrench, posted on social media and on Facebook, saying Steve Mathis isn't happy that my mom won the golden wrench, but she drove me to the races and I got a top 5 and blah blah blah. And he seemed a little pissed. He didn't know how to spell very well. He didn't use any punctuation or anything, but he seemed a little pissed. And then I said to him, "She seems like a nice woman, but please send me that. We beat James Stewart." So
that's a fair response.
Yeah,
that's so funny.
Yeah. So, what else, Mr. Side?
Well, if you don't mind, I text you about this. WPS for Triple J. He's got an event sponsored by Maxima, one of your sponsors.
Maxima USA, Pulp 20 is code to save. Maxima USA.
You guys are anywhere near Jamestown, Tennessee, or want to head that way? He's having an event 25th at I got it all here, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at damn it, R3motoworks.com gives you all the information. The letter R3motowork.com. Apparently, winners get a case of Maxima product. Everyone gets a case of Maxima product. So Triple J, good dude, WPS. He comes on the wrap-up show all the time. So yeah, if you guys are in the area, check it out.
Yeah, no problem.
Instagram out at Triple J 533.
My show is Triple J's show, I guess. No problem there.
No problem.
No issues.
Well, he is a Fly WPS employee and sponsor Maxima, so it kind of ties in a little bit.
Okay. All right.
But I appreciate you, and I know he appreciates you letting him promote that a little bit.
Wrap-up show, Guts Racing, Seal Savers, Motorsport.com, Michelin Bicycle Tires coming up this week. I haven't listened for a few weeks. I gotta get on it, Pony. I just haven't. Yeah, I need to get on it.
Man, there's not enough time in the day for all the podcasts.
No, there's not.
Yeah. So I need to listen.
Well, Mason Mill from Steel City is going to come on. He's a regular, and then Jason Place reached out. He's a Leatt gear rep in Minnesota and Iowa, and he wants to do it. So we're going to get Jason on, and should be fun.
Okay, fantastic. Well, make it good, please.
Are you keeping up with Facebook chat tonight?
No.
Okay. I think we might need to get you Jilly's phone number. Currently,
who?
Jilly. She cut my hair.
Yeah. What about her?
You need to talk to Jilly. You need to get her number.
Why? What's the problem?
Everybody's commenting about your hair tonight.
On your haircut, bad.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, Marks. Is that why you said nice haircut before the show?
No, I said nice haircut before the show,
Yeah.
and then the YouTube comment started after the show.
But you were making. Did you say nice haircut because it was bad, Marks?
No, I didn't.
No,
I said nice haircut.
So what's the problem with the bad haircut?
You just said it was a bad haircut.
Yeah, but you can't see it, can you?
Yeah, you can.
Shit. Okay.
I almost made a joke about the
What's
question
wrong with
about
it?
Tomac's fade.
What's wrong with it? Just that it's too back? It's too fit? What's going on with it? What's the
I
problem?
don't know. There's comments all over the place. A couple of people are comparing you to JT. I don't know.
Oh, wow. Pookie! She made me do this.
What'd she do?
She made me do this.
What happened?
So I normally go to a Sport Clips or Great Clips or whatever the hell, right?
$5.
Yeah, no, 14 or something. But I just walk in.
Big spender.
And, I tell them what I want, and they give me a haircut. And 8 out of 10 times it's good, but you do have a couple of horrific ones. So Pookie said, that's it. You are going to a barber, like a real barber, $35, going to one. And I went, and the guy did a good job. This is a month ago or so. Mm-hmm. And so I went back to him the other day, and he did this job.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't think it was great, but I didn't think people could see it on camera and everything.
That's the thing about having a show on YouTube is people can see you.
Yeah, but I didn't think it showed up. What's the problem with it? Because the problem with it that I had was it was uneven in spots. But what's this problem?
People keep asking you if you have highlights.
No,
I think that's the uneven. Honestly,
it's uneven.
It's probably just because it's different. Honestly, it's like you got a fade going on. It's a different look. So.
Yar says it looks like a blind kid cut it with safety scissors.
Jesus
Christ. Oh, stop it, Yar. Okay, she's banned from the studio.
I'm changing it back to tweet it tits.
She's banned from the studio. So I went to a guy, and so this guy, the first time he cut my hair, everyone loved it. Pookie and a couple other people. And then the same guy did it again. And I went there, and it's not good. But it was more oh, wow, I didn't think it was that bad.
I mean, it may not be, but no one's going to tell you that.
Aren't you glad you made the PulpMX show a video show?
I'm not okay. I'm not okay back there.
Give it a week. You'll be.
Turn the cameras off.
Yeah, cameras off. Listen, if anybody's going to give me shit about my hair, it's Mr. Side, who, now looks like a fashion model.
Of all people.
Yeah.
Oh, how the turntables.
Yeah. Oh, how the turntables. Yeah, exactly. So.
Remember that karma you were talking about earlier?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, fair enough.
It happens.
There's a comment from the PulpMX YouTube channel, and they posted and said, if you like this video, or you get a haircut like Steve's. That's the punishment.
I don't think it's that bad, but I'm going to take this up with Pookie right after the show because she made me do this.
We can get Pookie on air. It's been a while, and this seems appropriate.
Steve looks like a cockatoo.
I thought it looked good earlier, but I think since you put the headphones on and you probably touched it a few times, it looked good pre-show, I thought.
Oh, thanks, Tallon.
Oh, someone.
I got your back.
Is it
time for a raise for the guy in the corner.
Is it review time already?
Yeah, time for a raise for the guy in the corner. Looking good.
Oh, some guy in here just said you look like Brad Pitt. Does he get a raise?
I just got a text. It does look a little rough. I got another one. It says, your hair looks fine. I can't believe I'm watching this shit. so it's 50-50 on my texts.
I really want to know.
I went to a professional barber. Like a real barber. Not one of great. I guess back to the Great Clips I go. All right.
Let us know when it happens.
All right, Jamie, what's the next race you're going to be? What's the next race you're coming to, Jamie?
I'm shooting for Millville, but honestly, it's pretty tight the way travel is right now. I don't know, man. It costs a fortune to go to these races now.
My Pittsburgh ticket is $1,200 fucking dollars this week.
Yeah, mine is either
$1,200. I can go to Paris for $1,400.
Mine is either $1,100 to go Delta, or it was like $500 for Spirit. I was like, ugh.
500. No, I'm not going on Spirit. I would not. I'd have to be like Mr. T in 18. You have to knock me out for me to go on Spirit. There's no way I would do that ever.
Hey, at least it's nonstop.
Yeah.
It's a long nonstop
Yeah.
to be on Spirit.
No, Jamie, it's expensive, man. But you know what?
Yeah.
You got to get to the races, man, because you're in post-race videos and stuff now. So
I'm working on it, Steve. I'm working on it, man. We gotta get some more sponsors brought in, but I'll probably be at Millville. That's the goal.
All right.
So what's this? What's the crossover point? When does Darkside just become a full-time media guy? Is it in the cards?
Listen, I've told Darkside we had a serious conversation after a Supercross race.
Yeah.
And I told him what to do, and he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. He's not going to do what I want or
just
what I
step
suggested.
up, Darkside. Just
Yep.
step up.
Yep.
Jamie, Darkside. Something.
He's.
I have been introducing myself much more as.
You have what?
No, what did Michael just say? I thought maybe I misunderstood him.
I just said step up, but then I fumbled around because we've been calling you Jamie, and I accidentally defaulted back to Darkside, so I was fumbling.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. I've been using Jamie much more often.
How's the relationship with the girlfriend? How's that going?
Yeah, let's skip over that.
Ups and downs?
Yeah, peaks and valleys.
Peaks and valleys.
It's a valley.
Peaks and valleys.
Yeah, it's in a valley.
Yeah.
It's been a valley for a while, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of plateau right now. Just yeah.
Oh boy.
All right, Mr. Side. Thanks for calling. Yep.
Wait, so what are we
Two more
doing?
things?
How are we making
What?
him go full time?
Oh, he doesn't want to. We don't have enough time to get into it, but he's
Oh.
got to get out of wherever the hell he lives. He's got to make the move. Like, if you want to do it, you got to. What did I do? I slept on air mattresses and on office building floors for years, and I'm not even saying he needs to do that, but he needs to take that step. He's got to get out of West Texas.
That's East Texas. But yeah, that's been a big conversation in the last few weeks with me and friends, and yeah, so I understand. Not enough time, like you said, in your show.
You just gotta look. You can move out to the high des, stay with Kiefer till you can get on your feet, ride the trails out there in the high des. You know,
We'll shoot a little Rocky training video out there.
Yeah, yeah.
Dun, 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 dun,
I like it.
All right, man.
Hey, before I go, can I ask you two more real quick?
What else do you need, Dark Side? What else? Yeah.
What else do you need to promote?
Yeah. What else?
Are you gonna do a Levi sound check? I know he wants to do one.
I don't know. Does he? I don't know. He's never asked me that.
He said he texted you.
He's never texted me about a sound check. No.
No, he said he did.
No.
Okay.
No.
Are you prepared to be in the TV booth this weekend, just in case? I got some inside information. They might need you.
In the TV booth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'll be there for sure. You know they'll put me in there for sure.
Well, they might need you from what I'm hearing, but I don't want to say on air just yet. But
somebody said, was the sign spelt barber, BAR, bar. That's pretty good. All right, Jamie. Thanks for calling.
All right.
Dark Side wrap-up
Yep.
show this week. Check it out. Thanks to the sponsors. Thanks to you people for checking it out. It's a show about a show, and he's going to do a good job of that. So.
When do we get a
That's
show
it.
about a show
See ya.
about a show?
Yep. Thanks, Jamie. See ya.
All right, see ya.
All right, that's Dark Side, everybody.
Jamie.
Or the weekly hair segment on the PulpMX show.
I mean, look at Michael's hair.
I know. I'm
Look
getting
at
plenty
that.
of comments. I need to cut mine.
The
or turn it
flow
into a
is
mullet.
luscious. What are you talking about?
Looks like Jesus.
Luscious.
All right.
It's not even that long yet.
Talon, remind me to get you a raise after the show.
All right, cool.
Yeah, thank you.
And Yar wants in for Kiefer After Dark.
She's not in. No, she's making too much fun of me. She's out. I want to thank the Race Tech guys. Race Tech Rant of the Night. Pulp 22 is the code to save with Race Tech. Get your motor work done. Get your suspension work done. Michael, you work closely with the Race Tech guys for years and years. They do great work, whether it was your race team, whether it was your Vital bikes, test bikes, whatever it is. Race Tech guys. They got it going on.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Pulp 22 is the code to save. Tell them you listen to Pulp, and they will help you out. They'll dial your bike in. Get your right spring rate for your weight and or speed. Racetech.com. This is my Race Tech Rant of the Night. So, Antonio Caroli is the top placing KTM rider right now in the points.
Yep.
He just got fourth in a moto as well this past weekend. He's gotten 3 hole shots out of 6 motos.
Most
as
TV
well.
time, probably.
Tons of TV time. He is a 9-time MXGP 9-time GP champion. He's an ambassador for KTM right now, and so he gets paid to be an ambassador. But he's going home after High Point. He can't. He's racing right now for KTM for no money, just an ambassador stuff. So he gets no bonuses, gets no anything, gets purse money only. and he wants to stay.
Mm-hmm.
And he said they will not pay him any money. They won't give him any bonuses. They just won't pay him bonuses to race. And I cannot believe that KTM can't come up with some money and find some money. This is a super cool story. I was under the tent this weekend with Tony and Jill and Truman, and then Jamie came up. Fans loved it. Fans think he's awesome. They said he can't believe the response he's been getting. He's been putting good results in. Not great, but good to very good. He's going to get better as the series moves to these tracks that are softer. And he's going home.
Mm-hmm.
And look, if KTM had somebody that was going 1-1 or 2-1, like, I get it. Like, hey, we got our guy, and thank you, Antonio. But for all this guy has done for KTM, they can't get him a bonus program? They can't bonus this dude out? Like, he's pulling holies. He's the top rider in the points. I can't believe it. Like, so this is it, high point, and he's gone because KTM can't pay him. And I can't understand that. It makes no sense to me. I highly doubt he wants to get paid $500,000 for 12 races. I'm sure it's something pretty agreeable, but he's racing for only purse money right now. And he just is like, I'm not doing that. The risk is not worth it to me. And I agree with him. My race tech rant is KTM. Come on, KTM. Come on. Pay the man. Do a deal. This is super cool. Everyone loves this. He's your top rider. He's hole shotting. Pay the man.
Mm-hmm.
Race tech rant of the night. You agree?
Yeah. I mean, Hurlings and Webb aren't racing right now. Even if they're still being paid, they're probably on some level of injury clause right now. That isn't enough money to help this dude out?
It's unbelievable. I don't get it. Look, if Roger and Ian don't want him, all he's got to do is call Pitt.
Yeah.
Or somebody. Mr. Peer. Somebody at KTM will help Tony Caroli, I feel like. I don't know. I don't blame him for going home after High Point because, yeah, man, it is risky, and you're racing at the highest level, and you're racing for purse money, which ain't great, as we know.
Which I saw some of the comments on this day, and, of course, there are people that are very fired up about it, and then there are people like, oh, he'd choose to come over here retirement race, like their bike's not expensive. Yeah, so he's done his couple races. Clearly, he is great marketing.
Yeah.
Clearly, he is the highest placing in points.
It's working out.
It's working.
It's working. He's hole shotting. He's highest placing rider in points. He just got 4th. It's all working. He gave you 4 races as a gimme. Now pay him for the other 8.
Mm-hmm.
Race tech round of the night. Come on, KTM.
You know what, Steve? Just gonna have to raise some money again. Get your money raising hat on.
Yeah. Listen, I'm gonna get a Yamaha to give away for a KTM rider, and all the money's gonna go to a KTM rider. Perfect. Right?
Do it.
I just
get Ulrich on the phone. Let's get on our bike.
It's ridiculous. I just think it's so dumb. Make it happen. Come on, man. That's my race tech round of the night. KTM, make it happen.
One of the few race tech rants of yours I 100% agree with.
Thank you. I also agree with getting Michelin, and I go to motorsport.com. They're offering a Michelin free tube promotion for a limited time. Purchase a set of new Michelin Starcross 6 tires or the Michelin Starcross 5 tires from motorsport.com. Get a free set of Michelin inner tubes with your order. Full details available on motorsport.com. And if you buy a on-road motorcycle tire, you get $50 back Visa gift card. $30 if you buy a set of Michelin Starcross 6 tires as well. Scooter tires or bicycle tires. Offer are valid in the U.S. and Canada June 1st to 30th. So you got 17 days left to get a Visa gift card from the folks at Michelin. You rode the Starcross 6 out at Paris. What'd you think?
I like it over the 5.
You like it over the 5? Yep.
Particularly rear tire.
Yep.
Mid-soft rear, big fan of. I've been running it on 250 KTM for a couple weeks, a little bit I've been able to ride.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty stoked on it. I'm running in California, I'm running mid-soft rear and mid-front.
All right. Michelin Starcross 6. Get them now, man. MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires. Get the Starcross 6. Big news from the folks at Michelin, and they've been helping us out. So, I mean, maybe we'll sell some Michelins to get the Caroli. I don't know. Just come on, KTM. We want Corolla to stay here, right? All right.
It's going to be a tougher negotiation, this one or the Osborne one?
Well, for the World Supercross?
No, just the prior Osborne one.
Yeah. I don't know. Oh, did I say too much for the World Supercross?
No, I know. I was just talking about the prior one, but please continue.
I think he wants to do World Supercross. That's why I said that.
Yeah, at the same time.
Yes. The 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Suspension Direct. Marks has the E-Click shocks on his Raptor from Dan Worley and the guys at Suspension Direct. They make them for Jeep, all the Jeep models, Ford Raptor 150s, UTVs. They make them for Toyotas too as well, as Dan said when he was in studio a couple weeks ago. They also make hard-to-find suspension parts. WP, Showa, Walker Evans, Fox, KYB. Do you guys ever get parts from Dan when you were working at Enzo? Like stuff that you needed?
Actually, it's funny is at that time, Dan got his parts from Ross.
Oh.
Back before he had a full KYB. It's different now, but at the time it was vice versa. But no, if we were out of stuff and it was in his stock, I would go get stuff from Dan.
PulpMX code to save at Suspension Direct. Their E-Click shocks are really, really good. It's a lifelong project of the guys down there. Dan talked about it when he was here. And they're more than just electronic shocks. It's a semi-active suspension system that constantly adapts to the road and conditions. No more getting out of the vehicle to adjust suspension before getting on the road or the trail. Suspension Direct. Check out these E-Click shocks. I know you people are big into UTVs, and so if you are, the E-Click shocks are where they're at. So please use the code PulpMX to save as well with Suspension Direct. All right, everybody, we'll go to commercial break here and come back. Michael Lindsay from Vital MX. We'll talk a little bit more about the Nationals, talk a little bit more about Vital. I want to also get the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment going and much more on the show. So stick around. Be right back after this commercial break.
Lipstick on your dipstick?
Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on Motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop Motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride, only at Motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, attack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Steve.
Kiefer.
Do you want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had?
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of race tech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at race tech, the stuff has been great. So for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or as Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike?
It's fantastic. Zombie Blows uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Race Tech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Race Tech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Race Tech.
Good people.
With 80 years of experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons, from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco has recently expanded our Racer Elite line with SX and MX proven USA-made connecting rods. Now adding to the Garage Buddy rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and our CV4 thermal protection line, this makes Wiseco your single-stop performance name. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
For over 30 years, DecalWorks has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. DecalWorks is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and GasGas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. DecalWorks is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes DecalWorks stand out. DecalWorks, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. DecalWorks. Fly Racing. Michael Lindsay from Vital in here, brought to you by the folks at DecalWorks, putting on his headset right now.
Hi.
Hey, shout out to Acerbis. Speaking of Acerbis, Max Voland, Bike Problems Moto 1.
Yeah.
Ooh, he has had a tough go of it. Moto 2, though, 8th place. Good job for Max.
Hangtown wasn't too bad either.
Yeah, no, Hangtown was good. Acerbis, the industry leader in aftermarket dirt bike plastics and accessories with over 40 years experience. Anderson, Barsha, AC, Webb, and many others using Acerbis plastic. They've fine-tuned their products to offer the highest level of performance and protection in the industry. Replica plastic kits, handguards, disc guards, frame guards, and more at Acerbis USA on social media. AcerbisUSA.com. They got the metallic plastic out too as well. Did you like that stuff? What do you think of that stuff?
It was pretty cool. I was just I thought it was funny, you bring it, it sucked is they bring it to the race and everybody puts all their graphics on top and you really
can't see nothing.
Couldn't see it, yeah.
I want to thank the folks at Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, DecalWorks, X-Brand Goggles, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Renthal, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, Acerbis, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Pulp 20 is the code to save with Maxima. Love those guys, whether it's SC1, whether it's MPPL, chain guard, whatever it is, contact cleaner. Pulp 20 is the code to save with those guys. Maxima USA. Same with Pro Filter, same code. Get your ready-to-use pre-oiled air filter for your dirt bike side-by-side or whatever. Oil filters as well. Pulp 20 is the code to save with Pro Filter. Scosh, ORW, OGO Power Sports, FMF, Guts Racing, Atlas Neck Brace. Dylan Wright winning all 3 motos this past weekend up in Canada. 3 short, they did 3:15s.
3:15s.
Yeah. Dylan Wright running an Atlas brace. He's got the points lead, doing well there. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Works Connection, Get Data. WUSA, love the guys at W. You've done anything with them lately? Have you used them?
A little bit. I talk to John all the time. I've got no, actually, they did a rebuild. We did an 06 Sierra 450 the other day, and they did where they took the stock Cubs, cleaned them up, Cerakoted them, everything.
Yep.
It looks so good.
That Cerakoting is like an easy way to look like you have a Works hub, right?
It really is.
Yeah. WUSA, Ride Engineering, Intense Cycles, Suspension Direct, Manscaped, Wiseco Piston, and Twisted Tea, all on board with us. Hey, if you're still listening at this hour, Works Connection. Pro Launch Start Device. We're giving one away.
Ooh.
Fifth caller wins. Get their year, make, and model if you can, Tallon, and emails and all that. The Works Connection guys swept the podium in both classes at Lakewood. Pro Launch Start Device.
No surprise.
PulpMX 20 is the code to save with Works Connection and WorksConnection.com. So, yeah, great company. They've been in business a long time. Make solid products there. Fifth caller gets a Pro Launch Start Device, 702-586-PULP. Give us a call if you can. Appreciate it. Michael Lindsay, Vital MX. All right, Michael. So how's things at Vital? How's everything going?
Busy.
Yeah? Some staff changes?
Yeah, a little bit of movement. A little bit of shuffling.
And
shuffling of my papers here.
And are you the guy to kind of decide that? Or and Brad's the owner, Brad
it's
Brad,
McDonald.
McDonald, that's it?
Yep.
And so is that something where he lets you kind of have the say of what you want?
Yeah. My staff, my decisions.
Yep.
I mean, some of the
How
stuff
hard is that, though, for you?
Not too bad in certain situations. I mean, all of our sales guy and Brad have input, but for the most part, it comes down to my final say, like, really what we want to do or what direction we want to go, which is I'm super grateful for. It's really fun this time around to have pretty much like keys to the castle per se.
Yeah, you're it, right? So Klinger works for you, kind of, and the ad guys, you work with them. Obviously, that's a different department than you
guys and everything. Yeah, but we all work like we have 3 different ad guys, but we have mountain bike. We just got rid of BMX type, but we have mountain bike and moto, and they all kind of work on all of them. But the guy who is primarily moto is one of my closest friends, so I deal with him 20 times a day. We just BS about everything, so it makes business easy.
Who are you pissing off right now? Who's mad at you right now?
I wouldn't say just some
Star guys are mad because you're pointing out Cooper has stock clamps and.
Well, I actually saved that from the first week. I don't know. I don't fully I need to talk to some guys. I don't understand what I'm fully in trouble for this time. Coker did give me a little slap on the wrist for one, but I'm trying to.
What are they mad about? I don't get it.
It's just little stuff like stuff on the bikes aren't sponsored parts or other things like that. It's it's this and that. And
I mean, some of the stuff I hear that they're mad at you, I can't believe it. I tell them to eat shit. I'm taking a picture of your bike outside the tent, and you're running this.
Yeah, and that's where, I understand the end of it. Like, there was a couple things I've gone, which is inside tent, which I understand, but then there's some stuff that's insanely visible. Got yelled at by one for shooting something. We were up by, like, the podium area, and I got in trouble for something, and then, it just kind of keeps happening.
It just kind of keeps happening.
Just kind of keeps happening.
Does it frustrate you, or I mean?
A little bit, because when I think of our sport, like I'll hear comments from certain people about professionalism in media and moto, and I'm just like, dude, I'm a huge fan of F1 and MotoGP and the access and the technical side that people are willing to talk about in there is so much more than moto. I get a little frustrated sometimes with moto because you could keep throwing out it's not rocket science, we're not curing cancer, and the majority on the bikes, like I'm always blown away again in F1 how much photographers will catch of certain componentry off the car, and it's like that stuff is more applicable to what the other teams are running because it's all prototypes. Like they could literally copy what another team's running if they had enough photos and other stuff, but like when we're talking about these bikes, unless you're racing another Yamaha, you're another team on a cow and you see stuff from Mitch's team, it doesn't really.
Yeah, you're not going to just bolt it on a Honda and be like, oh yeah, this link ratio is great.
Except for rare occasions, like when Honda was trying to sneak in the electric water pump the last couple of rounds last year. There's very few things that get done that easily overlap into other brands. And some teams are really cool about it. Some understand that and have a good time with it. I do think some guys like to give me crap more on a fun level. But there are some that are definitely not.
I was a mechanic for a long time. If we had, who was pushy was the Japanese guys. The Japanese photographer guys were super pushy. They would just come underneath the tent, get right up to your bike, walk in the semi, like they just didn't care. And those guys, like they can fuck off, like get out of here. But if you take a photo of my bike on the track or in a staging area or from outside the tent with your long ass lens, then how can I possibly get mad at you? How could I possibly be upset that you pointed out that you're smart enough to point out a BFRC shock or this electric water pump or whatever it is? Like it's so dumb.
I think most of the parts they get upset about, and I understand it from doing a team, is it's the things that usually have the most issue are items that are very questionable, like typically running a different sponsor's part, which usually my response is then whoever that brand is needs to freaking step their crap up if they're not producing what the team needs. Then that's on that brand.
Yeah, like you got in trouble because Eli was running Renthal grips.
Yeah.
Right.
Wait, I didn't say that.
Yeah, but yeah, no, didn't you
No,
write
I'm
it?
joking.
Didn't you point it out?
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
No,
Yeah,
I was
like,
joking that I'm not saying
look, nobody's gonna be like, there's nobody's gonna be like, you know what? Eli's running Renthal grips. Pro Taper grips are garbage. I'm lighting them all on fire. Like no, like you just Eli likes a Renthal grip. Like oh well, like whatever.
Particular things like bar mounts, other items that, like I said, I totally understand it from the team standpoint. Is they're looking at it as like, well, it's showing off something that's not a consumer product. But when it's so external and public facing, it's like
yeah,
and it's hard. It's what people like. On one end, it's cool because when we do pivots, like we get that as one of our biggest features. But in the same breath, I know how large our website is, which it is very competitive. Like, really, I think we're basically second with Racer X on a lot of stuff for a website. So I know we have a lot of viewers. The feature does well, but also in the absolute massive grand scheme of things from Joe, like real just general fans that watch on TV, most of them don't see that feature. Only the most core, like to look at that stuff. They love it. Again, I don't think it really affects what they get at the end of the day, or some of them get stoked about trying different stuff. I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't think it affects that much, and we have people that really want it, and ultimately my job as a media guy is to produce content that people want.
Yeah, absolutely. You're doing your job, for sure.
And when a lot of us, okay, and we all have different styles, but okay, we all do, some after race interviews or some photos from the race. It's like, I got to have something that differentiates and stands out. You have the show is what, your shows is what makes you stand out. For us, I feel like a lot of the tech stuff is what really stands out about Vital. So,
yeah.
No,
I agree. Are you still doing podcasts?
We do them occasionally,
okay.
not really.
Yeah.
Just when stuff comes up, it's too hard to compete consistently. in a sense. But no, I'm guessing it's similar to you. Like, you got riders that get mad what you say about. I guess it's the same thing dealing with the bikes and certain technicians or staff members.
I feel like for me, certainly there are still people that don't like me or whatever. I feel like even the people that don't really like me in the pits still give me at least a time of day. Like they'll, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm not outright like people who are just like, I hate this dude. Like I have a couple people, but I mean, look, the cool thing is I think I've been around for a long time, and I de-gaff about that, and I'll just go up to somebody and be like, hey man, like what's up? Like, and I think when you put people in that situation, they will end up talking to you. They won't just walk away or punch you in the face.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I feel like a little bit like for me, I don't have as many enemies, I think, as I used to.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Eventually I have to talk out with guys. Like, I had somebody call me shady as F this weekend, and a couple things like
shady.
Shady as another word on top of it.
Right.
But now I've had a few guys say some shit straight to my face. I was like, oh, okay.
Really? Okay.
Whatever. I guess it's out there. It is what it is.
Right.
But
how's the form? How's that? That's a big part of your day, right?
Some days that's the downside. Like, there's some days, it's there could be an argument for both sides for more moderation and less moderation of the form. I feel like
I don't know where I stand on that. Yep.
I lean a little bit more towards less, unless like I have certain ground rules. Like, you publicly attack another member, you say effed up stuff against religion, everything. Like, there's certain things that'll get you booted. But then we have people that get mad, especially right now as everybody has wrapped politics into so much of their life.
Yeah.
If they see something they don't disagree with, they just start emailing me constantly, like, this guy's so horrible. I'm like, I'm sorry you don't agree with him. Like, learn how to disagree.
Yeah.
And I have a pretty plain rule in there. We do have a non-moda section. We allow politics. And I just tell guys, I'm like, you guys can debate to the end of the earth for all I care. As soon as you tell the other guy to F off, you have officially lost the ability to debate.
Yeah.
And you're out.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
You guys can argue till you're blue in the face.
Right.
I don't care. And then some people email us like, I'm so sick of politics. I'm like, then don't read the political threads. It's very simple.
Yeah.
You click on them because clearly you're tied to a certain political party, but then you got in there and didn't see what you liked. So now you're mad that politics conversation
exists. Is just insane. Like the ability of two people to just agree to disagree and voice their things, it's gone. It's gone now. And I see these emails that come in to us, and they're just like, at some point, some guy was saying Mav TV was Democratic controlled or something. Like, you're like, what are you, like, you are so wrapped into your life as somebody who doesn't know anything about these politics. Like, you don't really know. You just have your beliefs.
Yeah.
Imagine how much fun that person must be around the dinner table where everything is a right or left issue. You're just like, you've lost it, man.
Yeah. And then there's that, and then there's the other issue I say is then we have like the motor-related section. I put a hard stance on like, no politics here.
Yeah.
It's not that hard. We're here for dirt bikes.
Yeah.
We're here to disconnect. And that's also hard part is I've gone pointed at both ways with us parting ways with Pingree lately. He made a comment about censorship, which got turned around onto me, and people are DMing me calling me a liberal bastard. And I'm like, I'm not liberal even.
Yeah.
I'm conservative, actually, by my political beliefs are very conservative. But I just instantly it turns into people that are taking politics in every part of their life, and that's why I understand. We end up with the motor relays like there's a very hard rule that says don't do politics. An argument starts about some rider, and somebody will just go off on some dude because they don't disagree with him, call him the same thing, a liberal bastard. You must be this or that. And then I click them, and they get all mad.
Yeah.
Well, tell them, like, see the rule that says no politics? Somehow this is impossible for some of you to follow. Like,
and, like, how is, like, that's, like, if you don't agree with somebody, now you just, it's insulting. The worst insult you can think of is calling them the other side of a political alley. That's an insult. Like what? Like, how did that turn into an insult? Like, what about just having people who have different philosophies and thoughts on different issues?
And that's what I'm saying, because I had somebody come at me about something recently, and they were just like, because of the stance we took on side, it's something that was not political whatsoever, and it got turned into a political thing. Like, Sarkov liberal, you must clearly believe this. I'm like, what does that have anything to do with what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh,
so that's
word.
the stuff you're putting out flyers all day on that.
A little bit, and it goes in sprees. It's kind of thing like things will get kind of mellowed out, and it'll be good for a couple days, and I can kind of look at it from a distance and do my work, and then dumpster fire. Full dumpster fire happens. And then it's like, okay, I'm about to waste half my day on this.
Yeah. That's the part.
Fix. Okay, dumpster fire's out. Back to work.
Right. So Ping thought you were censoring him.
No, I here's exactly what he did an Instagram post just with like the departure, and he made a comment in it that was just after and it's kind of a broad term. He said after 20 years, and don't quote me word for word, he said something along the lines of like after 20 years I can finally be myself and not be censored and this and that. So, you know, I had some people like looked at me about it. I know some people made some comments about race because of the timeline, like RacerX. But I had somebody come after me pretty heavy and just bring politics into it. I'm like, what does this have anything to do with? We're a motocross side. We have nothing to do with politics. Like I said, I just got a bunch of nasty messages after that post. And I was like, what does this have to do with anything?
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
And then
man.
people are making the nasty comments in there, and I see who's liking those comments on top of that. And I'm like, you guys are lost your freaking brains.
Yeah, no, the world has.
I'm like, this is
actually
and people
like gone crazy.
Again, nasty something like it's a business decision. It's motocross. It has nothing to do with politics.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's always the people yelling about censorship and you know and all that actually don't like to hear everything, because if you disagree with them, then they freak out on you. But then they don't like censorship. But it's like you're the ones freaking out that you can't say what you want because that you're being controlled by the left or the media or whatever. Like, what are you talking about? You're the ones freaking out on everybody.
Yeah, or the right, and that's what blows my mind is again, it's both sides of the spectrum. I have people that believe very far each way on the forum that are so mad when somebody else posts something they disagree with, and they'll email me and just think like they go off about how this person is ruining the place or is spreading false lies. I'm like, so you don't agree with them? Ignore them. Go to a different thread. I don't know what to tell you. Right. But then they'll turn around and say something really shitty to the person, and I actually have to ban them. And then they get even crappier with me. Oh, delete my account. You guys are censoring BS's. That person was saying this. I'm like, yeah, but they expressed an opinion. Yeah, it's not I always have to email back like, I know it's not a popular opinion. I actually don't agree with what the person said, but it was an opinion. It wasn't destructive by any means. They didn't cuss anybody out, but then there's people that turn around and cuss that person out or tell them to F off or burn in hell. And those are the ones I have to get rid of. And we never get rid of anybody. I always do the same thing. I send pretty much everybody the same email. Like, hey, your account is suspended. And I give pretty basic 1 week. Hey, you're suspended for 1 week. And for some reason, everybody loses their minds on Fridays because it's almost every email is email me next Friday and I'll let you back in. It's pretty much the typical response.
It's because I think they're drinking.
It's possible.
I think they're doing substance abuse. I really believe that.
I did have to permaban somebody recently bad, but haven't had to do that in a while.
Actually, today, Brian Deacon called me off what I said last week on our show. We were talking about vlogs. A a listener called in and asked us about amateurs doing vlogs and amateurs doing these things. And I just said on the show, look, man, I would never do that. I would never put my kids on a spotlight on that. I would never want to be subject like that. I wouldn't put them in front of there. And whether it's Chad or Deegan or any of these people, I just wouldn't do that. I brought up Chance Hymas, just low key, under the radar, barely post anything. That's how I would be, right? And I said I compared Hayden to Alessi in the fact that when Hayden turns pro, he's going to have a target on his back because of these vlogs and because of what Brian's done. Now, Brian said, we're doing all these good things for him and for the sport, and that's fine. That I didn't disagree with that. But Brian, at the end of the argument, at the end of the discussion, sorry, not argument, Brian agreed with me that he's putting a target on Hayden's back. Hayden's going to have a target on his back. So he agreed with me. Now, he assumed, in his opinion, the positives outweigh the negatives. In my opinion, the negatives outweigh the positive. But the reason I'm bringing this up right now is because what you just said, like we actually had a civil conversation that ended nicely. He didn't like being compared to the Alessis. And I said, well, I'm only comparing it not the sense that they thought they were so awesome, but the sense that Mike had a target on his back. At Millville, Sean Hamblin tried to T-bone him and was like stoked on it, right? Like just nobody wanted Mike to do anything. And when Mike made the podium at Steel City, like people were fucking pissed that he made the podium because of the bringing up of Mike Alessi. So Brian didn't like the fact that I compared him to Mike Alessi. And I said only in the sense he's got a target on him. And then I said, and he told me all the things they're doing with the social media and the vlogs. And I would counter to Brian, hey, you're making a lot of money on these. You're making a lot of money. And that's fine. But you're making a lot of money. And that's, to me, that's a big reason why they're doing it.
Okay. I'm just going off of the one thing to note there. I'm just going off the basis of kind of knowing roughly what their views is, probably what their CPM is, and what they're spending to do the vlogs. I wouldn't say they're making a lot of money off the vlogs. They're actually probably not profiting that much by the time they paid to do them. What it's doing is exposing them, each of them as a brand, the people in it, and it's the merchandise sales they're getting off it. That's where the money is. The money's not as much in the views. Like
I don't know. Marks was saying that he thought it was somewhere around $40,000 a month.
I don't remember. I did some rough math, and obviously you won't know unless you actually see their numbers. Which
I think a tough one would be calculating CPM versus somebody like our shows and stuff. Like doing the vlog stuff, the CPM goes down a lot for the views.
Anyways, so the point, back to that. So I just said to Brian, look, hey man, we can agree to disagree. I wouldn't do that to my kids and my family. And same with Chad. Chad's trying to do it too. Wouldn't do it. Like, as I told Brian, like when Hayden cut the track at some race 2 years ago or something, he got bumped off the track and he missed the whole jump or missed a tunnel or something. I don't remember. I got it sent to me in DMs 5 to 10 times. I said, can you believe this piece of shit didn't, just cut the track? And I watched the video. I'm like, I just see a kid that got bumped off the track. Like, big deal. It happens every single amateur motocross race. But there were people that were like legit mad, and I wouldn't want that. And so we agreed to disagree. At the end of the day, we had a discussion going back to your Vital MX forum. We had a discussion. We each put our sides out there, and we said, okay, cool, man, right on. Like talk to you later. Like, you know what I mean? I think that's how people should work. And I told him, I said, he said, the old me would have put you on social media and blown you out. And I said, well, that's dumb. Don't do that. Just call me. Yeah. But, like, I never went over the lines in anything I said. I just said, not for me. Wouldn't do that. You want to do it? Great. Like, it's a free country, and you can do what you want. But so anyways, that was reminding me of the Vital MX forum thing, where like Brian shouldn't just put me out on blast on social media because it's just an opinion I have.
Yeah.
It's not, I didn't cross the line and say he's the Antichrist, I just said, not for me.
Yeah. So. And I could play about, like, part of why I like working with Vital, like, I'm a big proponent. I post a lot in our community. I work within it a lot.
Do you have really a snowboard channel? Do you have a snowboard channel?
No.
Oh. Okay.
We had a mountain bike. We have a mountain bike one that's really big.
Okay.
But no, like, I converse with everybody there. The community, to me, there is a lot of really good people on it. But to me, it's just like the same as, I use the forum as kind of example even with social media. Just what it is, like you said, discussing whether it's Instagram, whether it's the forum, whether it's YouTube comment sections, anything. It's just people that, again, cannot have a discussion anymore. Yeah, they just go to the default of, if I don't agree with you, you're the devil, I'm right, you're wrong.
Can you imagine, like, so we're in our little niche of motocross here, and, PulpMX is even smaller than Vital, but we get a lot of comments on YouTube and Instagram and stuff, and you guys get even more of that. Can you imagine like a company like Apple or a company that like I don't know, just some massive company, and the complaints and things that they must have to deal with? Because I can tell you from PulpMX fantasy side versus PulpMX show side, like we get the nastiest or dumbest emails I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And what do the big companies get? You know, like what do those companies get? Like, oh my God, can you even imagine? You know?
Another great example is with all the Stark content coming out, the Stark electric bike.
Yeah.
That's what I'm really kind of like surprised. Like I understand why some people are hesitant of it or not for it.
Yep.
But the reasons and the extent they go to like lose it on people about it is pretty insane in the comment section.
I got a comment on my Instagram. Why are you promoting this?
Yeah, we get that. Like people are like, you guys are the devil for destroying motocross, and I'm like, okay, do you want to, again, I'll get into discussion with the guy, and like my answer will always be like, why is it destroying motocross? And they'll give me some horrible, stupid reason about missing the sound and the excitement. I'm like, so you only ride your dirt bike for sound?
Yeah.
Like, we'll get into it. I'm like, here's some of the positives I see with it. And I know a few people that fall in this category. Hey, guy that, you know, maybe lives somewhere out, has moved somewhere where there's really no tracks around, has enough property, could kind of build a corner track, wants to ride with his kids. It's like, cool, one of these could actually, like, I can explain out multiple reasons why those types of bikes, and I'm particularly really for like the electric mini, same thing. It's like, okay, little Jimmy comes home from school and the nearest motocross track is 45 minutes away and dad works on, it's hard for him to get home, load everything up, take it. Hey, electric, like KTM 50 can ride around in the yard or something. Like anything that can keep people on motorcycles is good. But I've talked to a few people about this and they're pretty much, their counterpoint is that's not real. They should just, if they can't ride a gas bike, like that's it. So I'm like, you'd rather have them just like exit the sport than have an opportunity to ride.
And the same thing with World Supercross. Like, I don't work for Feld, and I don't work for MX Sports. So to me, cool. Another series, more
rides,
riders getting paid,
people,
more things to talk about. Awesome. I mean, do I think it's going to work the way they do? No, I do not think it's going to work they think. But it doesn't matter. In the end, I'm stoked it's here. That's cool. Right on, another series.
Completely agree, because I've had the same thing. People are like, you know, I've gotten some comment about, again, people, why are you supporting or why are you even negative about it? I'm like, no, here's my opinion of why I think it could work or not work. At the end of the day, I want it to work because I want more jobs, more rides, more people getting paid. If it all works out and everything kumbaya's awesome.
Yeah. Watch the Twisted Tea helmet.
We're getting a little twisted.
Yeah, you are. You're getting a little twisted.
I'm getting twisted up over this discussion.
I don't think they get a blowjob before the main event.
All right, everybody, motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. Let's do it.
Bam.
No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
No. Motorsport.com, tweets at Tallon. Gets his own segment now. Yep.
Finally, it was tweeted tits earlier.
I know.
I had it on the thing.
Motorsport.com. Go there. Go through the banner on PulpMX.com or PulpMXShow.com. And, order something. Free shipping, anything over $79. Street bike stuff, UTV stuff, dirt bike stuff. They got e-bikes as well. Big e-bike guys at motorsport.com.
Big e-bike guys.
They have a social media contest for the summer where you can win tires and gear if you take a photo of the whole shot. And they're giving away a bike from Club MX guys. This is basically Phil's bike. I think it's basically Phil's bike.
With Atlanta damage intact?
Yes, Atlanta damage intact. When he couldn't clear the 10-foot triple. So thanks to the folks at motorsport.com. These questions are submitted to at PulpMX Show on Twitter, and the guy in the corner picks the best ones.
From AM712, if Eli retired today, who had a better career, him or Dungey? JT said even though RD has more wins and championships, you have to rank RV higher because he won every championship they raced together. Same thing applies to RD and Eli. Eli never beat RD in a championship.
Okay, but you can't. They're different timelines, right? Like Eli was a kid and our Dungey was in his peak. So you can't compare the Dungey Tomac head to head, in my opinion, because they weren't on the same level. If ET retired right now, he would have 2 Supercross, 3 outdoors. Dunge has 3 and 3.
I just know Dunge is tied with McGrath for 9 championships overall, not counting regionals. Velo is at 10 overall, and Carmichael at 15. So what's
Eli's at 5?
Is that counting? Because
not counting. No, Eli's at 6.
6.
6. I still go Dunge.
Yeah, I go Dunge. I think he's really. Eli's got some parts of the records he's really high up on.
Yeah.
But Dungey is insanely well-rounded.
Dude, look at those podium stats for
the
Dungey.
podium stat one is nuts. How many podiums has missed? Where he's at in motocross, supercross, all-time wins combined, championship, everything. He's really got, as Carmichael himself said earlier, when you're doing a Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Dungey's kind of got to be up there.
Yeah. I still put Villapoto ahead of Dunge, though. Because of the head-to-head, they were in their peaks, and RV beat them.
Yeah.
So I'll put RV ahead there, but I can't do the Tomac Dunge head-to-head.
I know it's such a long shot, but when I heard Dungey was coming back, and even after the first round, I was like, I would love more than anything to see him somehow win this outdoor title.
Oh.
I know we're tying insanely long stretch. I know, because it would tie him for RV on all time, being the only guy to come back to do it. It would just, I'm not saying maybe be RV, but I just think it would be really cool to cap his career. The two of them really even, because it's hard for me. RV to RD, I think are both. I have a hard time putting one over the other because I think they just both have had such insane careers. I really, really do.
All right, next question.
From Velo Kid 1, how would the lack of engine noise affect the Supercross and motocross experience for fans and riders?
I think it'd be better. Imagine having a conversation in the stands. Imagine being able to hear anything in the stands.
Imagine hearing them all yell at each other.
Yeah, that'd be great too. Yeah. All right.
From Dr. Papa, you probably don't know how his deals worked, but how did the sponsor deals for Dungey work? He looks exactly like he did 6 years ago with Red Bull, Fox, Oakley, etc.
Yeah.
Did he just say I'm back and all the companies jumped right on board?
But no Target. Yeah, because I mean, when he was going to do his last comeback, same thing. Red Bull, everybody was all in.
Yeah.
MX Burnout wants to know, will Suzuki ever jump back in with a full factory team and elite riders?
I think they'll be in with the HEP guys if they continue to grow.
Yeah, I don't see him ever doing, I shouldn't say ever, but I think it's a very low chance they do a direct, like, factory Suzuki, we operated everything again. I think they'd be stupid to, instead of just for the amount of money, just putting it into the HEP guys and better equipment and more like technical assistance and let them deal with sponsorship. But
all right.
From Guy on a Buffalo, what are the most hated and most loved outdoor tracks by riders? Do you think we'll ever see Muddy Creek on the circuit again?
I would never say never about Muddy Creek. I don't think so, but you never know.
It wasn't well liked, though, was it, very much?
No. If you don't like South Sand, you don't like Southwick. Like, if you're just not a sand guy, you hate Southwick.
I feel like Freestone was the one that was very well liked.
No, nobody liked that one.
I hated Elsinore.
Oh, God.
And Utah.
Elsinore were garbage.
Yeah. Paula's okay. I know a lot of guys dislike it, but some seem okay with it. It's definitely gone a little more neutral over the years.
Yeah, I'll go Paula, but
Paula probably, because it doesn't seem like anybody loves it. Where every other track we could talk about in the series, there's people that love it pretty much.
Yep.
Phil love Red Bull, love Millville, blah blah blah. But I don't hear anybody jumping up and down Fox Raceway.
Yep.
From T Cranston 84, why didn't Little Red Dog and Star work out?
Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know if it was a full tryout, like, hey, come ride the bike and try it out. You know what I mean? I don't think he really. I don't know. I don't think it was a full tryout. I think it was like, hey, come see what you think. You see what we think. I'll see. We'll see what we think of you. You think of what you think of us, and we'll see if there's a match. And I don't think there was a match there, but I don't think it went poorly. Nobody did anything badly. It just, I don't know if it was a tryout. Yeah.
Somebody in your guys' YouTube comment section said the Deegans make $20,000 to $40,000 per video. They're high.
Why are you reading the comments? Never read the comments. Never read the comments. All right, moving on.
I'm still reading.
Oh, boy.
From Rocket Roy, Weed said this is one of the best years for racing in the Nationals. What was your favorite?
He did say that. I mean, the Stu RC stuff in like 06, 07 was just fucking phenomenal. Those were pretty memorable races, right? Chad was in the mix too. Yeah, I'll go with those.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know.
From Rose Gold and Moto, which riders have impressed you with their ability to recall all the details of former races?
Well, Millsaps, we had Millsaps on the re-raceables for Anaheim 1 2013.
Mm-hmm.
He was phenomenal. He was amazing.
I feel like Carmichael's one. A few times I've talked to him about past races, I was pretty impressed how he can name exact run amounts and quarter.
JB's good. Brayton, you talked to Brayton about it. Brayton's pretty good. Those three guys come to mind. Okay, good talk.
From M Ward.
Day, Junior.
M Ward 94. Steve, what is the fan atmosphere surrounding Dungy in the pits?
It's good. Yeah, people love it. It's really, really good. So I'm sitting there with Caroli underneath the KTM trunk.
Mm-hmm.
He rolls up to go into the hospitality truck. That's where I was. Mm-hmm. He's like, "Hey, man, what's going on? Good to see you. You good?" I'm just like, "Who is talking to me right now? Is that Ryan Dungy?" Super stoked.
Mm-hmm.
Just stoked. After the race, he went 7-7, 8 rocks all day. Yeah. Stoked.
Yeah.
Just, yeah.
He's been awesome. I made a
Yeah.
joke with him at the first round that I was like, I will grab an interview with you every race. He's been like, I look over and he makes like a wanders rep, like, hey man,
yeah,
let's do it.
Dude.
And everybody else, riders that were sick, like wanted to be like, I don't want to do anything. He comes over and he's like, hey, like kind of apologizing ahead of time for how he sounds, but I was like, this is amazing.
I think aliens have him. I think that's actually not Ryan Dungy, it's an alien. Because he's so happy.
Here's the thing, like we were talking a lot earlier about how stoked fans are. Like I don't mean to fanboy over here much. I'm stoked to go to the races to interview him right now and talk to him. Honestly.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd fly the girls in from LA, boy.
Hey, Uncle Jim.
From the Mathis monorail for ML. With you running your own team and dealing with all the hardships, what is your take on the BBMX stories past to present?
Well, I don't mean this in a really as bad as it's going to come across.
With all due respect.
With all due respect, when people ask me why I closed my team, primarily, and I make joke about like, oh, these people didn't pay this or this. I said, and because of that, primarily, I didn't want to become BBMX and just keep hosing people. So, yeah. So I don't know. I understand some of the hardships, but for everything that goes with it, the years and years of endless stories, like you can't make excuses for what's happened.
All right, from McNoche 134. Steve, I know you won't admit to how bad Mav TV has been since they are stroking you a check. But have you seen a decrease in people playing Pulp Fantasy with most people giving up on watching the motos live?
Listen, I'm here to tell you, there's been nothing wrong with Mav TV, people. It's not the Mav TV app. It's your internet. That's the problem. You guys need to call your service providers because the app's worked fantastic.
We need
this message has been bought and paid for by Mav TV. Thanks for coming out.
I still feel like you need a disclaimer on top of
Listen, I've talked about the Mav stuff, the app. It hasn't been good. It was 90% better for Hangtown until the end. And I don't know about this week because I was at the race and I watched it. I just watched the replay. They need to get the replays up sooner. That's without a doubt for sure. And they're working on it and they're getting better. But I feel like I've been talking about Mav being not great, right? Haven't I, Marks?
Yeah, I think you have.
Right. Like, I mean, I'm not going to...
What else are you supposed to say? Like, yeah, it hasn't been good.
No.
You said that.
Exactly. And yeah.
Just sit here and rip on it.
I mean, I could go on and on about it, but I feel like I've been critical, and they've been working on it, and it was better. Again, I watched Paul and I watched Hangtown. It was a lot better at Hangtown. So, and as far as the package, like the rotating analysts have been good, Ouija's been good, the drone stuff's good. Remember the drone last year got you Paula? They had the drone. It was all like drunk drone. And I feel like this year the drone stuff's pretty good. Commercials at round 1 were excessive. They fixed that. So yeah, I don't know. What's that guy's name?
It's deleted already.
McNoche.
Okay, yeah.
He's
McNoche.
McNoche.
He's supposed to cut his dick off. We're still waiting. McNoche.
Oh, that was the if Dungy gets a top 5.
God.
The internet doesn't forget.
That was the greatest comment ever. Did you see that, Steve?
Yeah, I saw Lindsay's.
Oh my word.
No, I saw Lindsay. So
clap back.
I saw Lindsay's tweet, but I'd blocked that guy. So clearly,
see the rest of
he was some jackass to me because I barely block anybody. And if you insult me, I block you. Like
or Ridgelines?
No. But if you insult me for owning a Ridgeline, yes.
That might have been
like, hey, you fucking
Ridgeline owner, you.
No, that wouldn't get you a block.
I only have 2 people blocked on Instagram. Is that surprising?
Oh, I got a lot. Oh, that stank dog thing. Block. For me.
Quite the melody there.
What was that?
The earliest he's ever come.
That was just I couldn't block enough people. Yep. Just if you insult me, if you call me a name, Like, you're done. Like, if you want to disagree with me, cool. But if you call me a name, you're done.
I like Dick Cheese.
Dude, if I had to go off call name, I would block a lot of people. I get called a lot of names.
Right, okay, yeah. To me, that if you don't know me and you just do that to me, you're out. Gargle cock. Right. Next question.
Last one from the Masked Marvel.
Loving the drops tonight.
What things did factory teams go cheap on that annoyed you when you were wrenching?
No, we were good. We had $30 per meal per diem. So $90 a day you could spend on food. Flights paid for. Airport parking paid for. Nothing on the bike was, everything on the bike was top notch, right? There was nothing going cheap on that. Yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah. I can't think of anything. Everything was good on factory team.
Is it because that hat's too tight? Is that why you can't think of anything right now?
The hat's strong.
Okay.
So tight it won't even go.
You guys don't like my hair? This is what you get. Fuck off.
Last time I do this goddamn show.
All right.
No, that's horrible.
Ride Engineering, they've got a completely new product available for 20 to 23 KTM Husqvarna and gas riders. Looking to upgrade their air forks to spring. They offer a KYB conversion kit that replaces the WP internals and a lug conversion kit so the OEM lugs can accept the KYB rebound housing and bottoming cones. I didn't know they did this, Ride Engineering.
I mean, a lot of people do. It's probably,
Racetech does, but...
No, what is it? Enzo and Technical Touch do. Most of the parts are usually Technical Touch sells those kits.
Cost is $14.49 for everything you need, less springs. Most riders prefer to have the conversion done for their weight and riding ability. Ride has partnered with several suspension shops that will do that for you at a cost of $17.50, including springs. You can add coatings or have your shock done as well. Call Ride Engineering for details at Ride Engineering on social media, ride-engineering.com. PulpFan20 is the code to save with those guys. So a completely new product for the folks at ride-engineering.com.
I know a lot of people that have done those style kits versus getting, say, a complete KYB kit or a complete show-a-fork kit or something. Or even the cone valve, like the price is good, but the second thing is if you get a full Showa fork or a full KYB fork, the tubes on it are usually developed around a Japanese bike, aluminum frame, different stuff. The tube taper and stiffness and everything on the KTMs is different. So using the WP tubing with a spring kit is usually quite a bit better than trying to actually use a complete fork from an WP
Pro
brand.
Circuit years ago was pushing Showa stuff for KTMs. I don't feel I see that anymore. I don't see that anymore.
And I think I'm trying to remember how this went. Like Reed the year he did the Huskies, he rode KYBs, and then partway through the year I think they did that where they're like, let's just put the insert kit into the tubes, and it was developed around the KTM, so it's better.
Yeah. Interesting. Thanks to the folks at ride-engineering.com. Michael Lindsay, Vital MX. All right. What are we going to see at High Point? Let's talk about this.
Map hats off. The hair is back.
Boy. High Point this weekend. So let's start 250 class. I mean, Jalik Swole won this thing last year. I don't even know if he's going to race this weekend. He knocked himself out, I heard, at Lakewood. So rough start for Jalik. But if he's there, you got good vibes, track he won on, all of that. But hard to not see it being a Lawrence Justin Cooper show again, right? Are you with me?
Yeah, it's about the most simple, plain answer. I don't see it going any other way. I would be curious. I mean, even Hunter was under the weather, been working on starts. I'm curious to see if Hunter can be more in the mix again this week. That would be the only variable I'd throw in there.
Yeah, I think so. And I think Jalik should be better, but I don't look for him on the podium again. But hopefully, let's knock on wood, he's better. Kitchen, he mentioned about, how and High Point and Lakewood do have some similarities. So the Kitchen could use his confidence and get into like 3-4, 3-5, 5-3, that type of day.
It would just be cool to see him carry the momentum. It'll be a big question mark. It'll suck if he just kind of is another round 10th placer again. That puts a question mark to what's it take for him to unlock it week in and week out. But I mean, if he rebounds, he's more around the top 5. It makes last week, of course, much less of a fluke, and it puts you in a position where you think, okay, he's going to bounce back in there in another round or two.
Yep. Did I miss anybody? Anything else on 250 class that you want to talk about?
Not really. I'm kind of curious to see the continuing ups and downs a little bit of the TLD guys. Mosman and Brown can be so fast in certain races.
Yep.
After a rough weekend, see if they can rebound. I think especially I saw after at Hangtown, another person to just see if they could unlock his man. Moseman was so good the one moto at Hangtown. Him and Kitchen fall under similar categories for me right now. Is can they repeat that anytime soon, or is it going to be a while before we see that?
And Hammaker's been good. Hammaker's been solid.
Seth
obviously,
has.
yeah.
He's gotten some really bad luck on. I feel like he's always kind of coming through the pack. A lot of motos getting like so starts, so he's kind of always chipping away to go forward a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
450 class in his final race in America. We hope not, but it looks like it will be. Caroli. Dude, I really think he could be a factor at High Point. You look back at Marvin or Europeans in general at High Point.
Yeah.
It's a very good track for them. I think Caroli could get on the box.
I think he gets on the box, and I think also, not to say this in a bad way, but if he's trying to make a statement and budge KTM, just go for it.
Yeah.
What do you got to lose at this point? Final one, send it. I think particularly, I would say first moto. I think especially his starts right now.
Scoop tire.
So good. He ran the scoop at Thunder Valley, which I
know.
was crazy.
Both motos. Yeah.
I think he runs that. I think he gets the start. I think if he gets the start, I think you really see him lay down the hammer in the first moto and try.
I think he could be good though. I really do. Like I know he's gotten the whole shot. Last few motos and went backwards a little bit. I think he can. Dude, line selection, off cambers, keeping the momentum. That's the stuff European guys are so good at.
Yep.
So, but having said that, Tomac, Sexton, Anderson, right?
Yep.
Roxon, should be in the mix again. It's a big week too, Michael, for High Point because it's such. Now we're going east. Now we are dealing with humidity. Now we are dealing with that kind of stuff, that dirt and everything.
Yeah, once we get soft and east, I'm really curious with Anderson right now because he's been California, New Mexico. Curious to see where they're at, like setup-wise, when they hit some of the soft east ones, if they've done their homework. And with him on fitness, just how he's doing the humid rounds, I really think he's in better shape than he's ever been, so I look for good things. But I think still, out of those kind of big names we listed, he might have a little more question marks on him than some of the guys. See how he performs.
Is there a guy I'm missing? Somebody that you could see stepping up back east in 450 class?
The only other one is I'm just really curious again as we move east and move south. I'm curious what it does for Dungey if Dungey performs a little better or not, if he's able to get in the mix. Other than that, it's nothing against him. I think like a Shane or a Joey, I think still need to take a. They're both progressing, but I feel like it's a pretty good jump still to get them up there.
I think Craig gets back to that fifth place guy. Yeah,
Craig had a rough weekend.
Oh, yeah.
He was on the ground. He was on the ground a lot.
He's got the most passing points from Lakewood, if that means anything.
Oh my God, he passed so many people. I guess him, and then it's it's easy to just go question mark this, question mark that. Barsha once we get soft, get east, and Craig.
Right.
I feel weird saying this. Like I have a little more faith of some of those names we named. I really feel more confident in Craig right now than I do Barsha, Shane, Joey, those guys to really be in the mix.
I think you're right. Yeah, I agree with that. Who's your winners
for High Point?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Tomac gets it. So we go 4 for 4.
Yeah.
I think he puts it all together. I think he's really motivated after that first moto. I think he puts a lot into this weekend to go into the break with the win. I think he would really want to. Anybody would want to go into the break win, but I think it's going to be pretty important to him, and I think he'll try to make it happen.
I'll go Jet and Tomac. Super original, I know.
Oh my God!
Yeah, you go Jet.
I'm actually going to lean. It's not that I think Jet's performing amazingly, but just for the sake of championship, I lean a little bit J Coop on this one.
Okay.
Even though the HRC bikes have towed in so much more, we're in softer conditions. A lot of hills. I give a little bit nod to this might be the round to kind of get J Coop more into this championship a little more against Jet.
Right.
So I'll go ever so slightly J Coop.
High Point, round 4. Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championships coming up this weekend at High Point, and should be great. And then we get a week off after this, so everybody gets to reset and all of that. Randy, what's going on, man? How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Good. What's up, Randy?
Nothing. I called earlier, and I had to go to a conference, so I dipped out. So, I heard on the wrap-up show, you guys were talking about how Caroli's out after High Point.
Yeah.
There's no money, no contract, no deal, which is crap, because I think that's kind of like the best thing KTM could possibly do for that brand, to bring him. He's getting more airtime than half of the riders out there than maybe the leaders, and if there's a high battle. I'm like, and I get the budgets are budgets, so can Carnell maybe hook him up with some of the OnlyFans, keep him around, or do we do a crowdfunding, or
Steve's going to get a Yamaha and give it away for a KTM rider.
Yeah, we're going to do that. I don't think the Red Bull KTM would like the
You don't think the OnlyFans thing would go over well?
No, I don't think so. Not on the red.
sponsored,
Yeah, I
nothing?
don't think
No?
that would really work.
I mean, what if it's like just a foot one, not a the whole thing? Maybe.
Good point.
Do they are they okay with that?
I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna talk to the coster this weekend and say, Raj, what about a foot one? What if it's just a foot one, Raj?
Yeah.
We good with that one?
Does Raj even know what
Because
OnlyFans
he
is?
subscribes to a few of them.
Oh, you know that for sure. Yeah.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy. And
Thanks, Randy. Thanks for the call. Thanks for listening.
I got one more question mark for
Yeah.
you. Where are you at with Aaron Plessinger right now?
Ooh, I love AP, but yeah, he's got some work to do. I talked to him walking into the track on Saturday, and he told me he started riding a little earlier than the doctors wanted, and he's still got a little bit of pain, but he's doing good. But he's just trying to get back. He said, just trying to get up there.
Mm-hmm.
So. I mean, I feel like it's not great, but it's not a disaster. He's right inside the top 10, and that's not great. But I don't think you should be sounding the panic button, or do you? Do you
No,
think?
I don't think so
okay,
yet.
Yeah. Michael Lindsay, Vital MX, Ricky Carmichael, Levi Kitchen, Adam Cianciarulo. Which interview did you like the most tonight, Mr. Lindsay? Good stuff.
I don't know, Ricky.
Great radio.
Ricky, I just like hearing
Okay.
from Ricky.
All right.
And nothing against here too. We're good.
Talon, what'd you think? Best interview tonight?
I liked AC because we hadn't heard from him in a little while. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Nothing from Mark's dog.
Actually, I was
What do
gonna
you
make
like, Marks? Which interview was your best?
I don't care.
Actually, here's my
Wow.
joke. I was gonna say
I don't care.
I like the Ricky
It's
one because this
riveting.
is the first time I've been up here and been on a show where you two are now good, and
Yeah.
it's still slightly
Oh.
mind blowing to me.
Tight.
Oh, so tight.
Tight.
Listening to you two
my buddy
talk, I'm
RC.
just like,
What?
wow.
I like my buddy RC.
Yeah. He drove him home after show 500. Drove him to a hotel.
Nice.
Marks did. Just him and RC broing down.
Ricky's good. I've traveled with him like 3 times to Japan. I mean, for me, that's my generation childhood hero to watch.
Yeah.
And I got to travel with Weeksum in Japan. I was just like, don't fanboy. Like, this is cool.
Yeah. No. Yeah. He. It's better having him on our show for sure. And I'm not sure I ever thought that would happen, to be honest.
Well, okay. Now that that's accomplished, is there any hope?
No.
No.
I don't know.
Team Fried?
No.
Jason Anderson? No, not happening.
They all come around.
Does this one wait till
I had-
after he retires? Though.
I had a Cowie rep reach out to me and say, "How can we work this out? How can we do this?"
I think he's reaching out to the wrong person, isn't he?
Wow.
What?
He's got to reach out to the manager.
He's got, you're fine.
Yeah.
So he needs to reach out
and
to
that's
the
what I
rider.
said. I said, anytime.
Yeah, like what?
I said Pulp Show, and they said, "Well, let's start with a post-race interview."
That'd be
And
tight.
I said, "Yeah, anytime,
That'd be tight.
whatever you want."
Team tight.
Like I don't care. I nothing I said about Jason Anderson has crossed the line where I feel like he should be really upset at me. I said I probably said he did some dumb moves on the track, and he did.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever. Yeah. You know what? What are you gonna do? I mean, you can't. Yeah.
I think
I
you
don't
should.
think they get a blowjob before the main event.
I mean, if he heard that drop, would he want to come on the show?
I think he would. I think he'd be down with that.
See, someone needs to relay this message to him.
Michael,
Big
have you been in a
boobs.
motorcycle or car accident? Did some idiot or somebody take you out?
No, it's usually self-inflicted.
Oh boy. Well, Arthur Draper can maybe help you. He's a friend of the
Sue
show.
myself?
He's a friend of the show. He'll take the time to talk to the clients. He'll take the time to talk to you personally. We've had a few of our listeners use Arthur Draper, and they've been stoked, so that's awesome. More importantly, Arthur only gets paid if you get paid. There's no risk to you. Help is only a phone call away, and Arthur's got your back. Visit arthurdraper.com, A-R-T-H-U-R, draper.com. I love the people that tweet me like when a big crash happens, and they're like, this guy should call Arthur
that's
Draper.
activation. It's fine.
It is.
Hey,
It's
that
fantastic.
sounds like a new feature of the PulpMX Arthur Draper crash.
Yeah. Like for sure.
The Arthur Draper case of the week.
Thrasher should reach out to Draper about the Hammaker crash. Hammaker takeout.
I mean, at this point, I want to reach out on Thrasher's behalf.
Yeah.
For the
I think
sake of
I
my-
agree.
For the sake of my fantasy team.
Pulp Fantasy folding up after what a
I'm
run.
done.
What a run it's been. It's been great.
Thanks, Hammaker.
Yep, it's been great, Pulp Fantasy, but we
So
are folding
great.
it up immediately.
I've heard that before.
Oh my God. All right. Well, Michael, thanks for coming up, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good job on the show tonight. Always fun to have you up for sure. We'll get you back in, sure, at some point. Twisted T. Beach ball is going to go. Oh, there it goes. And it took something.
I didn't
down.
hit a camera.
No,
That's
you
a
didn't.
positive.
Good job. I want to thanks Michael Lindsay from Vital MX for coming in. Marks, thank you.
Thank you. for including me.
Tallon, good job tonight. You're going to get a raise. Tell Yar she's banned, though, still. So.
Except for when Kiefer's in. Then she's allowed.
Kiefer's coming in after Redbud.
Wait, he's actually coming back? Man,
Yep.
based on your guys' Twitter feedback, I thought you guys were done.
He's ridiculous. Show 100 for Kiefer the next time he comes in. And we don't know.
Really? Show 100?
Did we make a decision on when we're doing that?
No way. He's been here 100 times?
Yeah.
I mean, I know he's the most regular host. That's still a lot.
507 shows or whatever remember we done, and he's been at 100.
A fifth of them?
And he says he doesn't come in enough. That's a lot.
Yeah, thank you.
Insane.
Now we may do that Redbud
That's
show.
right.
We may do that Redbud show on the Sunday. We don't know yet. We may do it on the 3rd.
Wow.
Stay tuned. So, I don't know.
Big decision.
I vote for Sunday.
You voted for Sunday. Mark said he didn't really care.
I think I'd lean for Sunday though.
Tits said Sunday, but he. I mean.
Well, Tits is not coming in on a holiday, so yeah.
But Kiefer may not be up
Sunday.
here, so I don't know. Well, we got to work on it. We'll figure it out, everybody. But we got another show until then. Next week after High Point, Justin Starling coming in, sitting in that chair next week. Star Dog. Looking forward to talking to him. Thanks, everybody, for listening. Appreciate it. Thanks to our sponsors. Thanks to our guests. Thanks to the YouTube watchers. Thanks to the YouTube haters. Thank you to the Facebook haters, Facebook watchers. Mav TV as well. If you're watching us on Mav TV, awesome. Don't forget Tuesdays, Two Wheel Tuesdays on Mav TV. PulpMX Show. Still blows my mind. We're on it. Can't believe it. Thanks to those guys. Thanks to you people. See you next week.
Stay classy, San Diego.
Bros. There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine. And I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.